Hello. Welcome to my channel. I'm going to be playing Winterboro. What's it about? You're a rat, and it's winter, and you burrow. Yeah, that's all I know about the game. Hello. Yeah, why so cold? It's not that cold. It's not that cold with my cheeseburger slippers. Ta-da. Gotta put these on. Also, I'm not sure if I should play it with the controller or not. Which I should probably just look it up. Oh, controller. That's good to know. What was that noise? Doo-doo. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I didn't do my hair. Also, I woke up at like 5 in the morning. What time's it now? 8? Oh man. He waking up early. Aliante Parkway. Hey, it's in Vegas. There we go. I was wondering why this area looked familiar. I'm like, this place is Vegas. Aliante Parkway. Oh, it's just a loop. What was it? I only recognize Aliante because my friend, his place is like 10 minutes from that casino. Oh no. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna be playing Winterboro. I also have more games. I have a bunch of games. I was gonna play Expedition 33, but I might wait on that. I'd also play Hollow Knight. Tunic. I also thought about playing Tunic. So many games, so many options. This isn't lo-fi. Also, I didn't realize that this wasn't lo-fi. No. Let's play this.
Hey, co-pilot.
Commercial. How dare you?
From my old PC to my new one.
Oh, oops. What was it? One thing I did finally do. Gotta mute myself. Whoa. Oh yeah, it's Celeste. Man, this is such a fun game. Damn, you gotta play it. I just did the B-sides. Then technically you don't have to do the B-sides. Because there's a first playthrough, and then there's like a last area. But then you can't finish that last area. But yeah, there's B-sides, and there's more to the game. I still haven't finished the game. So technically you can beat it in like 10 hours or something. But there's more to the game. Oh man, I love this game. And Celeste has a fantastic soundtrack. Resurrections. Oh yeah, but what I was gonna show is, what was I gonna show? I keep consistently getting people to like say, hey, do you need blah 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 done on your stream? And so I finally actually made tabs for my stream. So I had a schedule, donations, goals, throne, and then look at my PC specs. Yeah, fancy. Top tier specs. And then this doesn't do anything. This goes to stream elements. This goes to my throne. Yeah, that's what I need. So I actually just used Gemini. I made all these with Gemini. It took like 10 minutes to make them. This is the best one though. Look at my PC specs. And then what's funny is when you click on this, it goes to this. Yeah. Also, this is really loud for me, so actually I can do this. But yeah, oh yeah. Oops. Well, that's all you need. That's all you need on a potato. It's got the PS2 port. It's got one USB port. It's got VGA. I think that's audio. It's my wireless card. Plenty of RAM. Look at all that RAM. Ethernet. G-Skill. Yeah. The essentials. I don't know where this wire is going to though. It looks like an Ethernet connection. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and I also finally ordered what's it called? I've been streaming on Wi-Fi, but I finally ordered a cable. I ordered a 150-foot Ethernet cable, so I don't need to have this on here. Because I was like, I should just order it. But yeah, I made a throne, and then I finally actually put stuff on here. What was it? I don't know what to put on throne. Because eventually I'll just end up buying stuff myself. But I did put these on there because I think I showed this before. Space Marines. And so eventually I'll do a painting stream and I'll paint these figures. Ooh. But I eventually want to build an Eldari army and then play Warhammer. And then I guess get the lore book so I actually know how to play. Well, I think the codex, they tell you how to play the game, or they show you all the stats for all the characters, because each character has a specific stat, and even based on the weapons they have, because it shows them on the back, they'll have different stats. But I've only played Warhammer 5 times, so yeah. So much fun. But the mechs in Warhammer are so OP. I would want to either have a mech or there's like giant angels that are pretty powerful. I forgot what they're called. They're one of the gods. But I do want all my characters to have wings. I forgot there was, oh man, I forgot what it was. In regular Warhammer, there's a certain set that has wings, and I wanted to use those wings on all of my characters. So I know you can just attach wings to whatever characters you want. You just melt them on. Warhammer. And I do have one Eldari figure. It's over here. What was it? I think that's... I don't know if it's on here. And that's these guys. Fire dragons? Yeah, it is a fire dragon. I have a fire dragon. This came out recently. Or I forget when it came out, but I think when I got it, this had just come out. Well, I forget what day, but they give out free figures if you go on certain days. Resurrections. Did you start playing Celeste yet? But like for me, what makes gaming memorable is the soundtracks. Like Celeste has such good music, and then like there's the Mega Man games. They're not the best games, but man, the soundtracks, especially for like Mega Man X, the soundtracks are so good. Hi, Walls. Look at my fire dragon. Doo-doo. That's this guy. I don't have any of the paints though, but I have a friend. He has everything. So does my brother-in-law. Yeah. Thank you for the sub, Sam. Ba-na-na-na-na. Look at my fire dragon. I also picked the Eldari because supposedly they're the most OP characters right now. I don't know if they still are, but I do plan on playing Warhammer, and so that's why I picked Eldari because they're the best. Yeah, so yeah, I got Space Marines. So I got this as a Christmas gift for my brother-in-law because my brother-in-law also builds figures. And he's actually won awards for building figures. So what's in this box are the figures. Boop. I don't know if there's a back to this photo. But they look like this. They'll look like this. And this one came in like, I think 12 different pieces, and you have to glue them together. It's kind of hard. You have to have, it's like a plastic glue that you use. It melts the parts together. I don't know if you can see it, but I guess I can go full screen. Boop. Now you can see it. I don't know if it's gonna focus. Focus. Fusion. Yeah. Closer. Oh, there we go. Finally focus. Look, there's a little skull. It's the blood of his enemies. This is a battle droid. Beep boop. Beep doop boop. I got this at what's it called? That one place. I got this at TwitchCon. And then I got this at Color Me Mine. Oh no, he doesn't show. It's a 3D effect. It's a monkey. Monkey. Look, it's got my initials. Look, there's a hole. Beep. Hello. Ah, my finger's stuck. Yeah. There we go. But I got a ton of stuff over here. What's funny is you guys can't see any of the stuff that I have over here, but it's for me to look at. Okay, I'll show you. This is a rare Lego. It's not rare. Dell Lego. It's a Powerhead server. Have I shown this? No. I haven't built it. I just have it in the box. But I've had this thing for a while. Yeah. This is how you know I'm a nerd. Okay, then I don't think I have shown it. I'm like, who else would have this? Unless you're like a techie, you're not gonna have this. I'm not sure what it is. Does it say on the back? It's scalable business architecture, intelligent automation, integrated security. 2019. EMC analysis. It says an R730. Oh, R720 server. I don't know why it has all these specs. Maybe I should actually build it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forget why he gave me this. Because a friend gave this to me as a gift. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I guess I can open it. I don't think I ever opened it. Yeah, I never opened it. Let me in. Don't rip. There we go. Yeah. That'd be pretty funny. Well, I don't know if all of it's in here. I don't think all of it's in here. There's only one bag in here. There's only one bag with this part. I got ripped off. Actually, no, this might be all of it. It's only 58 pieces. Oh, there it is. No, no. I guess once you actually build it, it'll look like something. We got scammed. Yeah. Get back in there. I didn't see the stickers. It's not that complex. It just looks like that. Do. Focus. Oh, there are the stickers. Okay. I was wondering, I'm like, there's no stickers. The stickers are right here. Okay, maybe I do have all the parts. Yeah, because I'm like, it's not gonna look like this, but it's stickers. Because I was wondering where this front sticker was. I'm like, where's this sticker at? And it's right here. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a box that you slide in and out. It's also only 56 pieces. Yeah, it's a simple build. Get in there. I guess all the pieces are in here. Yeah, get in there. Best viewers? I need the best viewers. Yeah, the NVIDIA data center. I only have one friend who works at NVIDIA. What's crazy is they have these bots, but these bots were created in 2017. I'm like, I wonder how they don't get banned. Someone just made 1,000, like 1,000,000 bots, I guess, bot accounts. It's true, you're already here. That's all I need. No. But yeah, I do have one friend who works at Nvidia, and he can give me graphics cards. No. How many? Just one. Do. I also have a Stonks Lego at Rick and Morty. I have a book. If you want to learn business, read this book. Essential. Oh yeah, you need a minimum 57 Ti to play Schedule 1, so especially with the new Shroom update. Boom, boom, no. Yeah, where'd my mouse go? There we go. Na. Do you like my goals? I should actually put something here. I also didn't make it about me, so I gotta do that too. Nah. Here are all the people I watch. Ba-na-na-na. Night. Here's my Batmobile. I've had this Batmobile since I was 5. It's from Batman the Animated Series. Oh, no. Made in China. I think this is from McDonald's. It's all dusty. Yeah. It's all dusty because I never play with it. Ta-da. Yeah. Oh, I thought I had P Shady Mackers. Oops. No emotes. Are you sure? It's not Better TV, is it? Oh, it's on Better TV. Whatever. Do. Channel not monetized. Only a tiny part of my video is now on YouTube due to copyright issues. Worldwide blocked any day now. It's been 3 years, so I guess not. Lena Rain. No, you're right. Lena Rain. Yeah. Let me put my toys away. Oh, sorry, I forgot to put this in the box. Yeah. Yeah. Fun fact. What was it? So my favorite place to go to at TwitchCon is the Yamaha booth because it's just a bunch of music people. Is it copyrighted? The thing is, because I play copyrighted stuff at the beginning of stream, I could just cut it all out. Yeah. 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 Can I open this box? There we go. I'll just play a video of me playing Minecraft. Does it look like I'm playing Minecraft? Oh, I gotta jump. Yeah. He's my golden shovel. Yeah, something went wrong. It's a great idea. But yeah, so I bought an Ethernet cable, 150-foot Ethernet cable, so I'm gonna be able to actually play things properly. Well, because one thing I have is latency. Well, because you can't even see my pages refreshing. That could also be because I'm using ad blocker. But yeah, no more Fs. That and my internet will actually be faster because I'm really far from my router. And so I only get like 200 download because I'm so far away. Yeah, I already like this one. I'm gonna pause this. Yeah, Wi-Fi 7, even Wi-Fi 6E, you're set. But Wi-Fi 7, you're golden. That's all you need. Supposedly, it's just as fast as Ethernet. But yeah, so I'm going to be using Ethernet. I just ordered the cable last night, so it should come at some point. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I ordered the cable, because I'm like, I don't know why I'm streaming on Ethernet. Because eventually you get latency issues. Like the stream will keep buffering because it's lagging. And so that'll get rid of it. I only have like 15 milliseconds of latency, so it's not very much. But it's better to have 0 than any, so. Also so loud for me. Is that the right playlist? I have so many playlists. I keep adding more and more music to playlists. I used to have a video game playlist, but I think I deleted it. This is the best playlist. It's just anime intros. Do, do, do. Yeah, I do wonder if they do sell that. I'm sure they do. Yeah, I used to get CDs back in the day, and there is a noticeable difference from playing something from a CD than from MP3s. Just because back in the day, downloading an MP3, I think the highest quality you can get is like 128 kilobits per second. Yeah. Some CDs were compressed, some weren't. It just depends on what the album was. Because it would be the full WAV file. So one song would be like 40 megabytes. Which WAV was a pretty good format. There was like FLAC and WAV that were pretty good formats. No. What's this? Are these songs actually in the game? I guess they are. That's the thing, I played Minecraft, I didn't hear any songs. Oh, okay. But I guess that's one thing, discovering the music within the game, I'm sure is really cool. I think I did hear a couple songs. So I only ever played Minecraft once. And it was for my friend's birthday. For his birthday, we just played Minecraft for 3 days. We literally just ordered pizza and then played Minecraft for 3 days. That's what we did for his birthday. But that's the only time I ever played Minecraft. It was so much fun. It was like 3 years ago. I mean, we were kids. No, it was like 3 years ago. I just remember all we did was I built a sky arena and I just kept fighting monsters all night. And then it's funny because I would just fight monsters all night. He's like, "Hey, go to bed." I'm like, "No, my sky arena." And then I built a tunnel going all the way down to bedrock, which is pretty cool. We just kept digging, and then eventually we figured out how to make stairs. And then we started putting the little candle lights, the torches, because enemies kept spawning. And then what was it? When I was close to the bottom, I actually ended up digging into like a what was it? A tunnel, and then I ended up venturing further into that. And that's all we ended up doing. Oh, and then I found one town. And I robbed everybody. It's great. They got. This music's very relaxing. Yeah, but one thing I do like about Celeste is the music. Even with what's it called? Undertale. Oh, this is gonna get muted. Bum, 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 bum. Toby. I already liked it. Skipping forward. Do 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 do. I like how I already have these on here. Oh, I liked a lot of the songs. Okay. Rubido. Ba-ba-da-da. Reunited. So many songs. What was it? Am I logged in? I am logged in. What? Okay, I'll disable it. Why is it not working? One thing I'm finally doing is going back and watching shows. Well, mostly movies. Well, because I grew up watching a lot of films, and so now I'm actually watching. I'm finally watching stuff. But I just watched this yesterday. It's movie so sad. And then I watched these two movies on a Discord. Not Discord, on Twitch stream. So one person does movie nights. Her name's Sup Caitlin. She played this movie. Not a very good movie, but I remember watching this as a kid. And it was the movie they were playing, so I just watched some of it. And then Snowpiercer is a fantastic film. And then I watched Legend. I'm sure if I watched this as a kid, I would have liked it. But yeah, it's not a very good movie. And then The Last Witch Hunter. They're making a second one, so we'll see if the second one's any good. And the way it ends, it's open to having a sequel. But yeah, I've only put on 96 films. I didn't review most of these. As you probably can't even see it. I don't know what that did. Boop. I didn't review any of these though. I don't know how many movies I've seen. I've seen over 1,000 films. So I grew up watching movies. So that was the way me and my family bonded. And so yeah, we've seen so many movies. Which? Yeah. It's the best way to bond. Hey, why are you refreshing? Soon. No. Yeah. So we grew up going to a theater by my parents' house. Like, it was like 10 minutes away. Now it's a Barnes and Nobles. But it was like this small, like, crappy theater that we would go to. And it was because the tickets were really cheap. But yeah, we watched so many movies there. And I remember when it closed, I was like, oh, now what movie theater do we go to? Because the next closest theater was, I think, like 20 minutes away, 25 minutes, which is not that far, but yeah. Because the other theater was not very far away. It was like 2 miles away. And then they built an AMC by my parents' house. And then I was like, oh, theater's amazing. IMAX. Now I don't have to drive far to watch an IMAX film. W childhood. They didn't build it until I was like 20, and then I ended up moving. So, oh. And then when I moved to Santa Barbara, none of the theaters there had IMAX screens. It was all the old school film. And so it's cool that it was film, but the screens and the projectors weren't very good quality. I'd be watching a film and it'd be all grainy, and I was like, oh, this sucks. I'm like, I come to this very nice town and they don't invest in good projectors, and then I go back home and they have IMAX. But then they eventually did upgrade digital, and then yeah, cool. Because then one thing I used to do when I first moved to Santa Barbara is I would go with my cousins every Saturday. We would go to the movies every morning at 9, either 9 a.m., 10 a.m., whatever the first showing was, and then watch whatever the newest movie was. And after that, we would go to Costco, get pizza, and then go to Best Buy and just look at stuff or buy stuff or whatever. And then yeah, that was always like the Saturday routines. But then even back home, it was nice. We did the same. We'd essentially do the same thing. We'd watch movies on Saturday mornings. And tradition. But the thing is, we grew up watching movies like all the time, so yeah. Legend. But yeah, I need to add more movies on here. The thing is, some of these movies I want to go back and watch and actually write a review, because I didn't write a review. I kind of just put them on here. I even put Psycho on here, but I haven't watched it in like a long time. I don't remember the last time I watched it was. Yeah. Yeah, so growing up, I was by a full-fledged like IMAX, like where the screen's like 400 feet and you're just like, oh! And that was pretty cool. I remember the first movie I watched was like some skating movie. And it was filmed in IMAX. It was like an 8K or whatever. And I was like, this is amazing. But the movie was only 45 minutes long. And so I remember watching it. I was with a friend, and then, what was I? I was like 15, 14. And then his mom dropped us off. And then she was like, oh, call me when you want me to pick you up. And then I don't think we had phones back then. And so we actually had to use like a payphone or something. And then we're calling her and she's like, oh, the movie's over already? Pretty funny. Because yeah, it was not a long film. Oh no, she had a phone. We had phones. Because it was by a mall and then she was at the mall. But yeah, I'm glad I grew up watching good films. Man, I still haven't rewatched this, but I want to rewatch it. Schindler's List. Classic. It's really sad though. Many ads. What if I just do this? Yeah, we have Dolby Atmos here too. We have both. Which that's like, what was it? Dolby Atmos is kind of like the competing. It's like Dolby Atmos and Dolby Digital, or not Dolby Atmos. Dolby Digital and IMAX, and there's another one, but I forget the other one is. There we go. That's enough of that. Undertale. Should I play YouTube? That's thing. Last stream I just played Celeste and I didn't watch any videos or anything. Banana. I'm not gonna play this, I'm just gonna queue it. Low cost open source DIY console. Yeah. Only 8 hours. Well, because I can play it from my projector. But with the projector, I can also turn the screen off, and so it's just playing music. E33, but every song is metal. Techflation. I guess I can play this. The Winter Arc. 8K OLED VR. Biggest tech stories. I haven't wanted to watch this one for a while. I saw this video before. Video games are a waste of time. My dad beat Dark Souls as his first game. It changed him. I should probably queue it. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget. I'm pretty sure that's what happened before. I forgot about it, so also I need to start posting my reacts to my other channel. I haven't posted anything yet. I said I'd start doing it at the beginning of the year, and that's in like 2 days. So actually, what's today? I don't even know what today is. 29th? 3 days? Not a lot of time. I mean, I've been watching these on my projector because it looks really good. Donkey Kong. Yeah, even the music in Donkey Kong is really good. Honestly, it was like a blessing to have like good video game music. That's one thing I did like about Nintendo. They were good at putting like excellent soundtracks in games. It's cheesy. Look at my algo. Cyberpunk heavily modded. It's crazy how realistic you can make Cyberpunk look, but a lot of it is just good textures compared to just maxing out the graphics. Wow. The biggest myth in PCs. Okay, I'll watch this. Okay, I'll watch this. Okay, I'll watch this. Gravel is in, Cronkite is out. I do like these videos. What was it? I like watching construction videos because I just like knowing how to build stuff. Sans location mapped. Yeah, we'll see. The Prince of Persia. Diablo 2. Boomer brain, Gen Z brain. What was it? I'm pretty sure this is just dopamine. Doom scrolling just messes your brain up, and so you become a dopamine addict. And so if you're a dopamine addict, one of the ways to get that, yeah, is through sex. And so I'm guessing that's what this video is about. Femcell. Daft Punk. Dun, 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 dun. Concrete pad. This guy's a good builder. I've watched a few of his videos. Yeah, he knows how to build. Learn VPA. Does lag matter? Budget Steam OS PC. That's the thing. They are making the Steam OS. What was it? The Steam. What was it? Steam machine. But yeah, you can also just build one yourself. If they do make it cheaper than what you can build, then it'll do well. If not, then it's not going to do well. But if it has custom parts, then I guess it could do well. But yeah. Dopamine for motivation, focus, and satisfaction. I watched this video a long time ago. Oh, from your watch later playlist. Okay. No AI lo-fi. And yeah, I think next year I'll start E33. Yeah, it's a low power GPU. I'm like, it can only do so much. Last thing, I was watching videos on the RTX 5060, or not 5060, the 5050. And what was it? With DLSS and with frame generation, you can get pretty good frame rates on some games. The only thing is with multi-frame generation, you need more VRAM, and so it actually, if you have the 5050 and you only have 8 gigs of VRAM, it'll actually just bottleneck. But I watched some videos, and you can actually get decent performance on a 5050. And the 5050s are selling for less than $200 now. Why? Because nobody wants them. But for less than $200, I guess they're worth it. Honestly, if it's $150, then they're worth it. Because I think I might buy a 5050 and have it in this PC, and then build my other PC. Oh yeah. I also thought about just getting a GeForce Now, and then you get a 5080. I think it's 5080. Yeah, you get a 5080. I might just do that. Game of the year got canceled for using AI. No. Best gaming setup. Free monies. Destroying the 5090. But honestly, after the next generation of graphics cards, like, we're not really gonna need more processing power. Because what else more are we gonna want? If you can do 4K gaming at 120 FPS, that's kind of it. Even though there's like 8K gaming, the thing is, with 8K gaming, you can't even see the entire screen. Like, it's already too much resolution. Because at that point, it's all peripheral. Cool World. It's a classic. Nvidia and Microsoft betrayed Steam. That's not good. Things you realize as soon as you buy an RTX 50 series. Okay, I'll clue you that, I guess. Who's this? I've never scrolled this far down. Delete foxes. Yep. One thing I did yesterday was I started doom scrolling. It was terrible. I had to remind myself, why is doom scrolling bad? Oh, it wasn't yesterday. 2 days ago. Oh wait. I was queuing videos to watch, but if I queue too many videos, that's a problem. Yeah, I never used Reddit because I knew it would be a problem. Yeah, so I was watching these videos, 50/50. Also, I got this for free on Epic Games. Epic Games is giving away free games every day for a week. Oh, my controller turned off. Also, if you want to watch a terrible movie, it's called The Pest. I only watched a little bit of it and then I fell asleep. But I never watch anything. This is literally last stream when I was playing Celeste. Bump, 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 bump. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, I was gonna watch this, but it's an hour long, so I'll probably do this later. Trifold. Oh yeah, I was setting up stream elements. And then I'm trying to get some of my friends to stream. And so then he has a GoPro and I'll send him to stream with that. Yeah, I used to fall asleep to a lot of Twitch streams. What was it? I fell asleep to Shady streams so many times. Okay, she streams like at 2 a.m. here. She would start stream at like between 12 and 2 a.m. PST, and then she would end stream. I'd wake up and she'd be streaming still, but she started doing shorter streams. So. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. What I do? I love the song. Smart. What was it? I need to get a Sans plushie. I do like plushies. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was there when you did a gift. When you gifted, I was like, wow, nice. Yeah, I saw the leaderboard and I was like, hey, I know that name. This is my friend's video. I already watched all these, I think. This video is interesting. A guy uses just like aluminum and concrete to make panels. I mean, to make heat. To power a steam machine. He didn't actually show what he was building, other than he was building something that built steam. I guess he was just using it for heating. Did I put this on my watch later? Oh, sorry. She's gonna send you a piece of china. Yeah, it's her birthday tomorrow. Or today. It's today. Wait, is it today? The 30th? Or I think it's tomorrow. I forgot. She said it's the 30th. Just take her stuff. Take all the stuff. She's gonna send you all the cards that she didn't want. All the packs that she opened, her MTG pack, she's gonna send you all the cards. I need to go back and watch this movie, 500 Days of Summer. I don't know if it's streaming anywhere. I'll take the shirt. I've been saving up my points. It's 1,000,000 points for a shirt. This is about Timothy Chalamet. Every director wants to work with him. That thing, his acting's been getting better. Also, I think I met him in Santa Barbara. But I didn't know who he was because I didn't watch TV. No, I don't have one. I started watching Shady in 2022, I think. 3 years. It's been like 3 years, 3.5 years or something. She was one of the first streamers I started watching. Before, I just used to watch like a finance guy, and then I was watching G4. Those are like the only people I was watching. And then I'm like, and then they both stopped streaming, and then I'm like, what else is on Twitch? Because I did follow some people from G4 onto Twitch because they were Twitch streamers. Like Will Neff. Will Neff was one person I still watch sometimes from G4. 1.5 years? Nice. Yeah. How do I actually show it? Show it. Boop. Oh, I already typed. May 2nd, 2022. Hey, look, here are my messages. I guess I could have done this from Chatterino too. Bum, 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 bum.
To be honest, everybody.
Oh. Oh, did you? Name F. That's better. What was it? All this stuff? I was just watching stuff on my projector. Well, because my projector does 4K HDR. And so this stuff looks amazing on there. This did not look amazing, though. It just wasn't a good transfer. I'm like, why does this video look so bad? My videos. That's enough scrolling. Oh wait, there it was. Ugh. Yeah, it wasn't a good transfer. I was like, well, because on here you can see every like fragmentation. Well, I first queued it up on my phone and then played it, but yeah, it looked pretty bad. Yeah, this is one thing I was looking for. Orchestral session of E33. 1 year food. I still haven't played this video. And then I haven't watched this, but this is interesting because PewDiePie I watched a different video, but it pretty much explains how he became successful in grinding YouTube, and then eventually he's like, I made enough money, I'm done grinding. And now he just posts whenever he wants, and he still does pretty well. Like, this has 1.4 million views. I never watched this one, fake video. Ugh. Dallas homelessness, Christmas. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I do want to watch this one. Bum, 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 na, 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 na. This is the best song in the game. Wait, have you played Undertale? So in my playthrough, I never heard this song, but I've just listened to the soundtrack, and this song is amazing. Oh yeah, so you can download the Epstein files. In this video, it explains how they didn't properly black out the text, and so you can actually copy and paste the documents, and it'll show you what's underneath the text, the blackout boxes. So yeah, so if you really want to get the Epstein files, you can. Yeah, that stuff's not gonna matter. Well, one thing I've been telling people is AI is gonna crack the encryption, and it's gonna leak everyone's data. And then you're gonna be able to ask AI, hey, so what's this person doing with this and that and whatever? Or you can just say, hey, AI, tell me all about this person and what they do in their day to day. And then it's gonna be able to figure out what people are doing all the time just based off their data. Or not all the time, not everything, but internet wise. Bump, bump, bump. Okay, I did watch these on stream. That's enough scrolling. Yeah. Well, supposedly, AI will. It's gonna break to 56-bit encryption. Na 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 na. And I think even if you use a VPN, you're hiding your IP address and your MAC address. Well, if you hide your IP address and MAC address, it should be fine. And you just can't leave any blueprint, any fingerprints anywhere. But yeah, I've been thinking about this for years. But then even what I do have being tracked, I don't care about. If I did care, I have more computers. Da na 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 na. Okay, YouTube. Oh yeah. Well, people will still be able to find you. That won't make a difference. Even if you delete an account, it doesn't really get deleted.
Graphics. It wasn't that long ago. A damn 21. Let's remember the last time video games made crazy progress in graphics. It wasn't that long ago. A damn 21 years ago. I don't know how many of you played the first Far Cry, but when I played it for the first time, it just blew my mind.
Oh yeah.
It was the most beautiful game of its time. Even now, if I show you a real photo of a tropical island and a screenshot from this game, you will not be able to tell the difference. But the most amazing thing was that the first Far Cry was actually the first game created on the Crytek engine. In other words, it was essentially just a test project, a trial run of
Yeah, if it was before 2006, you're good.
Capabilities and features of which were still unknown. And yet, this engine was still able to produce a game that set a new graphical standard for shooters for years to come. But can we see something similar when it comes to modern engines?
Oh, it was CS5.
Has been
Okay.
around for many years. A lot of projects have been made on it, but developers still can't master it. Even 5 years after the release of this engine, we still get unoptimized games that don't work well even on top-of-the-line PCs. Have developers really not learned how to create games on Unreal Engine 5 after all these years? Or is this a problem with all the modern engines and technologies? Why has the technical state of games deteriorated, and why are we not seeing any graphical revolutions? And most importantly, why were developers
pretty
able
much.
to do 15 years ago what modern developers are?
Or one thing is just don't be a criminal. Like that's what I was telling people. Because I have friends who are older, and then they're like, "Oh, people are afraid of AI, like her generation." And then I just tell them, like, as long as you're not a criminal, I'm like, there's nothing for you to be worried about. But if you're a criminal and you're doing stuff that's illegal, then you should be worried that AI is going to figure out what you're doing. So, yeah.
On November 19th, 2004, when Half-Life 2 was released on Steam, the server simply couldn't.
So just don't be a criminal. It's
Hundreds of
not
thousands
complicated.
of people tried to activate their copies at the same time. For Valve, this was not just a game release, but a test of an entire technical chain, which ended with the sale of the game through digital distribution and began with the creation of their own game engine. Source Engine looked like something from the future at the time. For the first time, physics, lighting, and animation worked not as separate systems, but as a single process. The well-known Havoc physics was not called by the engine. It was sewn into the render, so objects reacted not according to the script, but
you should have done it before 2005, like regular people.
The physics in the game, for
Hypothetically,
which Havoc was responsible, felt so progressive, smooth, and realistic. Even dynamic light affected dust particles, and the sky in Half-Life 2 was rendered as a separate layer that took into account atmospheric absorption. A small detail, but it did mark the beginning of the era of realistic global illumination. And at the same time, the game ran smoothly on video cards that today would not even run Steam. Source was so flexible that Valve ended up using it for another 15 years. They used it to build Portal, Left 4 Dead, CSGO, and even Half-Life 3.
Oh! And even Half-Life
survived an entire era, simply because its architecture was
One day.
originally designed for scaling and technical development of video games, not just marketing. A few years after the release of Half-Life 2, Crytek tried to repeat the explosive effect they got from the first Far Cry. At that time, the team developed their own engine just for demonstration purposes. CryEngine 1 was supposed to show that an open environment could look like a rendered level.
I still haven't played Half-Life, Alex.
People bought the game not just for the plot or gameplay, but to test whether their PC could handle it, and because of the bright screenshots of a tropical island on the back of the disc box. After that, Crytek completely rewrote the engine, and in 2007, Crysis was released on CryEngine 2. This engine was the first to combine an automatic LOD system with streaming objects and textures, which allowed the engine to switch detail levels on its own without scripts. In simple terms, the same object in the game had several versions: a high polygon version for close distances and a simplified version for far distances.
Tessellation
worked automatically for the first time. The engine calculated the distance to each object in the frame and replaced it with a model of the appropriate complexity in real time. This meant that the player could see tens of thousands of objects, trees, rocks, buildings, while maintaining a stable FPS. And yes, if it weren't for this system, Crysis would not have run on any of the top PCs of the time. As graphically advanced as this game was for its time, CryEngine made it possible. At the same time, it had dynamic texture streaming, which freed up memory in real time as the player moved around the map. For 2007, this was unthinkable, so Crytek essentially implemented manual load management, which allowed the game to remain playable. Well, almost.
Water in this game also looks phenomenal.
Meanwhile, Rockstar was working to prove the opposite, that an open world could be compact and stable rather than cumbersome. The renderware engine used in GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas was an invisible revolution. In it, the city was divided into hundreds of 64 by 64 meter sectors, and the engine only loaded those that were in the camera's field of view. That's why the player could drive through the entire city without a loading screen on 32 megabytes of RAM. For the PS2, it was almost magic. The same principle was adopted by Ubisoft and Bethesda, and it was with renderware that the era of the seamless world began. By the way, this engine was super versatile. It worked well on dozens of platforms and several generations. And the games created on it are still a pleasant memory of a warm childhood for most people. These engines were not better than modern ones in the general sense. They simply worked according to a clear technical task and allowed games not only to function normally, but also to develop both technically and in terms of gameplay. Developers didn't just take the ready-make universal tools of these engines, but adapted them to different tasks and technical challenges, thereby constantly expanding the boundaries of what a video game can show a player. But years go by, and now everything looks different in the industry. How did engines created for progress turn into a barrier?
Yes, tri-channel
Why
memory.
do new games, instead of pushing the boundaries, often repeat the same technical mistakes? And most importantly,
Yeah, I don't know why
with
F36.
more powerful hardware, we get less stable games. Today, it has
Yeah, I know.
become much easier for developers to release photorealistic bombs onto the market. And I mean literal bombs, so poorly optimized that your PC explodes. The latest releases
Maybe
have
one of his
different
sticks
authors,
failed and so he
but
just took it
it's a
out.
common problem. But you can't just say that Unreal 5 is a bad engine. Rather, it's a system that has grown to such a level of complexity that it's almost impossible to master. Engines used to be created for specific games or types of games, but now when the market is overflowing with
I wonder if it's in the comments. Why do you have 3 sticks of RAM?
something universal is needed. And Epic has turned Unreal into a full-fledged ecosystem. Not just a tool, but rather an environment in which studios exist without even noticing that they have become a part of it. Unreal Engine doesn't just give studios technology, it takes away their very engineering instinct. Everything is too convenient. Modern developers don't need to build an LOD system because there's Nanite. They don't need to work with lighting because there's Lumen. They don't need to think about how to reduce the load because the engine will do everything itself, but it only does that in theory. In practice, everything breaks. The main technical reasons are real-time shader compilation, so-called traversal stutters, unoptimized new systems, and, most importantly, an architecture that still carries code from Unreal Engine 2. Even today, UE5 performs some simulations on a single processor core. Epic CEO Tim Sweeney publicly acknowledged this problem, saying, "Many studios build games for top-of-the-line PCs and put off optimization for weaker ones until later." But he didn't mention the main thing. Epic itself created a culture where later became part of the design. When the engine grows faster than the industry can master it, the result is that everyone gets used to technical chaos. And this chaos is profitable. Every game on Unreal is another project tied to the Epic ecosystem. Studios receive grants, integrate Epic online services, I don't know, pay tribute to Epic Games, and ultimately become dependent on the chain built by one corporation. That's why in 2025, we see a new type of developer. Not an engineer, but simply a user of the engine. A person who doesn't create technology or even adapt it to their needs, but simply presses the Enable Nanite button. And when the game doesn't work well, developers don't look for a solution.
Yeah, I have a friend, and that's all he's been doing.
Epic. But in my
All
opinion,
he's been doing is just working on Unreal Engine.
I would also like to mention the former king of indie games, Unity. I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, every other person launched this
Probably,
engine with a desire to create their own indie game. Unity has always been the opposite of Unreal. Simple, open, with a low barrier to entry. Dozens of cult indie games were born on it. It was an engine for those who didn't have money, but had ideas. This was its strength. But over the years, everything changed. After going public, the company began to think not about technology, but about profit. And that's normal. I don't see anything wrong with that, but the way they did it was fatal. In 2023, when Unity announced a per install fee, developers had to pay for each installation, even for free games. For indie developers, this was a disaster. The reaction was immediate. Hundreds of studios openly declared that they were switching to other engines. It was the moment when, for the first time in many years, the industry realized that an engine is not just software, but a tool of control. Unity has long since canceled its rule that you have to pay for each installation, but everyone is already indifferent to this engine anyway. After all, Unity and Unreal are not competitors. They are two different manifestations of the same problem. We can see how this universality and monopoly negatively affect the entire gaming industry, but now we can see that there is another way, one that developers used 10 to 15 years ago. DICE stayed with Frostbite, and Battlefield 6 showed that a proprietary engine tailored to a specific goal can produce beautiful graphics with large-scale destruction of the entire map while delivering incredible optimization. The game literally runs at 60 FPS on a 10-year-old graphics card.
Oh yeah.
One of the most beautiful games.
Yeah, I was playing it and I was like, hey, this game's running really well.
engine. What
I have a
Kojima did in
1070 and it was running
DSG
really
with his
well.
Decima engine is literally impossible to do on Unreal. Super fast loading, stability, and graphics that are truly next gen. Decima is an example of good old-fashioned, highly specialized engineering without attempts to adapt the engine to all possible
Frostbite.
scenarios. And in fact, I want to believe that in the future, developers and studios will return to their own engines more often, creating them for their own needs. I understand that this may
Kojima
be
and
more
Conan.
difficult, but this complexity and
Two goats.
painstaking work always translates into success.
It'd be interesting to see Conan and Kojima make a video game. Dun-dun.
Open world games.
Oh wait,
And I remember when I first launched The Witcher 3.
no. Didn't read the comments.
Progress in
No way, 700 series. Things are archaic. Yeah, I got the 760. I want to see if anyone mentioned the RAM. No. Yeah. When he's playing Lara Croft. And Conan's hilarious though. I think in some ways he was just ahead of his time. Can't say that on TV. Probably why he just made his own show. Why are modern open world games so empty? Yeah, what was it? I was watching someone play the newest, what's it called? Digimon game or Pokemon game, and a lot of the game is just empty. I think it was Cheesy. Cheese was playing it. I saw a few people play it. Yeah, compared to Witcher. Well, even Witcher's kind of empty, but whatever. There's still enough.
10 years ago, playing it at a very low frame rate.
Yeah, well, Cyberpunk is an exception.
Hadn't been released yet. I just didn't have a powerful PC. But despite the numerous bugs and low FPS, I was fascinated by this game. And all because of an incredible open world that I hadn't seen in any previous game. But what's worse, I won't see it in almost every game that follows. Since the release of The Witcher 3, we've seen dozens of other big open world projects. Some of them were quite good, and we'll talk about them today, but most of the games were just bad. The game worlds not only remained the same as they were 10 or even 15 years ago, but they degraded. But why? Why did the big game studios that once created new standards for open world
Yeah.
games just start creating big maps that made no sense? Why is it that when you play a new Assassin's Creed, Outlaws, Starfield, or almost every new game, you get bored in the beginning and you just force yourself to play on because you just bought this shit? And this feeling is very different from when you were a kid and you were enthusiastic about exploring the world of Skyrim or the third Fallout. In fact, the degradation of modern open worlds is not due to the greed of large corporations that just want to make a new game quickly to make money. It's also not because modern developers are lazy or incompetent enough because they were hired through the DEI program rather than because of their professional qualifications. In fact, most open world games have degraded so much because game studios, for whatever reason, started making three fundamental mistakes. These problems have started to occur more and more often in the game industry,
Yeah.
which personally makes me very worried about the future of open world games. And the first reason is the lack of a
Suicide
meaningful
Squad, I never
story.
played it.
The third Witcher had something I hadn't seen in any open world game before. Its entire huge map was filled with deep side quests that developed the plot and the world. Every corner of the open world had its own story, atmosphere, and unique characters. This created the feeling that the vast
Yeah,
expanse
in
of
Witcher 3 in the first map,
was
I did every single side quest.
important and alive. But now we see how Ubisoft can still create a beautiful landscape, but this beautiful picture is devoid of any emotional connection with the player. Why should I give a fuck about beautifully drawn trees if there's nothing to do between those trees? Or the beautiful
Spoilers.
and detailed landscapes if I'm forced to do the same thing for the whole game for dozens of hours?
That map
which
was the
often
first map
has
in the
nothing
game.
to do with the main story. And the story itself is often created just to be there. Previously, we used to play good story-driven games with an open world as a bonus. Now we play an open world that just tries to keep us engaged for more hours, where the bonus is a template plot that no one gives a shit about. For this genre of games,
Was it?
good story, both main and side stories
Red Dead.
must not be just good, But
Yeah, I saw Midge played Red Dead Redemption 2. I eventually want to play it.
as an average story, it won't be a big deal. But in games that intend to engage us for 50 or even 70 hours, you have to give us a story that will grab us and keep us engaged.
Hopefully
We're not
Fortor is
collecting
good.
the same collectibles or destroying the same outposts. Unfortunately, this is a big problem for modern open world games. Weak, superficial story, or its almost complete absence. The story is the foundation
Cry.
that unites all the elements of the game, gives it meaning, and motivates the player to explore the world. In the past, games like The Witcher 3 or RDR2 offered players deep, multi-layered stories that affected emotions and created a connection with the characters. But now, we see how developers often sacrifice stories for the sake of scale. A huge world filled with question marks on a map cannot compensate for the lack of a quality story. Once upon a time, Ubisoft was one of those who laid the foundations for this genre. This company was the one that knew how to combine a good adult story with an open world. Even before going bankrupt, Ubisoft had so many good and financially successful franchises that it could easily have become the new Rockstar. But it didn't. The latest games in the
Dang.
Assassin's Creed and Far Cry series are just shameful limitations of their franchises. Behind the slight improvements in graphics, we see a massive degradation in the story. Valhalla has the most boring story in the history of the entire franchise, and at the same time, it is the longest game in the entire Assassin's Creed series. For more than 100 hours, you have to walk around a huge world in
It's
which
been
the
10
story
years.
simply dissolves into endless quests of the same type. A weak story and a lot of unnecessary icons on the map make the game boring as hell. Without a clear motivation or emotional involvement, every quest and every location seems empty, even if they are technically filled with content. And this is not just my words full of hatred for Ubisoft, it's simple statistics. More than 40% of Assassin's Creed's Valhalla players didn't even reach England and quit the game right after the prologue. That's 4 fucking hours of game. 4 out of more than 100 hours that thousands of developers have been working on for several years.
Dang.
Which turned out to be useless to anyone. And this happens not only with Assassin's Creed. A quarter of Starfield players couldn't even complete the first mission, even though it's only the first 30 minutes of the game. And only 17% of players completed the first part of the main story of Star Wars Outlaws. Although I don't think that's a lot, considering that 17% of everyone who bought this game is also about 17 people. But still, we see that compared to old games that are replayed from time to time, new games from the same developers become uninteresting for most people at the beginning of the story because of its superficiality and general shitty nature. Stories, both main and side, in modern open world games suck. And why is that? It's pretty damn simple. It's the desire of big publishers to reach a wider audience. Developers create worlds that are aimed at everyone, avoiding complex or risky plots that could lose some players. This is very strange because we see specific examples when a good story could have a relatively empty world. Mafia 2 had a small and static world with minimal interactive elements, but I gave a shit. The story was great. LA Noire had a big but empty Los Angeles with absolutely nothing to do. Who cares? It was a good tense detective story. Another great example is Death Stranding. If not for the brilliant story, no one would play this game with its monotonous gameplay and empty open world. And I'm not saying that the story is the most important thing for open world games, but it's definitely the thing that makes the world worthwhile for the player. But the game studios don't give a fuck about the quality of the story.
I know Midge was playing Skyrim. I miss a lot of her streams though, just because of her time.
And to some extent, realistic. Now I will ask you about
But Skyrim, I did play a little bit of it. It was pretty fun.
Video games. Think about what surrounds.
But honestly, most people like Oblivion more than Skyrim. So, and Skyrim is the only thing is Skyrim is shorter, and I think you have more spells and stuff. But
hundreds of thousands of details surround us in the real world, and you can interact with all.
But Oblivion Remastered, that game is fantastic.
Now, look at what video games often try to surprise us with. The same
A lot of people are playing Fallout New Vegas now.
With a large size. But why do we need a large size if there's nothing to do there? Developers, such as the fucking Ubisoft, often fill their words with a lot of secondary content, useless collectibles, outposts, and meaningless quests that just repeat throughout the game. But none of this gives us true interactivity. Even though we have to spend dozens of hours on useless grind, it doesn't change anything in the game world. Just remember what interactivity looks like in Rockstar games, and it's important to understand that I'm not talking about side quests here. In RDR2, we had main story quests and side story quests for characters that stretched for over several separate missions, creating separate story arcs. But in addition to all of this, we also had random events that had nothing to do with either the main story or the side storylines. And these small and random stories were also a great way to make the open world more alive. Every time you rode your horse from one mission to the
Yeah,
next,
I haven't
you
played
would
Minecraft very
encounter
much.
fuckers who wanted to rob you, or who were just going about their business that affected you and the game world. NPCs behaved as if they were living their own lives independently of the player. And the main thing is that the game allows you to interact with it. That's why most open world games feel empty and predictable, even though they're filled with NPCs or all sorts of unnecessary activities. It all feels static, patterned, and just repetitive. And that's really a shame because Watch Dogs Legion, Avatar, and even Assassin's Creed Mirage show that Ubisoft is not that crooked yet, because the worlds in these games look pretty good. But the beauty of the world is not supported by anything. It's like pouring water into a Coke can. Yes, now the water looks good, but no one wants to drink this shit. Another problem is that Ubisoft's game development model has somehow become the standard for the industry. Other studios started adding similar mechanics to their games. This can be seen in Horizon Zero Dawn or Cyberpunk 2077, where most of the activities seem to be content for content's sake. A lot of question marks, but do you really need them? As a result, the open world genre loses value.
Well, I never fought that guy because I think I sided with that guy.
Of course, nobody wants to copy the Rockstar model when the entire map is dotted with details and interactive zones because it took you decades to develop.
Is Horizon not any good?
Why do we need a big world?
I think it might be on my list of games to play.
This is not even the main problem with open worlds.
Lack of meaningful story, lack of interactivity.
Lack of attention developers pay to other aspects of the game. For whatever reason, game studios have started to give a fuck about gameplay, new mechanics, and optimization. Maps are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But is it enough?
Yeah, I heard the main issue is people want too much to be put into a game.
Okay. Maybe it would be better to say
The players,
or rather the
every time there's a new feature that people like in a game, they want that in all games. And so it becomes harder and harder to make a game.
In their next game. They are interested in making sure that you have a lot of time. Think about it
Yeah.
logically. Will a horse's balls
Monkey.
getting smaller in the cold increase the number of hours it takes to complete a game? Of course not. Are the intricate detective stories that are scattered all over the map and which are too complicated for the average Assassin's Creed fan? Also no. Firstly, great attention to detail and the creation of interesting mechanics requires a high level of creativity, which the developers certainly do not have. And secondly, over the years, we see how players are simply comfortable doing the same thing throughout the game just to be able to move on with the plot. That is why the industry is stagnant. Why change if it works this way? Every year we get the same game but in a different package. The same mechanics, the same story, the same gameplay, only a different environment. Also, other aspects of the game can suffer when developers deliberately move to the open world. What do I mean by that? In the gaming industry, there have been cases when a franchise switched to open world gameplay and other content suffered in order to support this very large open world. A good example of this is the Mafia series. I like this series. The first and second Mafia had fairly small maps.
Forza will now be in space.
But absolutely nothing happens in this city. Yes, there are small interactions. You can customize a character or
Forza 6 takes place on the moon, and then Forza 7 will take place on Mars.
Hardly pay attention to anything else. So we can say that there is no open world in the
Now
game
with
as such.
aliens.
But when Mafia 3 came out, something changed. We see some new patterns that were not inherent in the first two parts, but rather resembled traditional open world game mechanics. Most likely, Hangar 13 developers paid attention to Ubisoft's working model of open worlds when developing this game. Open world games are in high demand, and ordinary companies see it as an easy way to increase sales. That is why they put territory capture, collecting unnecessary stuff, and other traditional Ubisoft mechanics into their games.
Whoa.
But the more time developers spend on making the world bigger and more similar to other franchises, the less time they have for other aspects of the gameplay. That's why Mafia 3 is so different from its predecessors. Instead of focusing on just a good linear story, we got a buggy Far Cry with territory capture, which also looked bad. The creators of Mafia 3 decided not to imitate their predecessors, but to direct the franchise into the standard open world model, which, firstly, bored everyone, and secondly, does not suit the series at all, with its deep criminal plot that does not overload with unnecessary activities. As a result, we got a shitty Mafia 3 and bankrupted Ubisoft. And you know, I was quite pleasantly surprised when I saw the trailer for the next Mafia. It looks like the series is going back to its roots. The location will be in Sicily. I don't think it will be a big map. Most likely, it will be a linear game with a good dramatic plot that
Pause
will
this
take
video.
10 to 12 hours to complete. Everything we liked about the first two Mafias.
Blood
However,
months?
this franchise is not the only one that
Well, because I heard the newest Mafia, yeah. If it was the third one, it wasn't very good.
We can see how the approach to mission creation is changing in the latest Call of Duty games. And you can call me a shithead, but I really prefer the usual levels where we stupidly go from point A to point B, killing NPCs at the same time. I don't see Call of Duty as a multi-layered masterpiece of the gaming industry. For me, it's more like another Michael Bay movie where everything explodes. There's a cliched plot about tough guys and gameplay that doesn't require any thinking. But I just recently finally finished the Black Ops 6 story campaign, and I see how Raven Software is trying to move away from the typical model of the series. And yes, they managed to do something new. Most of the game takes place on large maps, and sometimes very large, as in one of the missions in the desert. But for me personally, these were the worst levels. You drive around the desert, just doing the same thing. It looks like Activision just wanted to artificially increase the game's time. Since they received a lot of hate for the last part, they decided not to create more levels, but just to make them long and boring, because it's cheaper and much faster. Of course, we can't say that Call of Duty is now an open world game, but if that ever really happens, oh man, I think it will be terrible. So open world games are dying, and it sounds very paradoxical because every year there are more and more of them, and a large audience still plays.
Yeah, the old Call of Duty games, I always like playing the
They have no authenticity,
campaigns.
and developers just make the same mistakes. So, I spilled a lot of shit, but I didn't offer anything. How do I see the solution to this problem? Well, it's very simple. First, stop making big maps. Nobody needs them. If you can't fill them with good content,
crew.
just don't make them. The next thing is NPCs. Successful open worlds like Red Dead Redemption 2 show that NPCs can create the illusion of a living environment. They have to react to the player's actions, have their own things to do, and remember if the player has done certain things. It should not be like Far Cry 6, where NPCs are just static decorations that repeat the same actions, which quickly kills the sense of reality. Also, dear game creators, start creating normal side quests. A good example is The Witcher 3. I still remember a side quest where I had to go in search of a missing man, and a normal quest turned into a whole story about loss and revenge. Also, take care of the rewards. Collecting dozens of unnecessary 3D models in boxes is not interesting. I'm reminded of Mafia 2 when you had to find all the Playboy posters on the map. It was appropriate. You collect all the posters that you can then jerk off to. It's a good mechanic. And if this sounds too much for you, you can remember The Last of Us, where we collected cards with superheroes in different locations or something like that. I explored every nook and cranny, and I really wanted to find them, because there was a story behind these cards. The writers first explained to us the importance of these cards, and then I wanted to find them all myself because it was important for the characters and their world. It wasn't just another achievement to complete the game 100%. It was part of the story. And finally, my dear
Oh, I never thought about
developers,
that.
please find a balance between scale and content. If the publisher is greedy and doesn't give you the funds to create a big and good game, just make a good one. We don't need big open worlds. We need good open worlds.
Fallout. Dun 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 dun. Like Fallout 3 had a good open world. So did Oblivion. Oblivion, I never beat the game, but I was 150 hours in. Soccer 2. Like that. All three problems you identified: lackluster story, poor interactivity, sloppy world building, are the effects of greed and competence. It's not because of corporate greed, it's because developers need to reach even wider audiences and can't risk losing players. That's because of greed. Reddit open world is perfect. You remove the side quests around events, you still have hunting, fishing, realistic NPCs. You can hunt and fish. I'm sold. Has a special place in my heart. Wasn't sure what was the side quest and what was the main quest. True. When you try and please everyone, you please no one. Stop buying Activision, Bethesda, and Ubisoft. Problem solved. Open world needs to be interactive. It can't just be a bunch of markers on maps stating there's a mission here without prior context. What I did like is with Fallout 3, the markers only appeared when you got close enough. They would first show up on your compass above, and then once you got close enough, then you got a marker to it. And then when you get to it, then you were able to fast travel. The world is 345,426 times bigger than before. But it's empty. Oh yeah. Elden Ring may be the most overwhelming and packed open world game I've ever played. Well done. I thought about just replaying Elden Ring. I played it on PS5, so if I play it on PC, I have it on PC, then I'd start over, but... Da-na-na-na. Is Stalker 2 good now?
What's up everyone, it's Hitman89. Hope you're having an awesome day. Yep, I just moved again. Anyway, Stalker 2 released exactly a year ago, and it had some serious technical issues, aside from missing its iconic A-Life system that made the world feel so unique. But now that it just received one last time, in order to answer the following question. Is Stalker 2 good now? Let's find out. In Stalker 2, you play as Skiff, a guy whose house got destroyed by an artifact. So he packed his shit and went to the zone, a nuclear wasteland full of anomalies, mutants,
Looks cool.
stalkers, and artifacts.
Whoa.
The game's been out for a year, so what's new? A lot. They finally addressed the most annoying thing in the whole game, the stamina. Instead of just running out of stamina and having to walk or chug energy drinks every 10 seconds, which by the way made traversal a pain in the ass, now you can just jog infinitely when you're on low stamina. And that's incredibly useful considering how massive the zone is. Stalker 2's got an excellent atmosphere, and the newly added immersive mode that hides the
Yeah, one thing with Fallout 3, because I installed it, is I thought about increasing the movement speed. It's because it's a big map, and it takes a lot of time. You're just traveling from place to place.
One time I saw two snorks kill a group of stalkers, and I was waiting for the right moment.
At least I was, because I was exploring like crazy.
My sniper rifle got jammed, so those fuckers noticed me, and I had to run, throw a couple of grenades, and finish off the one that survived with my assault rifle. Stalkers loot corpses, they don't seem to spawn randomly anymore, and if you load your game, you find them in the same spot, so that's dope. Is the AI still terrible though? Yes, but even when those dumbasses just stand there doing nothing while we're being shot at, I found a way to make them useful by using them as human shields. Oh, and
Nice.
another thing you might find hilarious is when enemies take cover, but from the wrong angle. So they basically stand there in plain sight, waiting for you to take them out. And if you want to drive most mutants crazy, all you have to do is step on a crate so they can't reach you. If you have the game, try it out. That's what I did in the arena every time I was up against mutants. Long story short, the AI sucks dick. Alright, let's talk about performance now. I reviewed Stalker 2 on PC, but I've also tried out the PS5 and Series X versions, and I gotta say, the game runs much better on console now. You'll still experience frame rate dips in towns and sometimes in fights, but it's definitely more playable than last year. On PS5, the game uses pretty much all the DualSense's features, from the speaker to the adaptive triggers and even the motion sensors, although I doubt anyone will use them to aim unless they want to die 10 times more often. Now on PC, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend there are any noticeable improvements. I'll play at 4K max settings, with the DLSS set to balanced and frame gen enabled,
RTX
and I get
4080.
between 70 and 100 FPS, depending on the area, which is about the same performance I got with the previous update. But hey, it's way better than it was at launch. By the way, sorry if I sound too nasally, I'm sick as fuck. Stalker 2 isn't a horror game by any means, but somehow it still manages to scare the shit out of me every now and then. I don't know about you, but whenever a mutant catches me off guard, I shit my pants, even if it's one of those jumping rats. So hit the like button if you're a pussy like me. The zone is full of strange things, but I'm sure some of the bugs in this game will make you go, what the hell? You'll see floating objects, and even mutants, corpses going through the floor, and NPCs not reacting when being shot at by an enemy faction. Oh, yeah. There are faction wars now, so you'll see stalkers fighting over territory. And there's also a new difficulty option called Master, for those of you who wanna suffer. Personally, I'm good. I think the technical issues are more than enough. Seriously, how are enemies spawning right in front of you still a thing after so many patches? Now, maybe I'm a dumbass, but I feel like the story is overly complicated. You might lose interest, or worse, have no idea why you're doing what you're doing after about 15 hours. And the voice acting can be special.
Ah, there you are! Ready for the show?
I really hope this
Ready.
show he's talking about isn't far, cause the draw distance is way too low. For real, if you have a gun with a scope, you can literally see enemies spawn as you get closer to them. Not gonna lie though, the combat feels better. It's more challenging, fights are intense, and taking out a whole platoon by yourself feels great. I mean, even exploring the zone is way more enjoyable now. Before we move on to the verdict, did you know that you could get Stalker 2, Arc Raiders, and any other game for at least 30% off year-round? Just look up any game you want. For example, Red Dead Redemption 2 goes for 13 grand and 10 bucks. Alright, back to the review. Stalker 2 has definitely improved over the last year, but a couple of big issues remain unfixed. The A-Life system is still far from what we had in older Stalker games, and the 1.7 update, just like any major update with this game, introduced tons of new bugs and issues that will need at least a couple of patches to be fully fixed. So, is Stalker 2 good now? Yes, it still needs some more work though. That's why, for now, I'm giving it a 7.5 out of 10. If you can get the game for 35 bucks or less, go for it. And that's gonna be it for this review. I hope you found it helpful. It took me a while to review the game.
Yeah, it came out a month ago, so maybe in another month or so,
So
it'll run
I'd
pretty
really
good.
Appreciate it if you could leave a like, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Oh, and next we'll have the best PS5 games of 2025 and a review of a game very similar to Stalker. I'll let you find out.
After 40 painful hours of gameplay, since day one of launch, I still want my refund. Two-story modular home.
This is the first of its kind. It's a two-story, single-section modular house by Commodore Homes. This is at Newcastle Homes. Let's check it out. We walk in. We've got our living room right here. We come into the kitchen. Several different cabinet options, countertops and stuff like that, so keep that in mind, okay? We've got our dining area. We've got a half bath. Now, we've got our bedrooms up top, but you can also option in some on the bottom. Check out the full tour on the channel to find out all the information, pricing, and all that on this home, okay? It's on the channel, link in our bio. There was a bedroom. Here's your bath. So we got 2 beds and 1.5 bathrooms. This house is like nothing else. Y'all let me know what you think. This is the first of its kind. It's a 2-story, single-section modular house.
I don't think that's the first of its kind, because I've seen a video like this before. So many people can't afford giant homes. Builders continue to build. Ideal home with plenty of space for me. Townhome without being attached to any other townhomes. Oh, surprise or an estimate for viewers might be interested in looking. Yeah, because I was watching a video where people were selling houses like this in Texas for like 200,000, but I'm like, no one wants to live in Texas. Unless that's all you can afford, then live in Texas.
The holy grail for a long
So yeah, we had 400 people shop for groceries.
time has been, what if we could charge every single person the maximum amount that we know they're able to or willing to pay?
They know things about us that we don't know. They're smarter than us, and we're training them in a way that is incalculable.
Walk into any grocery store, and on average, everything is about 30% more expensive than it was in 2020.
Inflation, supply chains, tariffs.
We've heard it all. But what if something else is happening? Something intentional. What if someone is charged $2 for these eggs, but another person is charged $2.40 at the same exact store? And it's pushing prices up. 5 months ago, a researcher reached out to me about Instacart. She'd been studying their Washington, D.C. workforce. Different pay for nearly identical work. Her question, if they do this to workers, what about consumers? Before joining More Perfect Union, I worked in grocery pricing, so I agreed to help investigate. The problem? It wasn't easy to test. Grocery prices change all the time, for legitimate reasons. Receipts you can't compare. If we wanted to do this, we'd need a team. A researcher, community organizers, other journalists, and most importantly, regular people who care. Lots of them. 5 months of digging, what we found is bigger than Instacart. Yes, inflation is real, but something else has been pushing prices higher this whole time. There's a system, one that grocery stores and tech companies built together. It learns from every purchase.
It's not just online, it's in the physical stores you walk into, with the primary goal, maximize profit.
Day by day, it's moving billions of dollars, 1 penny at a time.
Here's how we uncovered it, how it's turning the grocery business into a gold mine, and why, without regulation, your grocery bill may keep climbing no matter what happens with inflation.
I'm now going to ask you to take out your phone, and we're going to get started with shopping for 20 items at the Safeway.
This is Katie Wells. She's the Director of Research at Groundwork Collaborative. She's the one who reached out. The plan was pretty simple. Get everyone in a room, open up Instacart, select the same store, same items. on phones and computers. Select Pickup to remove any delivery calculations, and write our basket totals down on a note card, all to test a simple question. Were shoppers being charged different amounts for the same exact item at the same exact store and time?
Congratulations, guys. You have finished the test.
First, we all shared our cart totals.
We're in the same room, the same address ordering, and we still had different prices.
You're the highest.
I'm not surprised. What I've come to understand is that a lot of things that we do online is predicated on algorithms.
Different totals. There's plausible explanations, promotions, user error, app issues. But if the items themselves had different prices, that's something else.
The items had upwards of 3 different prices offered.
Katie analyzed the data.
The greatest difference was about a 70-cent spread. For eggs, the prices varied from $4.59 to $4.69 down to $4.28. It was a 41-cent span.
One store, one moment in time. It's a small sample size. This could be a fluke.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. You have found your way to the Consumer Reports Grocery
Cool.
Pricing webinar.
The problem with testing any of this is that these systems are so massive that you need scale to even try. Consumer Reports joined the collaboration. They brought a volunteer network, community organizers, a reporter. Alongside them, we recruited volunteers, over 400 people. Same process. Everyone opens Instacart. Same store, same items. When pickup wasn't available, same delivery address. Same moment. Screenshot everything. Submit. The team verified every entry, cross-checked every screenshot, built the database. Katie crunched the data. And when the data came back, I gotta be honest, I stared at it for a while because what we found was weird. I'm gonna show you some basket totals. Some people were charged about $114 for the 20 items. Others, nearly $124.
This wasn't in 1 or 2 cases. This was the lion's share of shoppers for the lion's share of items.
If you zoom in, nearly 3 out of 4 products had different prices during the experiments. 4 different prices for wheat thins. 5 different prices for eggs. 3 prices for peanut butter.
$3.99.
Wait, what? The system sorted people into price groups, where each person was charged the same for every item. For this test, there were 4 price groups. Same cart, same store, same moment. Same with this test. For this store, 7 different price groups. This didn't seem random, but who or what was doing the sorting? Back in August, before we even ran the test, I called Instacart. We don't set prices, retailers do. And we believed them, but the group suggested something deeper was going on. Why would an algorithm sort people into buckets where everyone pays the exact same prices? Not just on one item, but across multiple products. All higher together, all lower together. I started researching, and that's when I stumbled on surveillance pricing. Companies tracking your behavior, your purchase history, and charging you based on that. It's a type of algorithmic pricing, where companies hand pricing over to an algorithm.
It's almost impossible for people outside the companies practicing the dark art of algorithm price determination, exactly what is driving those algorithms to set the prices that we observe.
Len Sherman studies this at Columbia's Business School. Was that what was happening here? When we showed Instacart the test results, they were clear. Retailers control all pricing. The findings were just stores putting out random feelers to see where the pricing sweet spot is. They aren't targeting you specifically. So we verified with the stores we tested. First, Albertsons Safeway. They're an Instacart partner. Silence. Then we contacted Target. They responded. And honestly, my jaw dropped. They told us, we don't work with Instacart. We don't set prices. We have nothing to do with any of this. Wait, Instacart says retailers control the prices, and Target says they don't even work with Instacart? I started digging. Turns out, in 2017, Target spent over $500 million to buy Shipt, Instacart's competitor. Why would they help Instacart? We asked Instacart about Target's response. Instacart admitted they actually do manage Target's prices on the marketplace, and that they were running tests to figure out how much they can charge on top of Target's normal prices. Their explanation shifted, but the question we started with was still the same. How does the system sort people into different price groups? To figure that out, we needed to understand what Instacart actually does. You may think of Instacart as a delivery app.
Yeah, one problem with this is if we do end up having like a social credit, then if you don't have a good social credit, then if you go to buy something, then the item will cost more compared to if a person with a better social credit will have cheaper prices.
Eversight says it runs constant experiments that are not made visible to consumers, and it is running.
But we won't really have a social credit per se. But if we do move to purely digital, with online encryption and our ID attached to it, then that can become a problem.
The website promises 2 to 5% profit increases. In early November, Consumer Reports ran follow-up experiments at Costco.
Well, it's all an algorithm to figure out what the best prices are.
Derek asked Costco to explain.
We got an email a few hours later from a Costco.
Well, even like, what was it, Best Buy?
The message is a program called Smart Round.
It isn't too bad. It's just they're just trying to figure out what the best prices for stuff are and what people will pay.
An internal communication between Instacart and Costco. Inadvertently, this Costco executive forwarded
So
us.
I'm guessing what Instacart's doing is that price difference that they're doing. That's what they're keeping for themselves. That's how they're making money.
Machine learning driven tool.
If you've ever seen Office Space, it kind of explains like this kind of marketing tactic.
Prices up or down based on what the algorithm says will maximize profit.
For some of our major grocery partners, this has led to millions of dollars in annual incremental sales.
Millions of dollars.
This is a very sophisticated, very...
Yeah, so if it's 10 to 15 cents per sale or per item, then I'm guessing that's all that difference, that pricing difference, is what Instacart is getting to keep.
Yes. Random testing? Maybe not. Smart rounding showed it's designed for profit. Retailers in control? Debatable. Instacart said
So I think it's the way Instacart's making themselves money.
How does the system sort people into price groups? Then one store showed us the bigger picture. Schnucks, regional grocer. They're on every Instacart press release.
And this isn't really a bad thing. It just shows you how businesses are run. What makes it seem kind of bad is the music that they're playing. But again, if you're running a business and you're a middleman business, and this is kind of what you do to make money.
And the app just mirrors what's on the shelf, you'd never catch it with our test, which might explain Schnucks. The typical fear with these labels is surge pricing, raising lemonade prices.
What was it?
What if the goal isn't surge pricing?
One thing is with Best Buy, they have the digital, what's it called?
Or 20 cents more.
Digital pricing on all the products. And so depending on who's walking by, they can change the pricing of the product.
Constant in-store price testing. Take dozens of stores, cluster them together, test different prices in different clusters. The purpose? Find out the most profitable price point. Once you do, adopt it. We asked Schnucks and Instacart. Both denied it. But for Instacart, their website told a different story. If you go there right now, you'd see this. 3 features. Before we asked, 4 features.
That's fair.
And the one removed? Price optimization with Eversight via electronic.
Price optimization?
Gone. So Instacart denied doing it, then changed their website.
Well, it's because price fixing is illegal. The whole, what was it? The Russian Revolution occurred because of price fixing. The government was like, hey, you're going to charge this for your products, and that's what you're allowed to charge.
Testing across individuals.
But then they wouldn't do that to all the people. They were only doing that to certain people. And so they were pretty much suppressing their people to the point where they just revolted.
On what Instacart told us, but on what Instacart told the government. Patents. The word that appears over and over in them, it's not random. It's segmentation. Derek started reading through the criteria they could use to sort people. Some things raised red flags. Demographics. It's illegal to charge someone more based on those. Katie controlled for that. No correlation in the...
Yeah, so this is where it can be a problem.
They would try to vary prices based on those kinds of characteristics, nor would it be very effective if they did. What would be way more effective,
Yeah, because Walmart's not good at
as far as I know, is to vary prices
what's it
based
called?
on behavioral characteristics.
Checking the quality of their products, the supply chain.
That's exactly what the patent showed.
But it's also because they grew so big that it's kind of hard to analyze. Not impossible though, but
Coupon usage, loyalty program participation, an infrastructure that tracks everything you do, uses it to decide what to charge you. We asked Instacart, does this explain who gets sorted into different price groups? Their response? One old patent from
I do like Costco though, because Costco actually does take the time to check these things.
doesn't prove we're actually using this technology. Fair point. Here's the same chart and a host of other patents, mostly about promotions.
Yeah.
Marketing material that touts the patents. And then this
Well, same thing with Amazon. They have the same issue. But the problem is when a company grows too big, it becomes too hard to manage.
The patent says they can calculate this for every individual consumer. But for efficiency, typically people are grouped with similar consumers. Groups. Just like our test showed.
Every company that I know is practicing first-degree price discrimination strenuously denies that they're doing so.
And again, Instacart denies segmenting people by personal or behavioral data. What happens when companies actually do this at scale? In 2022, Uber rolled out algorithmic pricing for riders and drivers. Len studied what happened next.
For the next 3 years,
Yeah, I think with Uber, you'll get better prices if you have a better rating.
Uber denies all of this. But at about this time, they went from burning money to a cash machine.
That's why more and more companies are trying as hard as they can to perfect this dark art. Devilishly effective dark art, as I've called it. That's how you turn grocery sales into a gold mine.
Now, algorithmic pricing sometimes offers lower prices, and the total impact on grocery prices?
Yeah, Uber, I watched a video on it, and they're absolutely doing it.
A sliver of the grocery.
They had, I think, 5 drivers in one location, and then they all started their apps at the same time. And then for the same rides, people were getting different prices to give those same rides. And it didn't really explain why.
There's an entire industry built around optimizing grocery prices. I called Earl Schwartz, 25 years in grocery, former VP of grocery at Whole Foods. Why is everyone racing to adopt this?
It's very much defensive. Amazon's already doing it. Walmart is doing it. So everybody's got to keep up.
merchants, pricing teams, they all rely on technology and algorithms to safeguard their profits.
That's Walmart's former VP of pricing.
So Instacart has played this really vital role for the competitors of Amazon and Walmart, which is pretty much almost everybody else, to have a lot of the same tools and access to consumers as the big guys.
The systems are watching you, learning your patterns, using that to charge everyone accordingly.
They know things about us that we don't know. They're smarter than us, and we're training them in a way that is incalculable.
This didn't happen overnight. 20 years of building this infrastructure. It was kept in check by inertia.
20 years.
Everyone was afraid to raise prices. COVID changed that.
There's no guardrails. It's a free-for-all. It's wild, wild west.
Companies are investing millions into systems designed to outsmart you. Testing, learning, finding the maximum profit.
The holy grail for a long time has been, what if we could charge every single person the maximum amount that we know they're able to or willing to pay? Studies like this are just validating that firms are very much already midway through trying this, executing it.
That's Lena Khan, former chair of the Federal Trade
Cool.
Commission. She agreed to review our findings with an eye to how we should protect consumers.
This could ultimately end up being
This video
another
has 2
form
minutes
of
left,
wealth
so.
transfer from ordinary Americans to massive corporations.
I asked about the in-store testing apparatus, electronic shelf labels, the patents.
Firms have been trying to figure that out for many decades, but I think what's different now is both the sophistication of the tools that are available, just the deep information asymmetries that exist between consumers and these firms that are benefiting.
But there was something else that concerned her.
When you have companies like Instacart that could be facilitating, it could also ultimately allow firms that really should be competing against one another when setting these prices to actually engage more in something that looks like price fixing or collusion.
Because it could mean that one company, Instacart, is setting prices for retailers who should be competing with each other. Then I asked her about regulation. Her answer surprised me.
I think we need to have a much more first order conversation about, do we even want to permit some of these tactics in the first instance?
Under Khan's watch, the FTC started an investigation into surveillance pricing.
This week, it launched an investigation, the FTC, into the use of AI to rapidly change pricing.
That investigation is now in question. The Trump administration claims it is ongoing, but Khan's replacement stopped public comments. But Lena pointed out that states don't need to wait for the Trump administration.
The steps we've seen, even from states like California and New York, to ban certain types of algorithmic price fixing in areas like housing and rent, for example. I think
Yeah, it was being done with rent too.
steps. We need more investigations.
The problem with it being done with rent is it was continually driving up the price.
What's really happening here?
But it's again because they're becoming a middleman. That the reason they increased the pricing is because the difference in what they would have gotten to what it's sold for, that's the profit margin for the middleman, and that's the profit that the middleman gets. So they want to do it, especially with rent, because they're constantly getting, even if it's only $50,
because we can't see
and you're a middleman for fixing the prices for rent. Now you're making $50 a month
This work that you all have done
in your
is
business.
fantastic, but state AGs have subpoena power. They can be
Should it be around though? No.
so they
The less middleman, the better.
understanding how far
It's like having a car salesman. Don't need car salesmen anymore.
If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe. And if you have ideas for future content, please put them in the comments.
Instacart is ending all price testing on the platform in the wake of our investigation. That's good. Since the report, the released Instacart stock price has fallen. Investors in the company became skittish that they were now exposed to greater legal liability. I remember my parents fighting for same job, same pay, and I never would have thought that we'd have to fight for same product, same price. Instacart, James Baldwin's quote, "Can't believe what you say because I see what you do," comes to mind. They will just repackage the same concept and relaunch under the cover of our complacency. Corporate greed knows no bounds and capitalism fosters it. They are already doing that by keeping prices the same, by reducing size and weight considerably, sometimes in the same year. Not shocked nor am I upset. This is fundamental to market pricing. As for the question of what price should something be sold at, the answer is whatever price people are willing to pay. How do you find out how much people are willing to pay? You offer to them for a price, and they can accept or decline a purchase with that item. Responsibility is on the consumers here, not the marketplaces. How do consumers know that price They should purchase an item for comparing pricing for other platforms. Sounds like too much trouble. If Amazon and Walmart allowed to continue the price discrimination, we use this policy against the cart. Play next video. AK OLED VR.
This is the VR headset that I've been using with my Overkill racing sim, the Big Screen Beyond 2. It's OLED, has extremely clear lenses, weighs basically nothing, and so far it's the best one that I've tested. But today, we're gonna see if that changes. Pimax just sent me their latest modules for the Crystal Super. This is a VR headset where you can actually swap out the entire optical assembly, the display and everything, and just upgrade to ones with different specs. And the two that I have today, I've been really looking forward to. One is an ultra-wide module with what would be the widest FOV I've ever tested, and the other one is an OLED with pancake lenses. Now, if there's one thing that I've learned testing out all of these different VR headsets, is that the specs really tell you like 50% of the story, if that. Things like resolution and refresh rate, the main specs of a gaming monitor, for example. They're important here, but they're not nearly as important as the optics and the lens quality. Things like the focus sweet spot, how much of the display you can clearly see. And then as you get towards those outer edges, things like color fringing and distortion, those are still a very big part of the conversation, even on these flagship headsets. This is also why I've stuck with the Big Screen Beyond 2 as my main VR headset. Despite the spec sheet not being as impressive as the Crystal Super QLED, it does have just some amazingly clear pancake lenses and also some really vibrant OLED panels sitting behind them. It just makes for an unbelievably clear and rich visual experience. So what does that mean for these new modules? Now the first one here is the ultra-wide module. Still a 3840 by 3840 QLED display per eye that can run up to 90 Hz, just insane specs, but this one stretches the field of view up to 140 degrees horizontally. An increase in FOV has been one of the biggest things that I've been looking forward to. A lot of VR headsets still give you the feeling that you're looking through a pair of goggles, but hopefully not this one. And the second module is actually an OLED. This one uses tiny micro OLED displays from Sony behind concave pancake lenses, so similar to the Big Screen Beyond, but that's about as far as the similarities go. This one has twice the amount of pixels and a higher refresh rate, and a higher claimed FOV. Swapping in one of the new modules is actually insanely easy. There are two plastic retention clips that you can pull back, and you can literally just hot swap to a completely different display and set of lenses, and that's it. Load up the Pimax software, do any software updates, change the LED stripe on the front to whatever you want, and you're back to gaming as usual. Now let's start with the ultra-wide module, because this is the one that I was most interested to try. All of the VR headsets that I've tried pretty much so far have been a 100 to 110 FOV, where you can actually still see the interior edges of the headset itself. I've been really waiting to try something that just opens that FOV right up and gives a super immersive, just natural field of view. The moment I put this on, I immediately noticed the difference. Were the interior black edges completely gone? No, not even close. You can still see them, but at the same time, this is significantly wider than anything else I've tested, and you notice it right away. Everything feels more open, you can see more of the car interior, and the wider FOV did feel more natural, like I was hoping. Things like feeling the car dive under heavy braking, which was not a difference I was expecting, but yeah, you can just see those more obvious balance shifts of the cabin and just notice what the car is doing a bit more. At the same time, I'm not sure how much of that extra field of view I would say is like super usable. It's definitely extra screen there, but it does get a bit soft and fringy towards those edges, which is a bit of a shame. For me, this is better than the QLED module I had tested previously in the Crystal Super, but it does still feel like a downgrade compared to my big screen Beyond 2. Specifically, the visuals, the image quality, the colors, things just look a little bit more unnatural and washed out here, and you are reminded that you are playing a game. So what does that mean for this right here, Pimax's new OLED module? Well, compared to the big screen Beyond, it's heavier, it's larger, some would argue it's way more uncomfortable, and it's also twice as expensive, believe it or not. But man, I gotta say, in terms of raw image quality, I have never seen anything like this. This is the best looking VR headset that I've ever seen. It's the closest thing that I've seen to putting on a headset and not feeling like you're looking through a pair of lenses. The big screen 2 gave me this feeling as well, but it's even more apparent here. I mean, you put this thing on and it's immediately clear. It's so clear that you can almost wear it incorrectly and it's still fine. The focus sweet spot is massive. I'd say the middle 70 to 80% or so for me looks extremely crisp. And then off to the edges, yeah, there's some minimal color fringing, softness, distortion, the usual stuff. I think we are a long way from complete edge-to-edge clarity, but so far this is the closest thing that I've seen to that. One of the biggest things that I noticed between this and the big screen Beyond 2 is the resolution, just the sheer pixel count difference between these two headsets. Now, I'm not able to get any through the lens recordings of that headset because the lenses are like this big and it just doesn't look realistic, but hopefully you can see what I mean here, at least with the Crystal Super OLED. 4K per eye was not something that I could fully appreciate before on their QLED modules, but on this OLED, it almost gives you retina level detail, the point where you can't see individual pixels. So all those super fine details and textures, they just look unbelievable on this headset. I found myself just trying a bunch of different cars, downloading new mods, and just inspecting the
Looks really nice.
in disbelief. I mean, just the steering wheels, the small scratches and imperfections on some of the gauge clusters, just the mental sharpness and detail. I've never seen anything like this. And then when you're actually driving as well, you notice a big difference there too. Ground shadows on the track, for example, distant fence lines, edges of car models. These things always appear a little bit shimmery on other headsets, but here everything is resolved very smoothly. But yeah, 8K OLED in VR is as insane as it sounds. And then there are the colors, which remind me a lot of the big screen Beyond. Again, it's just the difference here of OLED versus QLED. There is a monstrous difference. Much more vibrant, richer, more natural colors here. The game world truly comes to life. I'm mostly playing modded Assetto Corsa, lots of different like weather and graphics mods, and I have to say, with this headset,
OLED is the best.
Some of the best PC graphics that I've ever seen. And again, this isn't just because of the OLED and the resolution, it's primarily because of Pimax's new lens design that makes everything so clear. Also, because of the concave structure, you can get your eyes really close to them, and for me, the optics improve even more by doing that. But yeah, these are the most comfortable set of lenses that I've ever looked through on a VR headset. Refresh rate is also something that I noticed coming from the big screen. Here you've got up to 90 Hz, whereas I was running the Beyond 2 at 72 Hz. It does have a 90 Hz mode, but it does have to drop the resolution to enable that, which for me just wasn't worth it. At 90 Hz, you can notice a lot more micro jitters and subtle car movements, steering wheel and driver animations improve as well. The road and fences passing around you look a lot smoother, and the input lag feels lower too. 90 Hz is a noticeable upgrade if you can drive that amount of frames. And that is a massive if. I've been running 100% resolution scale in Steam VR, which for some reason turns out to be around 6K per eye, and it's pretty rough. In modded Assetto Corsa, I'm mostly getting around 70 FPS with a 5090, and if I turn on heavy weather settings, making the game look insane and incredible, it actually drops down to like 50 frames per second. The FOV as well is a touch wider than what I was seeing on the big screen too. It does feel like you're looking through a bigger pair of lenses, nothing compared to their ultra-wide module, but for some reason, I just didn't really care that much. I had the same feeling on the big screen Beyond 2. I think it's down to the clearer lenses giving you more usable FOV since there's a lot more in focus. Now there are some drawbacks. It is a very expensive VR headset, twice the price of a big screen Beyond 2. And also factor in that you need a very beefy GPU to run this thing. Anything less than a 5080, I don't think you're getting the full performance out of this headset. I mean, I'm running a
Nice.
5090 and I know I'm running fully modded Assetto Corsa, but still, that thing is struggling. And then there's the size and the weight. This thing is bulky AF, but I would say for a stationary sim, it's actually quite comfortable. This top strap and this rear clamp actually work incredibly well. I did a couple really long sessions in this thing, 5 or 6 hours, and I didn't feel any pain, any discomfort. I got the occasional like pressure marks on my cheeks that go away within like 20 minutes, but yeah, that's pretty much it. I will also note the lens perimeter does stick out quite a bit. It can tend to hit you on your nose, so just tighten up the top strap and that seemed to solve that issue for me. There are a few other really cool things about the Crystal Super that I mentioned in my initial video with it. The
Yeah, I think if you're wearing it all the time, I wonder what'll happen to your face
on external base stations.
after like 10 years.
Speakers are also extremely good. I've been using them at like 60% volume, which is plenty, and the fact that you could potentially see more upgrades down the road and just swap in a new module, that's pretty neat as well. I know Pimax are also working on the Dream Air and Air SE, you know, much smaller, lighter headsets.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Has the same display and optics to what we have here, so that will be interesting. There is also the Steam Frame, which was
the thing is, it's got to be light.
but I think that's looking more like a Quest 3
It's cool that you can get something, but if it's something big and bulky and heavy, you just can't game with it all day.
The best lenses in the world, I don't think it's gonna really come close to these. For a VR simulator right now though, the Pimax Crystal Super OLED is at the top of the food chain, and I don't think it's by a small amount either.
My bottleneck is my wallet. Blow my PC too. Probably costs a pack of 30 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. Probably. You have a hole in your sock. Does he?
Clear and rich visual experience.
He does.
So what is
That's funny. I don't think people appreciate how insane the opening shot is. Watching on a $2,000 4K TV, a recording on another screen would normally never be unnoticeable. There would be screen door effect, visible noise, at least some kind of tell that you weren't watching a natively rendered video. That passes regular, recorded gameplay for the few seconds it needed to. Oh yeah. When he does the transition from...
these new modules?
Where's the transition?
The first one here is the ultra-wide module. Still these flagship headsets. As you get towards those outer edges, things like color fringing and
yeah, him actually just pointing the camera into the lens is kind of ridiculous.
Focus sweet spot. How much of the display you can,
because this is him just pointing the camera inside of the lens.
It does have
I forget where he actually does it.
Pancake lenses and also some really vibrant OLED panels sitting behind them. Just makes for an Sony behind concave pancake lenses, so similar to the big screen beyond, but that's about as far as the similarities go. This one has twice the amount of pixels and a higher refresh rate and a higher claimed FOV. Swapping in one of the new modules is actually insanely easy. There are 2 plastic retention clips that you can clip. It's definitely extra screen there, but it does get a bit soft and fringy. The QLED model's edges, which is...
Yeah, this is ridiculous. He just pointed the camera inside and it actually looks really good.
The QLED module I had tested previously in the Crystal Super, but it does still feel like a downgrade compared to my big screen Beyond 2. Specifically, the visuals, the image quality, the colors, things just look a little bit more...
Yeah, but it just has rainbowing at the edges.
And you are reminded
Welcome
that
back.
you are playing a game. So what does that mean for this right here?
I just watched this entire video. Oh yeah, so the previous video, it mentioned that, what's it called? Instacart isn't doing that price fixing thing anymore. I'm just going to call it price fixing. That's pretty much what it is. They're not doing the price fixing anymore. Also because it's illegal. But the reason they stopped doing it is because of the legal liabilities behind it. People started selling off their stocks, and so stocks started crashing. And so when stocks crash, that's when they're like, oh, I guess we won't do this. So yeah, that's what the conclusion of that video. It was down in the comments. The people who posted the video posted a comment about what happened. And yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you want a company to change, pretty much divest. If it's publicly traded, divest from the company, and they're like, oh, okay, we won't do that anymore because you guys are selling your stocks. But yeah. Biggest tech stories of 2025.
Holy Kris Kringle's tinsel, you made it! I've been expecting you. Let me get the door.
PC hardware, handhelds, chatbots,
Falling. The eggnog is flowing.
quick
And
bot,
ram prices have pulled a reindeer and apparently learned to
UK
fly
backdoors.
stratosphere. And you know what that means. It means we've got a whole year's worth of stuff to remind you about that it happened. That's right, it's the 2025 TechLink Christmas special. Hey, let's kick things off with hardware, and kick that off by remembering how NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang kicked off his keynote at CES 2025.
Do you like my jacket?
Turns out it was actually an appropriate way to start a year that would be defined by Jensen and other tech leaders caring less about what the consumer thinks and more about whether their billionaire peers like their jackets. Overall, a lot of jacket talk. But Jensen did, amid a slew of AI and automotive gunk, announce the RTX 50 series GPUs and DLSS 4 with multi-frame generation. They represented massive performance gains over the 40 series, like a box of Krispy Kremes represents a balanced breakfast.
Wow.
The RTX 50 series launch was characterized by backlash over whether fake frames should count in benchmarks, the somehow still ongoing melting power connectors saga, MSRP being nothing but a distant memory, and to top it all off, driver issues that caused a rash of black screen reports. How gamers felt about all that doesn't matter at all, though, because gamers had nothing to do with NVIDIA becoming the world's most valuable company.
5 trillion.
Becoming the first to hit a $5 trillion market cap on October 29th, 2025. Because like a certain cereal mascot, big tech just can't get enough of NVIDIA's sugar chips. But AMD still cares about gamers a little bit, although it was a bit hard to tell when Team
Well, because that's the thing, journalism does work.
RX 9070 and 9070 XT.
Because that's what they're doing. That's why I like watching that channel, because they're journalists. They actually investigate companies.
Around the show floor trying to benchmark it because AMD was being so coy. But AMD had nothing to hide when it comes to their CPUs. Team Red is still giving Intel a lashing in that regard, with the Ryzen 9 9950X3D reigning supreme as the best desktop gaming CPU. Speaking of good CPUs though, for Apple Silicon, we got on the M5 train this year, with a new chip arriving in an iPad, MacBook Pro, and Vision Pro in October. And after a ton of rumors and leaks, the iPhone Air finally launched, to the roaring sound of a global... an apathetic sound I would have also made at the Pixel 10's launch if Jimmy Fallon hadn't saved it with his enthusiasm for the Tensor G5.
Tensor! Come on.
Unfortunately, the Christmas spirit has kind of been whooshed out of the hardware scene recently due to the RAM pricing crisis, being driven ultimately by heinously high memory demand from AI companies and the memory makers who see a money tree down one road and a more money tree down the other and do what any self-respecting corporation would do. Take a chainsaw to that one. Micron announced plans to shut down its consumer-focused memory brand, Crucial. Rumors have pointed to NVIDIA planning to reduce lower-end GPU production next year in favor of selling higher-tier cards with more memory. And an IDC analysis predicts that high pricing of PCs and basically anything that uses memory should be expected to continue for at least a year or two. Why did I start with computer hardware in this video? You call this comfort and joy? Hey, how about gaming and handhelds and stuff? You know, we all thought the Switch 2 would turn out to be just a
Yeah, my guess is Crucial's not going to make chips anymore because within the next couple years, they're going to be produced in the US. So I'm guessing that's why they're not doing it anymore.
Bigger this time. The Switch 2 set sales records, becoming the fastest selling console.
We're in a transition phase.
Christmas miracle. But not for another console, Xbox. A brand Microsoft seems to be purposefully not inviting to turkey dinner this year. Xbox consoles were delisted from many stores a few months ago after their stock ran out, which could have been why Xbox sold less units during Black Friday sales than the Next Playground, a motion-controlled kids console that appears to ironically succeed exactly where the Kinect failed. We did get the ROG Xbox Ally and Ally X on October 15th, which were received kind of well and sort of are Xboxes in that they are devices, which is now the only defining factor in what an Xbox is. Raspberry Pi, Xbox. Hearing aid, Xbox. The coolest thing about the Xbox handhelds was the new gaming mode that made Windows suck a bit less. Speaking of our rapidly becoming less favored operating system, Windows 10 died a gruesome death on October 14th, 2025. The year Microsoft declared the year of the Windows 11 PC refresh, by which they apparently meant the year of the Windows 10 official support refresh. Because after it became apparent that people don't usually order their lives around corporate blog posts, and Windows 10 use was still quite high, Microsoft was like, hey, everybody gets a year of extended Windows 10 updates for free. But after that, we're serious. The problem is, most people still can't really see a big
After
benefit
that,
to buying a
Linux.
PC just so they can enjoy the new black screen of death. It's different. And the upcoming Agentic OS features that will lead to mice and keyboards becoming obsolete as we simply tell our keyboards what to do, and even enter the vibe working era. Hey computer, do work. I couldn't even be excited when they pretended to bring back Clippy because it was
Hey, computer,
actually
do
just
work.
an animated AI fart cloud. You'll never be Clippy.
Nico.
You'll never have his sass and his knowing looks. Although Microsoft did fix the update and shut down bug in Windows 11, not 10. And this all has Windows gamers in particular pining even harder for Steam OS as an alternative, along with other forms of Linux. And the Steam/Linux future is looking kind of bright right now. We got the first third-party Steam OS handheld, the Legion Go S, and Valve announced the glorious return of the Steam Machine with a new cute design affectionately being called the GabeCube. That's fun. Now we just need to
The
get a
GabeCube.
shaped yacht.
Okay, I'll call it that.
Steam controller and the Steam
I'm gonna get a
VR
GabeCube.
headset. Although Windows handhelds are still going strong. If by strong you mean the couple models from GPD and Ioneo sporting AMD's beastly Strix Halo chip. But hey,
Beast.
guess what? You can install Linux on that thing too. Oh my gosh, do it! But I'd actually like AI to do a bit less, if you don't mind. Aside from the aforementioned RAM crisis, AI has continued to improve at somewhat useful things like coding and math, but even more so at forcefully injecting so much slop onto the internet. It's made people sick of Studio Ghibli.
Yeah.
Ghibli? I don't know. Yes, standalone image
Ghibli.
generators are out. ChatGPT and Google Gemini's Nano Banana have improved a ton.
Nano Banana.
Google VO3 launched. Photorealistic video complete with synced audio became standard and put
Yeah, so the panels that I have on my Twitch, I used Nano Banana. Dun dun dun.
danger. Meta released a new social app.
I'm an AI
just
artist.
for making and sharing video slop, followed by OpenAI and their similar Sora app. I don't want to be too much of a downer.
I also made some AI slop on Sora.
Seem to have some interesting and not horrifying use cases, but the masses really were not prepared to have pure slop machines thrust into their hands. You have big YouTubers publishing tutorials on how to generate vapid, colorful nonsense slop for kids to watch. Hopefully, this new gamer pope can do something about this. Because ignoring the whole audio-visual problem, we had some concerning moments this year, including Grok identifying itself as Mecha Hitler and having various public breakdowns. ChatGPT users revolted when OpenAI launched GPT-5 and took away the more personal, more emotionally intelligent
Look at my AI slop.
and it was revealed to everyone just how bad this whole AI girlfriend and boyfriend issue is in 2025, which is, fun fact, the year that the film Her took place. Spike Jonze, if you or someone you know happens to be watching this, please make another film set 12 years in the future so we know what to expect, because this is getting kind of wild. I've only mentioned American companies here, but China's AI ambitions are going strong. DeepSeek's R1 model really shook up the industry earlier this year, but Chinese robots are shaking a leg themselves.
That's on my Sora account.
For the life of them, seem to put out a video of its widely available G1 robot, or any robot, without having the main focus seemingly be its ability to punch and kick, which was also the main focus of Engine AI's reveal of the T800 robot. What are we doing here? Huh?
T800.
Skilled is a company working on robot brains, and at least they're trying to help robots do different sorts of things, like figure out how to continue accomplishing their goals even if you saw their freaking limbs off. Okay. I just want robots to be able to do normal things, like load the dishwasher and pick up laundry, like the 1X Neo robot, which can actually do barely anything itself and mostly exists as a husk that a remote operator can control inside your home for when you want cleaning staff, but don't like how squishy they usually are. Squishy, like the ever-expanding AI bubble. I mean, we can't know that it's a bubble right now, but some shrewd, financially minded people seem to think it's a bubble, and the machine god will remember that they thought that when it's born, and punish them. Thankfully, some AI services
And punish them.
and added what you could charitably call parental controls this year, including Character.ai and ChatGPT, the latter of which also announced that adults could generate their own erotica next year. So, 6-7. I didn't mean to. That was not planned. Oh, believe it or not, there is so much
Oh, he said it.
stuff that I cut out of this episode because I could keep talking about it. I just really don't want to. What I want to do is thank our sponsor D-Brand, who are feeling the Christmas spirit so much they've just Galaxy Z Trifold. No, because it's not currently available in North America. But to win an ultra-rare Galaxy Z Trifold. It's a phone.
6-7.
But it might also evolve a Pokemon. I can't know because it's not currently available in North America. But if or when it is, it's probably gonna cost like $3,000 bucks. You don't know. Again, any and every order is eligible as a contest entry up until January 1st, including D-Brand's new Sketch 2D line. Look at those. Huh? That's like artistic.
That's pretty cool.
They kind of make me think of that superhero movie franchise owned by the company that makes PlayStation. It's cool. So go order something before January 1st and enter to win the Galaxy Z Trifold, a nice, tasty treat for your Pokemon. You can think of the rest of this video as being the quick bits. You'd be wrong to think that, but nothing to be ashamed of. I was wrong when I implied at the beginning that this mug had eggnog in it. It doesn't. It's filled to the brim with hot cocoa. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wasn't TikTok supposed to be banned by now? And I thought that too. And so did the hordes of TikTok users who flocked to other Chinese-owned social apps like
Oh, the Z Fold? I think I played a video on it.
Was actually briefly banned before it came back. Unlike the long list of games that were suddenly banned from Steam this year because payment processors and banks didn't like them. Just not their cup of tea, and now it can't be yours either. Yeah, this year marked a significant shift in how platforms deal with questionable content, as age verification measures started to roll out in many places. The UK's Online Safety Act applied to major platforms like Reddit, Discord, Twitter, etc., leading to a surge in VPN use, which in turn has led regulators to consider banning VPNs in some US states, which are prepping for similar laws to take effect next year. Australia's social media ban for children under 16 went into effect just before winter break, so they won't even be able to talk to their friends while they're snowed in. What else happened? Oh, Google decided they were going to give Android fans...
Oh, it's called Samsung Galaxy Z Trifold.
Android apps. Yeah, barely anyone uses sideloading ever, but it's like a, you don't need it till you need it situation. Like underwear. Thankfully, the
So it's only out in Korea.
come to their senses, and they said they would allow advanced users to install unverified apps. And as an apology, Google somehow forced Apple's AirDrop feature to work with Android's Quick Share. So now iPhones and Androids can blast each other with fun little pics, and Apple can't do anything about it. It was kind of like how Epic Games forced Apple and Google to allow Fortnite back on both the iOS App Store and the Google Play Store this year. And all it took was willfully breaking their terms and
You
conditions.
can buy it on eBay for $5,000.
Years of legal quagmire. And now, people who play Fortnite on their phone can buy V-Bucks a bit easier. This is progress. Oh, you thought I forgot.
It's pretty legit though, because it folds out into a 10-inch screen.
And the delaying and the McClaven. Part of the reasoning for all that was to try and force manufacturers to make things like phones in the US again. But so far, Apple has expanded production in India instead. Fine then, said Trump, I'll build my own damn phone in the US. The Trump Mobile T1 phone, which went from being a photoshopped gold iPhone to being a photoshopped Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with a Spigen case on it. God bless America. Now, to be fair, after seemingly almost damaging trade relations with China beyond repair, the Trump administration and China agreed on a one-year tariff truce, ensuring that electronics only become exorbitantly more expensive because of the AI RAM thing, not a lack of rare earths and minerals. And I'll also give the current US government another kudos for reportedly telling the UK to sod off with their whole "we demand Apple give us a backdoor into their encrypted user data" thing. The UK apparently backed down, only to return and make the same demand, but only for UK user data, which I guess the US doesn't care about. Sorry, UK. 2025 proved to be a fairly fragile year for power and cloud infrastructure. After massive parts of Spain and Portugal lost power in April, an Amazon Web Services outage took out key parts of the internet, including Roblox, Fortnite,
nobody
and
wants
Zoom.
it.
Seriously though, it was one of those internet problems affecting the real world situations. Some people were nearly cooked when their smart beds overheated. Then there was a similarly bad Cloudflare outage in November and another not so bad one in December, although that one notably took down.
That'd be crazy. Someone hacks your smart bed and cooks you in your sleep.
Wonder Nvidia, Google, and a bunch of other people want to launch data centers into space? At least up there we can be sure they're not stealing all the water. Unless they send their covert elite space commandos to come back to Earth and raid every 7-Eleven for all the Aquafina supply, which of course they do, Riley. Come on, think! Now the rest of what I got here is a bit of a random assortment. I'm just gonna try and jog your memory that these things actually happened. Qualcomm acquired Arduino in October. I hope they don't screw that up. Microsoft killed Skype. No!
Finally.
Both Nvidia and the US government are now heavily invested in Intel, which I hope they're using to pay for some free coffee for their employees. Nepal had that whole Gen Z uprising, culminating in the election of their interim prime minister via Discord. That was a ride.
The One Piece
The Stop
flag.
Killing Games movement had its moment in the UK Parliament, which didn't seem to move the needle much, but probably raised awareness, and I'm calling it now, will lead to the UK's first gamer president. Make it happen, guys. I believe in you. Original Oculus founder Palmer Luckey's military tech company, Anduril, partnered with Meta to release a cat-eared tactical AR helmet, while Meta themselves launched the Meta Ray-Ban display with a full-color display in one of the eyes. I'm gonna get both. And Colossal Sciences pretended that they'd resurrected the direwolf. And me and Hank Green spent a lot of time researching ancient wolf lineages, only to find out that really, they just kind of made a regular wolf with some extra genes in there. Hank and I didn't do it together, just separately, but... Now, although that's not everything that happened this year, I feel like that's mostly the gist of 2025. What kind of tech news developments are we gonna see in 2026? I don't know, but I can't wait to find out together. So from my house coat to yours, even though this video is not going up on Christmas, it's going up on Boxing Day, which I just remembered, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
So you can win the trifold if you do
We should
this.
all touch some grass. Okay, bye.
Too dang high. Recap 2025. Or you can buy it on eBay for 5,000. If folks are snowed in Australia, there's much bigger problems than social media ban. I think Riley and the whole TechLink team. I don't follow many news outlets, so having a little summary of everything with lighthearted quips is really ideal for me. 2015, I wish I bought Bitcoin. 2025, I wish I bought RAM. 2035, you'll be required to sacrifice 5 reindeer in order to get your loved one's ADDR5 RAM kit. Gotta be done. I really appreciate Riley keeping the Ron Burgundy style of anchor going. Highest form of news communication, it's not closed. Quick Bits intros are approximately 137% funnier if you accidentally skip right into their middle. Winter break in Australia is summer.
One of the things I have against video games is...
I was going to watch this one later. Because it's half an hour. My dad beat Dark Souls at his first game. It changed him. 69-year-old dad beat Dark Souls. Let's see what to watch later.
There's a term we hear a lot in forums and one I use frequently in my videos: bottleneck. Even though it's often portrayed as incredibly critical, it's a subject that isn't actually fully grasped by many people.
The biggest myth in
It
PCs.
has the potential to create a giant hole in your wallet. If you're curious as to why, follow me. First, let's start by defining what a bottleneck is. A bottleneck is a hardware limitation that prevents components from working together at full efficiency. You can think of it like the neck of a bottle. Let's say the data coming from the wide part is the GPU, and the neck section is the CPU. When intense data from the GPU can't be processed fast enough in this narrow part of the bottle, the CPU, this returns to us as a performance loss. Since the restrictive side here is the CPU, the GPU can only perform as much as the CPU allows. For example, you might see a drop from 100 FPS to 85 FPS if your GPU gets bottlenecked. I just use the phrase prevents hardware components from working together at full efficiency. When the term bottleneck is mentioned, the first thing that comes to mind is usually the CPU and GPU bottleneck, and that's why the term is more frequently used for this duo. However, if you pay attention to the definition, there are actually situations where the concept of a bottleneck can apply to all hardware components. Explaining all of them one by one would unnecessarily lengthen the video and might confuse you. That's why in this video, I will focus on the 2 issues most frequently encountered in gaming PCs: CPU and GPU bottleneck and PCI Express bottleneck. CPU and GPU bottleneck. Basically, this bottleneck can be defined as the CPU not being able to sufficiently supply the GPU with data. For example, let's take the RTX 4090 and Ryzen 5 5600 as a reference. The RTX 4090 is far too powerful of a graphics card for the Ryzen 5 5600. In this case, the Ryzen 5 5600 restricts the full potential of the RTX 4090, and the performance received in practice will likely regress to RTX 5070 levels. What you need to look at here are the CPU and GPU usage percentages. These values show how much of the hardware is actively being used, independent of FPS or general performance. Let's take any AAA game as an example, and when we think of a build with an RTX 5080 paired with the Ryzen 5 5600, you might encounter this picture: 70% GPU usage and 98% CPU usage. In this scenario, while the GPU can only use 70% of its potential, we see the CPU running almost at its limit. The further GPU usage gets from 100%, the more efficiency is lost. In this example, we can talk about roughly a 30% performance loss. The other possible scenario you might face is this: the CPU fluctuating around 75%, and the GPU fluctuating between 95% and 98% in a AAA game. In this case, there doesn't seem to be a bottleneck. The CPU has managed to balance the GPU using 75% of its power, just as intended. We can't talk about any bottleneck here. The CPU managed to balance the GPU with only 75% usage, meaning the PC is working as it should, but there is a very common mistake made here. This mistake is assuming that having the CPU at 100% usage is correct or ideal, like with the GPU. No, if a game doesn't want to use more of the CPU, you can't force it to take in more. In fact, a usage chart like CPU at 90% and GPU at 100% can even indicate a potential bottleneck in some cases, because it means the CPU is being pushed harder than normal to keep up with the GPU in that game. Another scenario that is encountered a bit less often but can be confusing is this. Values that might look absurd at first glance, like CPU at 60% and GPU at 70%. We usually see this picture in esports games. The reason for this is often not the hardware, but the game itself. If everyone's FPS values are very high, this means that the game is optimized this way on purpose, meaning since the PC doesn't need more, it doesn't utilize the hardware to the maximum. However, if the opposite is true, meaning your FPS values are much lower than expected, there are other problems at play here. This could be in-game settings, driver problems, or the game being very poorly optimized. Do not make the mistake of indexing these numbers to 100%. Apart from these, there are two more serious points often overlooked. One of them is the game you play. Not every game puts the same load on the CPU and GPU. Especially the esports games we just mentioned rely heavily on multi-core CPU usage. That's why CPU and GPU usage percentages in these types of games are not healthy references for bottleneck analysis. To analyze a bottleneck correctly, you need to take AAA games known to use the CPU and GPU in a balanced way as reference. We can list Red Dead Redemption 2, Cyberpunk 2077, and Alan Wake 2 as examples. Tests done with these games will give the most accurate result. During the test, you should either use the benchmark mode if the game has one, or try to trigger chaotic scenes where the PC is pushed to its hardest. Another very common mistake is resolution choice. As resolution increases, the load on the GPU increases. This means that the CPU can keep up with the GPU more easily. For example, let's take the RTX 4070 Ti Super and Ryzen 5 5600 as a reference. This duo can create a distinct bottleneck at 1080p resolution. However, when switched to Quad HD resolution, this gap closes significantly, both on the FPS side and on the usage percentages. If your goal is to build a PC focused on Quad HD gaming, you don't need to worry about this. I can easily say that at this resolution, most CPUs and GPUs work quite well with each other. So why did I say at the beginning of the video that it's a subject that isn't fully grasped by many people? Because contrary to a rather popular belief, a CPU and GPU bottleneck does not damage the PC at all. It only causes you not to get the maximum performance you could get from the GPU. This situation hurts your wallet, not your PC. With this logic, if you find an RTX 5080 that has dropped to the price of an RTX 5070, the first thing you should do is buy that graphics card without caring about the bottleneck at all. Because when you look at the price to performance or dollars per FPS ratio, you come out profitable since you aren't taking a loss. This issue is often ignored in the second-hand market, especially in some countries. Imagine the RX 6800 XT and RX 6750 XT are at a similar price. There are scenarios where the 6800 XT isn't chosen just because the Ryzen 5 5600 is too weak for the RX 6800 XT. Do not make this mistake. In short, unless you are buying an extremely expensive GPU for the CPU you have, don't be too obsessed with the bottleneck issue. Remember, when you turn off the usage overlay at the top left, you probably won't feel the difference at all. However, if you are still looking for a few CPU and GPU combos that balance each other out in terms of price, I will leave a few suggestions for you in the description and comments. You can check them out after this video. Next up is the other bottleneck I'll explain, the PCI Express bottleneck. But before that, there's something I want to tell you. These videos take a long time to make, but a large majority of viewers are not subscribed and don't like the videos. This negatively affects the views. If you want to support me, don't forget to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment. That way I can make more videos for you. Now let's continue where we left off. PCI Express bottleneck. The PCI Express topic is actually quite a technical and detailed topic, so here I will touch on as much as you need to know from a bottleneck perspective. You can think of PCI Express as a highway. Expressions like Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 5 represent the speed limit of this highway, while values like X4, X8, X16 represent the number of lanes. The speed and lane count of this highway directly limit the maximum data transfer speed reachable by the hardware using it. As PCI Express versions get higher, the bandwidth of the data lanes also increases. However, an incompatible or low PCIe version can prevent some parts from reaching their theoretical ceiling speeds. This situation is called a PCI Express bottleneck. Although the PCI Express interface is used by many parts, the main usage areas are graphics cards and M.2 NVMe SSDs. On the M.2 SSD side, this bottleneck is almost meaningless for an average user, because speeds over 1500 megabytes per second in M.2 SSDs are more than enough for daily use. To really feel the differences above this level, you need to be dealing with work like production, video processing, or heavy data transfers. The PCI Express issue in GPUs concerns everyone, but it doesn't always create a serious problem. For example, for a while, the PCIe Gen 4 X8 interface on the RTX 4060 was criticized a lot. However, since the amount of data these graphics cards could process couldn't exceed this limit in most scenarios, it didn't create a big problem in practice. Even when dropping to PCIe Gen 3 X8, the performance difference rarely exceeded 5 FPS in most games. That's why this situation starts becoming critical in RTX 4060 Ti and higher GPUs. The place where the real difference is felt is higher-end graphics cards. In very powerful GPUs like the RTX 5090 and RTX 5080, PCIe Gen 3 X16 can actually create a bottleneck in some games and usage scenarios. However, the picture isn't usually dramatic here either. For example, in a scene where you get around 180 FPS with PCIe Gen 4 or Gen 5, it's possible to see 170 to 175 FPS on PCIe Gen 3. So technically, there is a bottleneck, but we can say it doesn't pose a huge problem. The main point you need to pay attention to is this. If for any reason you have to drop to an X8 bus instead of X16, you can feel these differences much more distinctly. Especially using X8 on Gen 4 or Gen 3 instead of Gen 5 can create noticeable performance losses on such powerful GPUs. But then, there are still some outliers. Some very specific graphics cards like the RX 6400 and RX 6500 XT restrict the PCI Express bus excessively. These cards use the PCIe Gen 4 X4 bus, and since this lane is incredibly narrow, the performance difference between PCIe versions becomes exceedingly apparent. In summary, PCI Express 3.0, except for the X16 bus, is slowly starting starting to become outdated. PCI Express 4.0 is the most ideal and widely used version for today. If this is what your PC has, you can rest assured knowing you won't have issues anytime soon. PCI Express 5.0 is currently overkill for most users. Speaking of SSDs, if you want to get information about the memory crisis that has recently started hitting SSDs as well, and learn what awaits us in the future,
Yeah, I think mine
check my video on
has
this topic after this video.
Gen 3. I have Gen 3 on here.
Complete the 2 most frequently seen bottlenecks. So, what do you think? Have you ever experienced a serious bottleneck? Don't forget to share your experiences in the comments. If you like the video, don't forget to hit the like button. If not, feel free to dislike it. Stay mysterious until the next video. Take care.
Cool.
And bye.
That video was okay. I didn't like the video. $50-50. 90-60. Instead of the 50-60, recommends a 90-60. 70. Yeah. Whatever. How many videos are left?
Well, my friends,
12.
today I'm
10.
everyone knows that.
Back in February of this year, Lenovo launched the Windows version of this product, their Legion Go S. And it was received very poorly. It was an expensive device, battery life wasn't great, and performance was pretty mid. It just wasn't a good device compared to the competition. But we knew that there was a second version of this product coming out.
Yeah. So in the video, he mentions if you have a 5070, you'll be fine. But if you have a 5080 or 5090, you might get some FPS loss.
The first handheld,
And then if you cut the bus down to X8 or X4 on Gen 4, then you can get another drop in FPS.
made such a massive impact on how good this product is. This is so much.
But I already watched the video on it. I think if you have a 5070, you'll be fine. On my PC, if I had a 5070, it would also be fine. I would get like maybe 10 FPS drop, but it's not that big.
Because of that, this is the first time we've had a device.
I also have the best CPU you can buy on this PC. So yeah.
Windows gaming handheld with an official SteamOS gaming handheld. So I'm going to address performance first. On the Legion Go S, games running on SteamOS are just better performing than the same game running in Windows 11 by like 5 to 10, sometimes even 15%. It's not every game that I tested, but most of them. And the gains come from the reduced overhead that Linux has compared to Windows 11. And like the Steam Deck, the games here are being run through Proton, a compatibility layer, but performance is generally excellent across Steam titles. Now, if you compare the performance of this device, the Legion Go S, with the Steam Deck, so this is the Steam Deck OLED, you can get better performance on the Legion Go S, but it does require more wattage to do it. The Legion Go S tops out at 33 to 40 watts, depending if you're plugged in. The Steam Deck only goes up to 15 watts. I did also test the higher tier version of the Legion Go S. This has the Z1 Extreme chip, so it's a little bit faster, but it is more expensive. For the games that I was testing, I feel like the sweet spot's in that 15 to 25 watt range, depending on the game. I think the Steam Deck chip, though, is still the best option when it comes to running undemanding 2D or like indie titles, because this chip can run at really low wattages for extending battery life if it's something you're looking for. Now, about the battery, the Legion Go S has a 55 watt-hour battery, and the battery life on the Windows version of it was awful. Like, it was really bad, and the fans would sometimes kick in when you're doing nothing. But with the SteamOS versions, even though it's got the same battery size, the battery life was way longer, and it's because Linux doesn't have all the crazy background tasks and telemetry that Windows does. The other thing, SteamOS brings excellent sleep and suspend functionality to this device, and this is where the partnership with Valve really shines, because it runs perfectly, better than it did on Bazzite. It basically runs as good and as reliably as the Steam Deck, which is unheard of. Like, if you think about Windows devices, and it's not just this product here, but it's basically Windows laptops and anything that needs power management running Windows, it struggles with it. You put one of these devices to sleep or you suspend it and you think it slept because the light's off, but the power just drains sometimes and you can't reliably suspend in the middle of games on Windows devices. But on SteamOS, the sleep and it just works perfectly. You put it to sleep and it reliably goes to sleep, and overnight it'll drain like 1 or 2%, and then if you want to, days later you can start your system back up in the middle of a game and just resume playing. It's the way it should be. This works exactly the way that it should and exactly like the way the Steam Deck does. And it is crazy to me that, like, if you think about it, something so fundamental as sleep, wake, and resume in games, like, is something that Windows just can't do reliably, and it is so frustrating. And this ties into the whole user experience. Like on SteamOS, this is a very intuitive and snappy and responsive operating system. There's no pop-ups, there's no Microsoft bloat, there's just nothing that takes away from the user experience. You can just pick it up and play. Even a 6-year-old child can do it. But on Windows handhelds, you gotta boot into Windows, which is a mouse-focused operating system, first of all, and then it has to load up a launcher, or sometimes two, because you gotta load the Lenovo launcher, then it also has to load up Steam or other game launchers, and then there's updates for all this stuff, in addition to individual driver updates. So this is a tech channel, and a lot of you guys are comfortable with this stuff because a lot of us use Windows, but for the vast majority of the world, on a gaming console, this is just very difficult to go through. And
yeah, you just want it to work when you turn it on. Like the coolest thing about the Switch is you just press the power button and you're back in.
kind of game that runs on Windows. Like, keep in mind, the SteamOS operating system, unless you tweak it, can only run Steam games. But despite the advantages of the Windows systems, the numbers don't lie. People want a console-like experience. They want to pick up a device and just play with as little friction as possible. But Windows handhelds have a lot of friction. Now, the other thing is cost. Because Windows devices have to have
Dang, he just had it in sleep mode.
increases the cost by like $50 at the minimum. So SteamOS devices are just inherently cheaper. The Steam Deck OLED comes in at $550 right now. The base model of the Legion Go S, this was slated to launch at $550 earlier this year, but it looks like
How old's this video?
At $599. So it's like a $50 premium over what they
7 months. Yeah, so a lot of the handhelds are going up in price because of the RAM. The whole issues with the RAM.
Go S is significantly better to me. This is a big
I forgot which one it was. The Lenovo Go 2 or something. I forget what it's called.
OLED panel. It's an LCD, but
It's going for like $2,000 now.
characteristics of this panel over the Steam Deck OLED. The touchpad
That's
of
fair.
the Legion Go S isn't as good as the one on the Steam Deck. This one's
Well, you could import one.
But the overall ergonomics of the Legion Go S are fantastic. I actually really like the way this thing feels.
Mhm.
There's also cases available for this device. Like there's the kill switch from dbrand already. I think it's just going to be a really
Dbrand.
well-selling device. Now there were a couple of thoughts that popped into my mind while I was checking out this SteamOS hardware. The first is like for Valve. If they're willing to put in the resources and development time to make this product, like to make a custom-tuned version of SteamOS for a specific hardware.
Yeah, now I'm sure if you check now, it's going to be $2,000.
willing to do this, why would
They're
this
going up in price in the used market.
make more sense for Valve to just be like, we'll let the hardware guys handle hardware and we'll just do the software stuff, because that's what the profit margins are, right? You get 30% cut on every game. That's why these things exist, to sell games. So I think Valve wants to make more hardware, but at the same time, I'm like, I could see them leaving sooner than later. I could see them just exiting that whole hardware thing sooner than I would want. Okay, the other thing is...
Oh, was he wrong?
When I was testing this stuff out, I thought, how did we get to the stage where Microsoft allowed this to even happen? Like, we've had handheld gaming PCs for a decade.
So this is before they announced all the devices.
Gaming on Windows better, and it just hasn't changed very much.
Yeah, I always remember that when the GPD came out, I was like, that's the
Piece of software, and it took
most amazing thing ever. Literally it was literally a tiny laptop with a screen and the gaming controller.
Okay, there you have it. SteamOS is awesome, and I think it fundamentally changes this product genre.
You trifold. Lord Gavin shall not abandon the unwashed masses, and rest easy in his many yachts. He enters the hardware fray, for he knows his cause is just. Android 16
If you've been
desktop mode.
on the development of Android over the past few years, then you would know the upcoming desktop mode is probably one of the biggest new additions we've seen to Android in quite some time. It's actually a huge deal because this seems like a genuine sneak peek into the future of the ecosystem, where we get to test out what is effectively the early stages of a true Android tablet / laptop / PC hybrid, all running off one singular Pixel device. No doubt, this is something we've been keeping an eye on since
Oh, okay, cool.
almost 6 months ago.
Price hasn't
where
gone
initially,
up.
I have to say, it was in a really rough state. But with the latest December QPR update on the Pixel 10, there's been a big level of polish that is sorely needed in order to make it
Anchor.
somewhat viable by today's standards. And after using it for almost a week as my main computing device, I have some takeaways to share with you on how development has been going. And honestly, it's starting to come together in a way that is genuinely exciting if you're a fan of the platform. First up, if you're new to desktop mode and want to get started, it is incredibly simple. All you need is a USB-C to HDMI adapter, a wireless mouse, and a wireless keyboard. Or if you want to do everything wired like I am for the majority of this video, you can get an adapter like this 5-in-1 dongle from Anchor, where you can manually plug in all your peripherals, plus there's an
Anchor.
Ethernet port if you need that additional speed. Although,
I don't know if you
this
can
is
read
something you think you might be doing a lot of in the future, a USB-C dock, an official one where you mount your phone to it, would probably be a lot cleaner.
Anchor makes the best cables.
Equipment, and then on the Pixel side of things, you'll have to enable developer options, then toggle the enable desktop experience features option, followed by a reboot. If everything is done correctly, you should be able to plug in your Pixel 8, 9, or 10 into an external monitor, where you get a prompt immediately asking how you want to proceed. With this prompt, you have two options here: a mirroring mode or a desktop mode, alongside a toggle to have it remember which mode you prefer by default, which is pretty helpful. Mirroring mode is exactly what it sounds like. It just reflects your phone screen one-to-one. Good for those that maybe want to stream movies or share photos, or maybe want to demo something on your phone. Mirror mode is perfect for that situation. But the real reason I think someone would use this is for desktop mode. This is probably the most exciting addition of this feature, as it launches a specific dedicated desktop interface, complete with a taskbar and the ability to pin your most powerful apps and proper windowing features, just like you would see on Chrome OS, MacBooks, or Windows machines for that matter. And
Yeah, wireless desktop mode is amazing.
So on the display, you can be fully immersed in the
On this screen that I have, I tried it. It works perfectly. There's no lag or anything.
which makes this feel more like a dual monitor setup rather than just one isolated display, which just adds a bit of utility right off the bat. When it comes to the actual operating system itself, you can really see how much work Google has put into refining this desktop experience since its initial launch about 6 months back. For one, you have the ability to resize apps to pretty much any orientation you want. Anything from Reddit to YouTube, Slack, Facebook, Instagram, eBay, pretty much any app you can think of is able to be resized. And whatever size / aspect ratio you get it will determine if it shows you the phone version of that app or the tablet version of that app. So for YouTube Music, for example, you can see it switch in real time from that singular mobile view to that 2-pane large screen view. The settings app also does it as well, and really any app that supports it. Also, since we're talking about window behavior, it is worth mentioning that I was able to have 5 of these app windows open at the same time, just something to note. Either way, alongside the freeform windowing option, you also get the ability to snap a window to the left or right-hand side for quick split-screen multitasking.
That's pretty much
and
Dex
the
mode.
option, which fills the entire screen with the window that you're working on. Although weirdly enough, there are more app windowing options. If you click the drop-down menu in the top left-hand side of an app, you will see 4 additional toggles where you can enter a true full-screen view that actually locks you into one particular app for a full immersive experience, a window toggle to return back to that freeform windowing mode, an option to open that specific app inside a Chrome tab, very useful if there's a compatibility issue, which will happen while Google still refines this desktop mode, and the ability to have links open inside the app or within the Chrome browser. Again, just nice flexibility options while we wait for the system to mature a bit. I also forgot that we got some features fully working over the past few months, like a real functional desktop view. So you can have one group of apps on one desktop while being able to swap over to a new set of apps on a second or third desktop. And we also have quick settings toggles working now alongside notification access. Both features that were sorely missing since its initial release, although they definitely do need to work on it a little bit from a UI perspective, as everything is just stretched out like you would see on the phone. Nothing is really custom tailored for this desktop experience, at least quite yet. Lastly, there's a brand new feature that really surprised me, starting with that December QPR update we got a while back. Circle to search actually works in this desktop mode. To access, you just hold down the app drawer search icon and it triggers exactly how you expect it to, with the full screen animation, the circling gesture, AI overviews, quick access to Nano Banana, pixel screenshots, the text editor, and identifying music. I don't know why, but I find it so crazy to see such a headlining Android feature integrated so deeply into this experimental desktop mode. To me, it shows Google is very interested in getting this working to the fullest. And yes, while it's still very far from something like Samsung Dex, for a Pixel phone to get something this advanced in its stock software, it's a very solid foundation. But I think the big question that everyone is thinking is, yeah, this is great and all, but what can you actually do with this? Which is a fair question, and I think the answer around this feature existing is a lot deeper than that. But at the surface level, there's a lot you can do here. Over the past week, I've used this desktop mode almost as my main machine, where I actually wrote and researched this entire script using the desktop windowing mode on the Pixel 10, and the experience was actually pretty great. I have to be clear that in its current state, it still needs a lot of work. Right now, the mouse and keyboard controls just don't feel as fluid as they would from a device that was built from the ground up with them in mind. The display resolution, while improved at launch, is still noticeably worse compared to a device that is natively ready for this kind of setup. The OS itself is a bit buggy with
nice.
Sporadically. Once in a while, I have to unplug the Pixel 10 and do a hard reset because something got stuck along the way. But once it's actually cleaned up to be a fully functioning, no-nonsense stable environment, it's going to open up a lot of possibilities that were just not doable on Pixels in the past. For example, if you're someone like me who frequents a co-working space or has access to a computer lab, this setup is perfect, as you can just walk in with your phone and a small dongle, plug it into a monitor, keyboard, and mouse that's already there, and instantly have a fully fledged desktop PC without having to log in or set anything up. All of your apps, files.
Yeah, I have my other monitor is like that. It's got Type-C on it. It's really nice because I could plug my phone in and it just gives me a full desktop experience.
Mouse and keyboard support, and it ran very smoothly. But you can also hook up a controller and play some of Android's best titles like Stardew Valley or Dead Cells on the big screen.
Dead Cells.
Game Boy emulators.
Dead Cells is on my list of games to play. I might play that next week.
Sorry, my bad. GeForce Now and turn your Pixel into a legitimate gaming console. And yes, while we know Tensor Chip.
Wait, what do you call it?
With Game Boy emulators or GameCube emulators, this is the perfect environment for that. Or if you're into cloud gaming, you could fire up Google Stadia, or sorry, my bad, GeForce Now, and turn your Pixel into a
Google Stadia. Okay.
And yes, while we know
it's gone.
Chips aren't always winning in terms of raw performance, the Pixel 10 did handle all of this light gaming and a handful of windows that I had open perfectly fine. Still, it has to be said, this is why people like me do want Tensor to have way better performance so that it can handle all of these new game-changing features like this in the future. So hopefully this is something Google's taking account for in future Pixel releases. But if I'm being 100% honest here, I don't even think this desktop windowing mode is really made for Pixel phones in the first place. Don't get me wrong, it's a massive flex that something like this is even possible on a smartphone, and it certainly does set Pixel apart from anything else in the market. However, to me,
the biggest issue was on Google Stadia, you had to rebuy all your games, which I'm like, that's not going to fly.
Recently, we found out the codename for this massive project is labeled Aluminum OS or Aluminium OS for the non-Americans out there, which is expected to see a full release sometime in 2026. To add to this, we actually saw a job posting from Google that specifically mentions a role responsible for, quote, developing.
And even with GeForce Now, you're able to play a lot of your Steam library on it now.
And that, my friends, is as clear of a confirmation as we are going to get at this time. So when you pair that with the reports of a high-end Pixel laptop being on the horizon, plus the idea that Google hasn't completely given up on their tablet ambitions with a potential Pixel Tablet 3 or future foldables, the pieces start to fit together, at least in my eyes. Even looking at the new Galaxy XR, I see a lot of the same desktop mode DNA baked into its software as well. Basically, this whole desktop windowing tech is just way too valuable for Google's future endeavors just to stay locked onto a phone screen. So even if this feature remains niche and isn't being used by a ton of Pixel owners, the entire future of the ecosystem is likely riding on it because other Android form factors will absolutely use it to the fullest. To me, they're effectively setting the stage for a massive hardware push in 2026 and 2027 with this tech in mind. And I'm hopeful that with this app's adaptability push, all the work finally comes together to the point where developers feel their time is genuinely well spent making pro-level apps for Android, knowing that they're going to scale perfectly from a phone to a tablet to the eventual Android laptop to Android XR headsets, plus many, many more. With that in mind, it's safe to say we still have a long way to go. Like I said, there are a lot of issues with scaling. Horizontal scrolling on apps like Reddit or the Google Play Store is still pretty rough, and I'd love to see them unlock higher frame rates like 120 Hz to make the experience feel smoother. We also need real desktop class apps, especially with a desktop version of Chrome with actual extensions. That would just be super helpful as well. But for now, this is what we've got, and I'm patiently waiting to see where things go from here. I expect the next big update that we can see from this is maybe in the Android 17 betas. At least that's where I would be looking for the next big piece of information regarding this. But in the meantime, I'm going to leave it to you guys now. What do you think of this desktop windowing mode on Pixel devices? Is this a feature you would actually use to replace or supplement a computing device in your day-to-day? Do you think this is a gimmick that won't get much attention at all? Or are you like me, someone who's willing to be patient, let Google do their thing, and we'll see how things look once we have an actual release date? Please let me know all your thoughts down in the comments below, as I'm really curious to hear what the
because again, kids growing up with this, for example, if they have this phone in 5 years and being able to do this, yeah, you're not going to need a PC. You're not going to need a laptop. You could just have your phone. Have your phone, have a Bluetooth keyboard and mouse, and then have a monitor you can cast to, and that's it. Like this monitor that I'm on now, when I cast to it, there's no latency. But this monitor also, it's a TV. It costs $1,300. But again, if you pay for the best, then yeah, it'll work flawlessly. Yeah. And yeah, the kids growing up with the Chromebooks, because I remember when they first came out, I'm like, now the Chromebooks are really good. But they're not even going to need those either. I've been driving Dex as my main computer for 4 years now, based. Desktop mode is basically Chrome OS, pretty much. Extensions on Chrome for Android. None of the mainstream OEM, apart from Samsung and Moto, have adopted the desktop model. Yeah. It took this long to get to this point. Dex was pretty late. Lumia phones were way back when were able to actually have a functional Windows desktop environment. I like how it says functional. Well, because there was Windows, what was it? RT, R2? And it kind of worked, but not everything worked. Because it didn't have x86. Everything had to be emulated. And so, yeah, it just wasn't going to work. It was just too much work to develop something that was going to become obsolete. Yeah, it was a version of Windows that ran on Snapdragon CPUs. What was it? They had it on the Microsoft Surface. I'm not sure what other devices had it. Wanted this kind of tech since 2012 when Ubuntu and Canonical was working on it. Pixel laptop. And one thing is, there are cases you can buy that you can plug your phone into, and it's a laptop. And then with that, if you have that computer, you could just keep plugging in your newer phone to it, and you don't really need a new laptop after that. I forget what it was called though, but it's pretty much just a laptop shell that you can plug your phone into. That was Surface. Those things were great. Yeah. The only thing is not all the applications worked on it. Mentioning Google Stadia, instant sadness. I have the Stadia controller. What was it? My friend gave it to me because he's like, well, I don't need this. It was a cool controller too, because what was it? The controller connected directly to your network, which is kind of cool. To reduce latency. Would I to be alive like Google Cook? The only thing is because of how they designed it, I know on my computer, every time I use it, I have to reset it just for it to work again, which is annoying. So I just don't use it. But I have it. It's a backup controller. Of course not. Of course it's not connecting to your network and seeing everything you do. Why would it do that? Stadia was a low blow. Only available for the 10 when using beta Android 16. What was it? I think there is a way to unlock it without having to sign up for the beta. I think you have to enable it in the developer options. Desktop mode. Yeah, because I have a Motorola and it has desktop mode in it. If the version name for Android 16 isn't Birdie, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed. Would be nice if you could enter this desktop mode by screencasting. For sure you can. Thank you. I'm sure you can because my phone does that. My phone, the screencasting is desktop mode. There's a mobile mode, but it has a desktop mode too. So it has the screen mirroring. The screencasting has screen mirroring and desktop mode. But yeah, so on my phone, as long as you have Wi-Fi 6, the latency, like, because I had this screen plugged directly into my modem, and then casting from my phone, there was like no latency. It ran flawlessly. And then with Wi-Fi 7, once people adopt Wi-Fi 7, boom, that's it. Good game. You could also plug in directly if you really wanted to. Yeah. And I think that's why in the video he's kind of advertising the having a dock. USB-C dock. Because yeah, the more wireless the better. And foolproof shed foundation.
I'm going to be building a shed right here. The problem is this area is pretty sloped. So today, I'm going to show you how to build the ultimate shed foundation, good for flat surfaces or slopes. And this video is going to cover everything from layout to framing, to backfilling, and then the finishing touches. So let's get right into it. So I'm going to be building an 8x10 shed, but I think I'm going to have a 10x10 foundation just so I can maybe upsize in the future. Overall, the site was pretty clear except for this one tree root that I just pulled out with my truck. So first things first, I'm just going to get the approximate dimensions for my shed. And this is just to get the preliminary 12x12 square. And as I mentioned before, over 6 feet, we had a rise of around 17 inches and probably around 25
12 by 12, 17 inches.
So next up, I'm going to build the batter boards, and I'm going to build them out around 1 to 2 feet outside the footprint. So in our case, we have a 12x12 shed, so I'll probably put these 14 feet apart or so. I went with small stakes in the front and then taller stakes in the back to account for the grade drop off. And then to get everything level, I use a laser level to establish that level line across the front and back. And then I just attached the horizontal boards to the vertical stakes that we put in previously, and I was aligning the top of the board with that level laser line. That was the front, and here's the back. When it comes to setting the initial string lines, I like to just put it kind of in the middle of the batter board. So I'll put in a nail right here, and then I'll just take a string, I'll loop it around on itself, and then we'll wind it up around 5 or 6 times. And I'll put that over the nail head, and then you can tighten it up by just pulling on one end and pulling on the other. So you get it nice and tight, and then you just bring this back towards the nail. Now we have a nice tight line. Now the whole premise of batter boards is you can set 4 string lines to make sure that your structure or foundation is going to be perfectly square. This is obviously easier with 2 people, but you essentially want to make sure that all of your sides are 12 foot, and then you want to confirm the diagonal measurement based on the Pythagorean theorem. For a 12 by 12 foundation, our hypotenuse should be just under 17 feet, and you can also use the 3-4-5 method to do this on a smaller scale if you're working by yourself. And after adjusting the string lines as needed to confirm that you have a perfectly square layout, I recommend that you mark the boundary with some spray paint and move the string lines because we can always put those back later. And now for the worst part of any project, the digging. I just removed the top layer of grass and dirt, and I wanted to give myself kind of a 12-inch wide runway that was nice and flat around the entire 12-foot perimeter. And as you sit back and watch this from the comfort of your own home, just know that I was going to war with perhaps the largest root ever that was right in the middle of my layout. And after digging out that 12-inch runway, I used a hand tamp to get the area relatively level for that back wall of the shed. Next, I picked up some 57 stone and I applied it to the back wall of the shed first. And you want to use stone just because it's easier to kind of compact and level, and it's also going to help out with some drainage. Then
yeah, if you do ever have to dig, if you know you're going to be digging, if you water the area for a couple days, it'll make it a lot easier to dig out.
6-inch pressure-treated lumber that we cut to 12 foot. After making any minor adjustments and confirming that it's level, it's time to work on these 2 little wings. These wings are going to be the same elevation as the back wall, and they're going to be at the length that you determine based on the slope of your site. Since a 4-inch by 6-inch piece of lumber has a height of 5.5 inches, every time the slope increases by 5.5 inches, you're going to have to cut out another step in the slope. And because my slope is so steep, that's why these segments are so small in length. Okay, so the premise here is that we're going to backfill this area with stone so that it's perfectly level with the top of this board, and then we'll put a new board in on top. So basically, we're just going to step up about 5.5 inches at this location. So you can see right here that we're going to need about 2 inches of stone right there to get this first step completely level with the top of the first board we put in. Then I'm just going to measure this length and cut my 4 by 6 inch piece of lumber to size before putting it in place and getting it perfectly level. And I basically used the 4 by 6 inch lumber as a battering ram to kind of compact the last little bit, and then I repeated this process for the other side. And after getting a few boards in and you like how everything looks, it's time to start actually permanently securing them in place. And to do that, I drilled a 5/8 inch hole through the lumber, and then I took some 1/2 inch steel rebar and also some 1/2 inch fiberglass rebar, using the steel rebar for the strength and then the fiberglass rebar for the rust resistance to hopefully give me the best of both worlds. Then I simply hammered the rebar through the pre-drilled holes around 2 to 3 feet into the ground. And to secure the lumber together, I used these 10-inch Power Pro structural screws and an impact driver. I also pre-drilled and used rebar for basically the first 2 pieces of lumber, and then after that I just secured the lumber together using those 10-inch lag screws. But the more rebar you use, I guess the more secure this foundation will be, so probably don't skip. And as mentioned before, I alternated between steel and fiberglass rebar to hopefully give my shed the most secure base. Was this overkill? Probably 100%. And if you want the shed foundation to last longer than your kid's dog, you can also treat the cut ends of pressure-treated lumber with some wood preservative. And at this point, we're finally starting to go vertical, but it didn't take us long to our first warp board. If you have
you can also use pressure-treated wood.
Use a hammer to get leverage so
you don't have to worry about it.
And then use your lag screw to secure them together. Simple as that. And if you hit any rocks or roots when putting your rebar, just cut it off flush. And at this point, we pretty much worked our way around from the 2 sides to the back. I'm just confirming real quick the diagonal to make sure that we're still perfectly square. And after confirming that and putting that last side piece into place, it's time to install the front board, which involves more site prep. Now, earthwork like this can be a lot of work and get me pretty sweaty. That's why I'm partnering with today's video sponsor, Element. I use Element to stay hydrated and replenish electrolytes and result in
big electrolytes.
You can give whatever's left to a salty friend. I personally like to dilute mine a little bit more, so I prefer the mixes, but they also have these seltzers, which are pretty fantastic, especially if you're
graphene.
Get a free Element sample pack today with any purchase.
Might as well. I was at the end of the ad.
Filled with around 2 inches of stone, just like we did for the sides and back. Then I cut this last piece of lumber to our 12-foot dimension, positioned it in place, and then secured it to the adjacent boards using those 10-inch lag screws one last time. And just like the sides and back,
Lag bolts.
on the front here, we're going to pre-drill some holes and secure the front into the ground using some rebar as well. And I'm going to show you that you can cut rebar with both a miter saw and a reciprocating saw. You can also use an angle grinder. There's more than one way to skin a cat, my friends. And I'm not going to lie, hammering in the rebar was probably the most satisfying part of this project. Since I was using 12-foot lumber, I didn't have to join any of the 4x6s together, but if you're building a larger shed or you're using 8-foot lumber and you need to join two pieces together, all you need to do is cut out notches like this and then secure them together using structural screws or rebar. And I made a terrible decision to go one row higher, which is going to require even more backfill dirt, but I think it's going to line up better with my driveway once I redo it. So hopefully it's worth it. Next up, I took some of this landscape fabric, cut it to size, and then I attached it to the inside of my lumber here. Now, typically, backfilling a shed foundation like this with dirt would be the worst part of the project, but I recently got a Liberty dump trailer, and oh my gosh, a complete game changer. This shed foundation needed 2 full loads of dirt, and if I had to do this by hand, it probably would have been like 200 wheelbarrow loads. It would have been brutal. And I got just enough dirt so that I'd have around 3 to 6 inches of stone as the final top layer, but for now, I'm just raking the dirt even and compacting it with a hand sand. And I wish I rented a mechanical plate compactor for this, because this took quite a while, but here's what it looked like when I was done. And if you remember that landscape fabric that I installed previously, at this point, we're going to take it and we're going to spread it out so that it covers that dirt layer. And the function of this landscape fabric is twofold. One, it is going to prevent weeds from coming up, but the big advantage is that it's going to prevent the stone that we apply in the next step from sinking down into the dirt. Now at this point, I took my Liberty dump trailer to my local stone supplier and got a load of 57 stone, and then I simply dumped out the stone on top of that landscape fabric. And although I had to shovel out a bit of the stone since I couldn't pull forward, this was still a major improvement over what I had to do on my gable porch overhang project. And with all the stone finally shoveled out, it was just a matter of raking everything even, trying to get it as uniform as possible, and making sure that we were in line with the sides of the lumber. Once that was done, I cut off any of the excess landscape fabric, and then I was back to leveling and compacting the stone one final time. And as a word of caution, don't let this 10-minute video make you think that this is an easy project. It's not difficult in terms of skill level, but it takes a ton of labor, so plan accordingly if you want to tackle this project. Now let's take a quick reminder look at where this project started, and here's a look at the final result. Overall, I'm super happy with how this shed foundation turned out, but this was exhausting, so instead of building a fancy modern shed like I did on my last house, I'm just going to leave a link to that down below if you want to build something similar, and I'm going to stick to this pre-made flimsy shed, at least for the time being. Thank you all so much for watching. Drop a like and subscribe to the channel if you like DIY content, and I will see you on the next one.
12 by 12 foundation. Yeah, you use rocks so that any moisture in there will just drip out. And then you put soil just because soil is cheap. And then you put more rocks. Ground level pressure treated or not rots quicker than you think. Yeah. So the ground level is where that corner was. That area is ground level, and all that stuff's gonna get rotted. He did mention that he was gonna treat the wood though, but still. Couple treated wood foundations made 4 years ago. Good shape. Michigan gets a lot of rain. Maybe not as much as the UK. Yeah, but if you treat it and if you paint it, it seals the wood so that it should last pretty long. And certain woods last longer than other woods. Like redwood. But, burnt the post to form a charcoal shell. Despite that, it rotted after 12 months. Next time I'll use treated posts. Yeah. Until it starts to crack on the surface and sealing oil treatments afterwards. Repeat both burn and oil treatment at least twice. Wood species is way more important than most realize. Yeah. Stick to cedar. Most traditional methods agree. Cedar's the best. That's what it was. Then, I know oak is good for if you live in the wilderness. Was oak, redwood's really strong, and yeah, cedar. But most important thing. How much latency makes a gamer worse?
Before we go any further, I feel it's important to address that we shot this video a few months ago, before Baby No Money stepped away from celebrity and music for good because of online negativity. We're really grateful to him that we're one of the last productions that was able to shoot with him, and that he allowed us to release this video. We kindly ask that you respect him and his family's privacy during this time.
Ready? After that video, I think it was after 120, or no, after 90 hertz, or 90 frames per second, 100. It doesn't make that much of a difference. Which means we don't need better graphics cards. And then I'll play this.
The RTX 50 series already like 10 months ago when it launched. But why am I doing it now, you might ask? Well, I recently bought an RTX 5070, and to be honest, nobody was
Yeah, 60 is really enough.
for free. And by the time it even reaches my country, the RTX 60 series will probably already be out. But the best thing about this video is that these are at least honest realizations I had about this GPU series. And they're not always the same as what you hear from other people. And it's not bullshit, so to speak. So these are the things you realize as soon as you buy an RTX 50 series GPU. Let's get started. Number
Yeah,
one,
if you're not playing FPS shooters, you don't need anything crazy.
connector for video cards with a 12-pin cable and 4 tiny pins clipped on top. Well, it's
Whoa.
supposed to be good, not gonna lie. It should provide more power and improve cable management efficiency, because we know that with each generation, the number of pins used for powering video cards kept increasing. It got to the point where GPUs reached 8 plus 8 plus 8 pin connectors, which is huge. And obviously, as power
That's ridiculous.
grow, the number of pins would continue to increase. So Nvidia and other GPU vendors had to find a solution before it reached something like a 24-pin motherboard connector. And they came up with this solution and started designing video cards with the PCIe 5 PSU connector starting from the 40 series. And you know what? The problem is that this connector started melting over time. People began complaining about it many times on Reddit, and some users noticed the issue when they upgraded and couldn't remove the power connector anymore. That meant Nvidia completely failed with the RTX 40 connector. And no, it's not because of bad PSU, don't get me wrong. People were using 80 plus gold power supplies and the problem was still there. You might say this was the first real implementation of PCIe 5 technology, and they wouldn't repeat the same mistake again, right? Well, no. After a year when Nvidia released a new GPU generation, the RTX 50 series, people were still complaining about this connector. The melting problem was still there. That's crazy because it directly affects consumer safety. Nobody wants to burn their entire build because of one video card, right? And to be honest with you guys, when I filmed my easy PC building guide, I said that if your GPU is higher than the RTX 40 series, you can use this PCIe 5 connector. But after finishing that build, I found the problem with connectivity. The issue wasn't melting this time, but a weak connection. Basically, when I connected everything and turned on my PC, it worked fine. But after finishing the video, the next day I couldn't turn it on at all. There was just a black screen on my monitor. I started looking for the problem, and at first I suspected something was wrong with the RAM, especially considering the RAM shortage that started right after I built my PC. I thought maybe the store sold me defective RAM and kept the good kits to sell later for a higher price. I know it sounds like I'm an overthinking idiot, but during shortages, anything feels possible. We've already encountered people camping outside the Micro Center in 2021, in case you didn't know. But it turned out none of that was true, and I was overthinking idiot. The problem was the video card connector. The connector simply wasn't making proper contact, and at one point, it wasn't making contact at all. That's why the GPU showed nothing, and I blamed the RAM for no reason. In the end, I tried unplugging and plugging everything back in, even changing the PSU side connection, but nothing worked. So I took the adapter from the GPU box and connected it using an 8 plus 8 pin PSU cable. And that was it. My PC started working normally again thanks to the adapter. So yeah, that was my first impression of this video card, and it was rough. But that wasn't the end, because there's another thing we're all already sick of. Number 2. AI slop. Now let's remember the Nvidia presentation. There was one word from Huang that made people hate the RTX 5070, and I guess you probably know which word it was. Jensen Huang once said that the RTX 5070's performance would surpass the RTX 4090, and everyone was like, wow, considering that the RTX 4090 was the most powerful GPU of the previous generation. And at that time, we didn't know the performance of the RTX 5080 and 5090. We all reacted the same way, except for Linus.
I believe when I see it.
But in the end, it turned out to be an AI boost to
I'll believe it when I see it.
RTX 5070. Crazy, right? You might say, alright, but what's the trick? Yes, they increased FPS like we wanted, but the problem is that the raw performance of the RTX 5070 is so much slower that it can't even outperform the RTX 4070 Ti. And when they said the RTX 5070 performs the same as the RTX 4090, they were actually talking about a technology called multi-frame generation, which is part of the new DLSS. And we already know what DLSS is. It's a technology that reduces image quality to give you higher FPS, but this new version uses AI and it degrades the image even more. And they're literally calling this AI-generated FPS an outperformer of the RTX 4090. That turned out to be one of the worst marketing moves Nvidia has ever made. That's why a lot of people started hating this exact RTX 50 series. People were making videos about how bad it was and criticizing it heavily. And in the end, Uncle Linus turned out to be right. But if we look at this situation more closely, it actually reminds us of something. Number 3. Nvidia turning into Apple. Yeah, that reminds me of Apple. Nvidia, as you might have noticed, is now officially becoming like Apple. Literally every 2 years we get a new generation of RTX, but the changes are not that noticeable. And especially the RTX series was definitely not the best improvement after the RTX 40 series. But I understand what you're thinking. You're probably thinking that games aren't improving in graphics and optimization is getting worse over time. Yeah, but what about those RTX and DLSS updates every year? They are literally showing us changes with every DLSS version, but the result is always the same. The image is damaged and you get a lot of FPS. I'm not a programmer, but even from the outside, this feels like a bad direction. Back in the day, developers had to optimize their games. They had to work within real hardware limits. Today, DLSS feels like an easy excuse to ship poorly optimized games and just say, turn in upscaling. And people who pay for that are the players. If you don't have a 50 series or even a 40 or 30 series GPU, plus a strong CPU and enough RAM to avoid bottlenecks, you're basically pushed out. Pieces that should last many years suddenly feel obsolete. Not because they are weak, but because games are inefficient. And yeah, I'll be honest, the selfish part of me still enjoys DLSS. It lets me run badly optimized Unreal Engine 5 games on my RTX 5070 at play.
17 gigs of RAM.
But at the same time, it feels like a band-aid, not a real solution. It hides bad optimization instead of fixing it. And when the entire AAA industry starts relying on shortcuts instead of fundamentals, that's usually when things start breaking. So why is Nvidia turning into Apple? Because the changes aren't clear with each generation. With every generation, Nvidia brings fewer truly new updates. For example, after the massive performance updates of the GTX series, we got the RTX 20 series. That was a massive game changer because it gave us not only better performance, but also ray tracing and the first version of DLSS. At the time, DLSS seemed
Yeah, DLSS, FSR. Because of FSR, there's a lot of games that I'm able to play with my GPU.
Resizable bar, and Nvidia Reflex. In general, the RTX 30 series was one of the most
Even Borderlands 4 with DLSS set to performance, it's surprising how good it looks, and it runs pretty well.
The PCIe 5 port. The rest was just new DLSS versions, ray tracing updates, and CUDA core increases that mostly matter to editors and 3D designers.
What was it? So if you use frame generation with 2 graphics cards, you don't get the latency issue.
Nothing truly special. It looks exactly like
using what's called lossless scaling. Lossless scaling, you can use a second graphics card to do the multi-frame generation, and at that point you don't get any lag. You still get the video degradation, but it's not on the newest GPUs. It's not that bad.
Presentation differed from the previous ones because Nvidia showed us a big improvement in pricing for the new 50 series. Actually, the RTX 50 series is priced lower than the RTX 40 series MSRP. For example, if the RTX 4070 was $599 at launch, the RTX 5070 is $549. And if the RTX 4080 was $1,199, then the RTX 5080 is $999, which, to be clear, sounds good in general. But after the launch, Nvidia decided to shift focus away from the consumer market of ordinary gamers and video editors towards AI production. Because of that, in some countries, MSRP prices were basically forgotten. There were countries where video cards were sold for twice the MSRP, including mine.
Oh yeah, definitely.
RTX 5070 from MSI, which I bought.
I watched so many benchmark videos.
Around $1,000. And remember, the MSRP was $549. And no, don't get me wrong. I know there are logistic costs and margins from the tech resellers, but that shouldn't be such a big.
Yeah, definitely send me screenshots and stuff.
After MSRP,
or if you want to record it.
Increase shouldn't happen at all. It should be a maximum of around 20% increase. That's it. But what we see on the market is completely different from what we saw in the presentation. To be honest, I still bought this GPU because I believed Nvidia as a loyal customer. I had a GTX 1060, then an RTX 3060, and now an RTX 5070. I thought, is the RTX 50 series really that bad? And I purchased it anyway, because I needed a newer generation for editing software and more CUDA cores for better performance. Do I regret it? Not really. In my case, I have YouTube earnings, so I can earn that.
Yeah, if you have 2 GPUs, and if you can do the lossless scaling, multi-frame generation,
RTX 40 series
frames,
are expensive. RTX 30
it's pretty legit.
Are expensive as well, while the RTX 50 series was at least available to buy. There are also RTX 5070 Ti, which is stronger, but the price difference was about $200. And considering that I wanted a white build specifically, I didn't buy it, because as you know, white builds are hard to find and especially expensive most of the time. And I guess you're thinking now, what about AMD? Well, unfortunately, while AMD cards are still good in games, many editing programs are tied to Nvidia's CUDA cores.
Yeah, you can use it with lossless scaling to enable multi-frame generation with no latency. Or with much lower latency. What was the video called? Alright, I don't know, opening another tab. Scaling multi-GPU. It should be a video that I watched already. Oh, I think it was this one. Also, I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be back.
2048 SP is one of the most popular graphics cards on Steam, with 0.57% of users opting for the budget card. That's potentially over 752,000 people using the 580 2048
I can go to the bathroom.
Steam's monthly active users. Most people would say that the 580 is a budget 1080p gaming card, and they're probably right. It's an almost 7-year-old GPU that wasn't even a high-end card back in 2018. I remember buying a 580 in 2018 and only paying around £180 for it, or $240, and then I sold it again for double the price in 2020 when crypto made GPUs extremely scarce. But when people say it's a 1080p gaming card, they're usually referring to the 8GB version, but here I have a Chinese 580 2048 with 16GB of GDDR5 memory, and I want to make it into an ultra-cheap 4K gaming card. Sort of. So in the previous video, we saw that having 2 RX 580 16GB cards in Crossfire works quite well, when Crossfire actually works, that is. However, most newer games are not compatible. But today we're going to test out lossless scaling's frame generation and hopefully make this 16GB graphics card into a kind of 4K gaming card by utilizing the dual GPU mode. Basically, we're setting the game to use one GPU and lossless scaling to use the other GPU. Thanks to all who commented on the last video. But first, before we use 2 GPUs, let's try it out with a single 16GB RX 580 so we know what we're working with here. Let's connect our GPU and we can see that we have our 16GB RX 580 in GPU-Z with the somewhat slow GPU clock and memory clock speeds. In Red Dead Redemption 2 at 1080p at ultra settings, TAA set to high, and windowed border so our frame generation actually works, we get 25.2 FPS on average, which is not quite ideal as we need a semi-decent FPS of around 30 to get good results from frame generation. When we turned on LSFG 3.0 with the 2x multiplier and flow scale set to 100, we saw a quite big drop in our base FPS down to 21.5 FPS on average. Obviously the frame generation needs to run off of something, so that's why we're seeing this drop here. However, we are now doubling our frames, so we now have approximately 42 FPS on average, and the game feels quite smooth and it's actually overall a very good experience. There weren't too many noticeable defects in areas with movement either. Looking at the footage in slow motion on a 120Hz monitor, it does appear to be quite smooth, or at least smoother than without frame generation, with of course some occasional defects. Turning up the frame generation to 3 times decreased the FPS a little more to 20.2 FPS, but now it gave us a generated 60 FPS. There's definitely more noticeable warping and weird stuff happening now due to the low base FPS and having extra generated frames. At 4K ultra settings, we're getting 16.6 FPS on average, which is definitely not ideal, and turning on lossless scaling 2x with the flow scale set at 50, our base FPS drops to about 11.8 FPS, and doubling that we get about 24 FPS. Increasing the multiplier to 3x didn't have much of an effect on the base FPS, which still remains at around 11 FPS. We then had 33 for total FPS. Increasing the flow scale up to 100, our graphics cards can no longer keep up, and the generated frames are no longer 3 times our base FPS. This is because we're inputting 4K frames to generate our next frames, which definitely requires a lot of compute power. 10 FPS really isn't enough to play even with frame generation, let's be honest here. You get more weird motion stuff, and the game feels like it's playing slower. So we could just turn up the multiplier and turn down the flow scale, and we get like 60 FPS. But realistically, that would just be rubbish. Basically, we need a higher base FPS in 4K, so we could turn down some of the settings, but the point is I'm trying to maximize the VRAM usage as this is a 16GB card after all. We could literally get the same results using an 8GB 580 if the memory usage is always under 8GB, which in Red Dead Redemption 2 it always seems to be. So let's connect our second GPU. This should prevent our base FPS from dropping when turning on lossless scaling, because our second GPU is running all the lossless scaling stuff. In order to set this up, we just need to get our main gaming graphics card and put that in the top slot, and then we put our second GPU into the second PCIe slot. Our video cable needs to be plugged into the card that's running lossless scaling, so plug that into the second GPU. Now that we're in the desktop, first turn off AMD Crossfire by going to the AMD software. We don't want that on, so we may not be able to see our GPUs as separate cards. We need to be able to make the game run off of our main GPU, so we're going to search for graphics settings in the Windows Start search bar, and add the game, and then we're going to change the selected graphics cards to our main graphics card in our X16 slot. In my case, both cards are 580/2048 SPs, so I just tried both and started the game up, and I could listen for any annoying coil whine coming from the cards under load. If you only see one card available for both high performance and power saving, then either upgrade to Windows 11 or go to Regedit and add some stuff. You can check the description for that. Now we need to launch our game and make sure our second GPU is set for lossless scaling. Now in game we're getting the same base FPS as we did before, but turning on lossless scaling frame generation, we don't drop our base FPS. So the game feels very smooth at 54 or even 81 FPS at 3 times frame generation at 1080p. At 4K we're still only getting around 14 FPS, so even though we get more FPS when turning the frame generation on, the game doesn't feel great at even 42 generated FPS. So it's not looking too good for our cheap 4K gaming card. But to try and get more FPS, I'm going to swap these two cards around. While this may seem unnecessary, I'm hoping that this will give us a boost in FPS due to the fact that the Dicker Saber card, in white here, is clocked quite a bit faster and also has a faster memory clock. So using this card for the gameplay, we should get a higher FPS. And sure enough, we are getting a higher FPS. At 1080p ultra settings, we now have 31.3 FPS instead of 25.2 FPS. We can turn on 2 times or 3 times frame generation, and the game feels great. At 4K, we're also getting a higher FPS at 17.2, but this is still quite low for frame generation. It's for sure better than before, but it's still not great. If we turn down the settings to low, then we get 31.5 FPS on average at 4K, and turning on frame generation, we have this game running at over 60 FPS. This is much better and a lot more playable, and the game still looks decent enough. If we want to get over 60 FPS however, we need to turn down the flow scale as our Kinology 580 cannot handle the large amounts of frame generation at 4K. So we sacrifice some of the quality for our extra frames. But the game still looks really good, running at 90 FPS at 4K. However, when we turn down our settings, our VRAM usage decreased by a lot, so you could also run this with an 8GB 580 2048 SP. Let's try some other games and see if we can play them at 4K, and let's also see how much video memory they use. In Forza at 1080p max settings, so I have some of the settings higher than the extreme preset, we got 33.9 FPS on average, and funnily enough we were already using over 8GB of VRAM. Turning on frame generation, we were getting double and triple the FPS and the game actually felt really smooth. Now at 4K we're only getting 14 FPS on average, which is not great. We are using over 9GB of video memory, but in order to get this to a playable 4K experience, I turned down the settings of the game to the extreme preset. Now we get 22.3 FPS on average, whilst also using over 8GB of video memory. Frame generation now feels a lot better with 44 or 66 FPS at 4K. In Forza 4K gaming with the 16GB RX 580 actually seems to make sense. The game plays really well and uses well over 8GB of VRAM. Turning down the flow scale would probably be good here, but since we only have 22 FPS to begin with, We're not generating so many frames like if we had 6
Strawberry lavender mushroom.
So it seems like our Kinology 580 can handle the frame
Drink.
generation. It is important not to max out the card usage, because it makes the game feel worse with input delay and it just doesn't feel as smooth. Spider-Man Remastered at the very high preset at 4K gave us 23.1 FPS on average.
Does not taste good.
Just less than 8 GB of VRAM. Turning on the frame generation, the game felt much more smooth and was decent playing at over 70 FPS. Ideally, the base FPS could be a little bit higher, as there were some graphical weird stuff going on due to the low base FPS. I think that the VRAM usage may creep over 8 GB at certain points in the game, so the 16 GB 580 does seem to be good for Spider-Man Remastered with loss of scaling. Star Wars Jedi Survivor gave us 18.7 FPS at epic settings 4K. The FPS is a bit low here, but with 2x frame generation, it was actually quite good, surprisingly enough. We were getting about 40 FPS and it felt pretty smooth. At 3x frame generation, the game was smoother, but had more noticeable warping stuff due to the low FPS. We were using well over 10 GB of VRAM on our 580, so if we were using the 8 GB card here, we would have run out of VRAM and most likely have gotten a much lower FPS. Turning down the settings to high, and we were still using well over 8 GB of VRAM, but we had a higher base FPS in the 23 range. This means we could get over 50
Playing in
FPS
high 4K uses 10 gigs of VRAM.
For the most part, we could keep the flow scale at 100 as there weren't too many frames being generated, but at 3 or 4 times multiplier...
Yeah, I think if you only have 8 gigs of VRAM, you can really only do 1080p gaming and maybe some for 1440p gaming.
GTA 5 at ultra settings, 4K without MSAA and advanced graphics, we got a decent FPS of
Imagine playing
30.
GTA.
This is to be expected with an older game like GTA 5, and turning on frame generation was great. We could get 60 FPS by setting the flow scale to 100, and about 90 FPS or even more if we turn the flow scale down to 60. Flight Simulator at 4K ultra settings wasn't very good with only 8.9 FPS on average. It was using over 8 GB of VRAM, but we're going to have to turn down the settings to get this into a playable state. At low settings 4K, the game was much better at 23.5 FPS. Our VRAM usage did drop down to about 6 GB, however. Frame generation here was pretty decent, but you could do the exact same thing with a 580 8 GB card. Resident Evil 3 at max settings 4K was using well over 9 GB of video memory, and better yet, the game was actually playable, with 27 FPS on average. This did also dip into the 30 FPS range at many times, so it seems like the 580 16 GB card is a pretty good match for this game. Turning on frame generation, we get into the 60s and 90 FPS range, depending on the multiplier of course. But if we do turn the multiplier out to 3x and above, we need to turn down that flow scale.
Wait, did he already mention the latency?
As it's at 100
Using
usage, which causes
latency reduction?
Shadow of the Tomb Raider at 1080p highest settings gives us 61 FPS on average, and about 120 FPS with the 2x multiplier, or even higher if we increase the multiplier, of course.
Higher.
Okay, our base FPS drops to 21, but it's still playable, and turning on frame generation, we can get 42 or 63 FPS using the 2 or 3 times multiplier.
Oh, you're good then.
8 GB of video memory, so it may be possible to achieve these results with an 8 GB card, but it's probably good to have the 16 GB card, and then you have more.
Pretty much use 2 graphics cards. The
When we
end.
did Crossfire on this game with the exact same cards, we achieved 34.4 FPS on
Also, what
average.
game should I
With
play?
frame generation, we can get upwards of 60 or 80 FPS, or even more. Obviously, these aren't actually real frames, but generated frames instead, so they won't ever look as good. But frame generation has one real big advantage over Crossfire, apart from the fact that Crossfire is dead, which is probably a pretty big reason too. You can use any 2 GPUs you like with frame generation. They don't have to be the same series, brand, or even the same memory size. You can pair an Nvidia card with an AMD card, and you can use an 8 GB card with a 4 GB card. So while you can pair differing memory sizes in Crossfire, you will only get the memory of the smallest of the 2 cards due to how Crossfire works. With loss of scaling, on the other hand, you can use any amount and the GPU memory is not split. If you noticed before, loss of scaling running on our second GPU never used really any more than 4 GB of VRAM, so having a more expensive 16 GB 580 to run frame generation isn't even needed. Just to check, I tried running loss of scaling with the same GPU for running our games, but this time I used a 4 GB RX 470 for our frame generation, and the results were pretty much the same. There is a good chance that my second GPU is probably being bottlenecked due to the X4 slot. It's PCIe 4.0, so capable of 8 GB per second on the X4, but unfortunately these old RX 580 cards only support PCIe 3.0, so the maximum is therefore half that at 4 GB per second. Additionally, it's also PCIe through the chipset. While it would have been great to test it using PCIe X8 or even X16 to make sure that there are no bottlenecks, motherboards with 2 real PCIe X8 slots are pretty hard to come by, and they tend to cost quite a bit. I don't think someone who's got like $400 to spend on a motherboard is going to be buying a 16 GB 580 and trying to play 4K games on it. So is the RX 580 16 GB now a 4K gaming card? Well, I guess it's possible, but frame generation will never be as good as running the game natively. You get occasional glitches and noticeable warping. Even stuff like DLSS and FSR frame generation will be better because they can go into the game mechanics to generate more accurate motion, but they do require the game to actually have it implemented, and your graphics card has to be compatible. AMD FSR isn't officially compatible with the older 500 series cards, but I have seen it working. So loss of scaling is definitely great for playing any game using any card, or even dual cards with frame generation and upscaling. It can also upscale, so you could just play the game at 1080p and upscale it to 4K with some frame generation, and you could quite easily get a really good experience. It's just really down to the end user, and you can mess around with the settings until you find your optimal gaming experience. cards. Lossless Scaling's frame generation is indeed very good, and
Yeah,
the
it's only
fact that
$7.
separate cards is awesome. Some people have called it the new SLI or Crossfire, and I'd have to agree that it's probably the best option for dual GPU gaming currently. Thanks for watching.
Ta-da! I was gonna play this video. Ta-da! Now get copyright strike. I don't have to cut it. Hey, look, I put W. 2 weeks ago. Please don't stop making music. I need more songs like this. Real. I did not. I might not be a huge fan of him. I do not. I did like his music, and his music cheered me up whenever I felt down. Sometimes his post will come up on my For You page on Instagram and made me giggle. Both great artist and entertainer. I miss you. Yeah, but I guess he left the influencer space because he was getting a lot of hate. Not sure why, but yeah. But, in Game Pass. I'm done with this game. So the other games I currently have installed. I wonder when I should start today. What time is it? 4 o'clock? Or it's been 4 hours? I never finished this game. This game takes about 8 hours to beat. Hades would take me forever. Dome Keeper. I could finish Clover Pit. Tunic. The Grinch. I never finished it. And I'm okay with that. Goodbye. Should I finish it? Nah, it'd be fine. Celeste. Volver Digital. Ball Pit. I thought about playing this too. It's got replay value. Or I could start Silk Song. The thing is, I know they're doing an update and they're gonna add DLC. I'm not sure if I should wait for the DLC or not. One thing I did like about waiting for games to get like the age is that you get the finished products, and so it's kind of nice playing games when they're all like complete. Megabonk. Should I just play Megabonk? Should I just play Game of the Year Megabonk? I kind of want to play Winter Bro in one sitting. No way. That's early. I think I might just play Megabonk. Bonk. Nah, no Megabonk. Bum. I also woke up really early. I woke up at like 4 o'clock. And it's not that late. It's 12 o'clock now. Okay. Or I can play Ball X Pit. I'm trying to figure out what I want to play. Or I could play Dota. Hey, where's this game? Or I can play another horror game. It's only 4 hours. Maybe I should just do this. I wonder if it's made on Unreal Engine. That same with Unreal, if you just hit certain limits, yeah, it just messes up your system. My Friendly Neighborhood. What game is this? The Gunk. Is it as good as My Friendly Neighborhood? Is this game horror? Saturday Morning Puppet Show. Sent to the Bottom of the String Dilemma. This looks like fun. I won't play it today, but I'll probably play it at some point. 4 hours? 12 hours? Oh yeah, High on Life is also on my list. I should install it. What was it? I might get GeForce Now, and then I'm gonna, at that point I'll probably play E33. I wanted to wait for my Ethernet cable to come, just because I know GeForce Now, I think I tried it in 1080p and it was running pretty well. But yeah, if I'm gonna be streaming a game, I should probably have a wired connection. I do have a 100-foot cable, but I want to run it properly, and if I want to run it properly, I need a 150-foot cable. I could play it. It's not a long game, is it? I can start High on Life tomorrow. I just won't do any chatting, and I'll just start the game. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. 9 hours. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'll just do High on Life, and I might start stream an hour earlier. I started today at 8:45 or something. 8 o'clock. What time is it? I started streaming at 8 o'clock. I might start streaming at 7 o'clock. No. Cool. Bum, bum, bum. I have to do all of them. I have to kill everybody. This looks like fun too. There's so many games on Game Pass. Do 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 do. But I do like Metroidvania and RPGs. I think I'm just gonna play Ball Pit. Cool. Yeah, if I just wake up super early, but yeah, just message me, and then if I'm awake, then I'll start earlier. Because I woke up really early today, but then I was watching Shady's stream because I was like, hey, why not? Already awake. Routine. Still wakes. I'm not sure why it doesn't say that it's on Game Pass. Because I think both of these are on Game Pass. So many games. Also, I have Slay the Spire, but I might delete that just because I have beat it. Vampire Survivors. Peak. Loop Hero, Mighty Number 9. How long was this game? I think I'm just gonna play this then. Still Wakes the Deep. It is a horror game. You like horror, right? No, I won't do horror now. Okay. I'll play something. I'm gonna play Ball X Pit. So many games. Or I can start Fallout. Ball X Pit. Man, that's why I keep playing that music. It's okay though. Gaming, game capture. Yeah. Yeah. I think this game you still play with a controller. They're done. Boop. Cypress play. What was that? Wow, I gotta close it. I'll turn it on. Open the program. Do. What? It's not working. I don't actually know if I need to turn it on or not. Oh, dang. Keeps turning the controller off. There we go. Ta-da! Cool. Not sure why it's doing that. It says the controller's on though. Did that fix it? I just plugged the controller into charge and then plugged it. I guess it's working, but for some reason the light's off. If it works, it works. Time for some ball X-Bit. I'm 10 hours in. This game shouldn't take that long. 18 hours? Whatever. I don't remember what I'm doing. Assign a character here to harvest up to 1 wheat from each adjacent wheat field every 6 minutes. Collect gear to unlock. I need 2 more. So I haven't beat this with the second character. The Liminal X Desert. Skirt. Gonna lose. Ow. Come on, die, please. Thank you. Bleed and area of effects. Applies 1 poison stack. Ow. That's getting bigger. Spawn a stone healer? No. Lightning. Up to 3 enemies. Yes. Put on the music. Stop shooting at me. Dodge incoming attacks, increase ball speed. Blueprint found. Increase strength scaling to D. Base damage will improve faster. Cool. Increases range pickup. Once an enemy dies, 7% chance for them to come back as a zombie. Then moves up the board and fights enemies. Zombies. Whoa. Fusion, evolution. Immediate radiation beam on hit deals 23 to 46 damage, applies 1 stack of radiation. Last 15 seconds causes enemies to receive 10% more damage from all sources. That wasn't that good because it got rid of my poison. Unless radiation is the same thing, but I don't think it is. So my zombie thing is kind of useless now. Deal 25% more damage until they hit the back of the field. Let's do that. I need my balls. I'm gonna die. It was a mistake. Passing through enemies was not good. I'm dead. Nice. Da, na, 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 na. Lightning. In that case, this is my first run. Oh, it wasn't? Okay, fine. Laser earthquake. Got him. Vision, fusion. Did I already do this one? Lightning, laser. Freeze? No. When you catch special ball, automatically shoot 1 to 3 new balls. Yes. . 25% chance to launch a baby ball. Wind? Explodes into 2 to 4 baby balls. Baby balls. No. So this is where I lost last time. I don't think I'm doing. Oh, there we go. No. I'm not doing enough damage. No, 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 no. This one. You're gonna die. Come on, come on. Come on, please. No. Ah, I beat him. No way. Everyone die. Please. No, no. Encore. Dark. Yeah, it shows you what it synergizes with. Destroy itself after hitting an enemy. Synergize with equipment. Spike ball. Into blade, I guess make that. Fusion. Wait. Whatever. I thought I was supposed to do the ball with the spikes, but maybe not. Vampire? Ow. Spawn a golden bull with 480 health. Occur 10 gold per minute. Okay. Ow. Fall behind. Uh, 1.5x baby balls. Aim becomes scattered. Lifesteal healing. Scattered shot. Not doing enough damage. I'm done. All baby balls deal 20% more damage. Vampire Lord. Each hit inflicts 3 stacks of bleed, heals 1 HP, and consumes all stacks when hitting an enemy with at least 10 stacks of bleed. Everyone die, please. Give me the gold. Not doing enough damage. I'm done. It's over. It's over. It's over. Oh, dang, I got a lot of coins. Let's see. Hello? Strength scaling D, 50 wheat. Harvest clock 7. Okie dokie. Give me the goods. That's fair. Pretty much you got balls and then there's a pit. That's the whole premise. Oh, I should have expanded. Well, too late now. Yeah, I beat the first area with both characters. I beat the first 2 areas with both characters. I did. I don't remember that. Oh yeah, there's a higher difficulty. 1 undiscovered blueprint. Nine undiscovered blueprints. The premise is a ball X pit. All right. But you kind of want to throw your special balls back more often because they do the most damage. But there's also a build where you can do a bunch of baby balls too. Like, I think this one that I just got, it's going to keep creating more and more baby balls. And so I'll just be able to shoot a lot. Yeah. And it's good to get early game. Cool, thank you. Yeah, I'll be on for like 3 more hours. 4 more hours. 5 more hours. We'll see. Good night. Laser. Now. This might be the build. Not doing enough damage. Out. Evolution. Spider Queen. 25% chance of birthing an egg sac each time it hits an enemy. I think this build's working. Fusion. Spider Queen and Laser. Nice. %45 chance. Same properties as Laser. Increase fire rate. Out. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Laser, lightning. Come on. Come on. Please die. Come on, come on, come on. Sweet. Out. No, come on. Gonna die. Oh. I'll play the previous level. Balls go through enemies, deal 20% more damage until they hit the back of the field. That failed last time, so I'm not gonna do it. Burn stack. Exploded at 3 and 5 baby balls. Oh. Gonna die. Military Academy. Oops. I guess it's not that bad. I need that upgraded. This has gotten hit 0 times? Oops. I'm sure once I get the other characters, it'll be a lot easier. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Now. Now. Why did I suck at this game? I don't know. I'm dead. It's over. How am I dying so quickly? I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Attack. No! Whatever. So now I have a new character? Nope. I thought when you unlock buildings, it gives you new characters. Well, that'll give me a new character. Probably should have put that there before. Villa. Nope, no upgrade. I have a solution. Panic. It's not a solution. Oh, okay. I should probably be using the fire guy because he shoots faster. Whatever. Out. Destroy the two nearest enemies when you are hit close range. Kinda cool. Earthquake. Earthquake. Yes, sir. Out. Out. Synergizes the equipment, spike, and darkness. Why isn't it on here? Earthquake, I guess. Earthquake and laser. I'm dead. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah. Build. Increase dexterity. Leadership. Gotcha. Single family home. I need more wood. Five. What's it at now? 1? Haunted house still isn't done. I should have done this. Ah, that's fine. Endurance, speed. I could do this. Oh, well, when you upgrade it, you gotta... Wait a minute. That's not done. Where is it? Nope, under construction. Under construction. Not under construction. Boop. There we go. Out. So I can heal, I can do more damage. So more life steal, I'll get you faster. Sweet. Set my controller turned off. Why not? I don't know what happened. Control stopped working. I'm dead. No. That's good to know. I'm dead. It's okay. Level up. 1 strength, 1 speed, 1 dexterity. Harvest. Thoko Habitants. Construction complete. A couple with many children. For each ball launched, the copy is launched in the mirrored direction. Balls deal half damage. Guys, this isn't working. To get both of these would be really good. Launch speed plus fire rate. Please die. Come on. Cute. %6 chance of healing 2 health. Rubber headband. Come on. So I already have the X-Sac fireball. 4 eggs. Ow. Ow. Please die. Thank you. Banish upgrades when leveling up 2 times. Vision. Cool. I'm gonna die. I don't have any AoE damage. No. I almost made it to the end. Boop. 1 endurance, 2 strength. Cool. I like how the bunny even says cool. Cool. So I need more rocks. I need more wood. Mine up to 100 gold. I could put another rock. You unlocked a new character, the Repentant. Dexterity, leadership, haunted house. A house where the Repentance. Upgrade? Upgrade? Oh, wait a minute. Upgrade? Wait, can I upgrade this? Drop 1 bonus gold for every 10 enemies killed on a level. Just bonus speed. Cohabitants. Dexterity. Level 3 forest. Level 3, level 3. Level 3. That's it. 300 gold, 60. Why did they get bonus gold? Soul specimen filled with regret. Balls deal 5% more damage each time they bounce. But when they hit the back wall, they reach into the player, damaging each enemy they pass through. Let me check. Where's my baggage? Boneyard? Okay, fine. So I have all the blueprints. I'm gonna go here. I'd rather get all the blueprints first. Yeah. Yeah. Increase the speed. I'll do that. He attaches up to 1 leech onto enemies it hits. That's 2 stacks per bleed. Cool. Get back. Wheel right, increase speed scaling by to D. Fusion, Leech, Earthquake, Bleed. What's that gonna do? No, I'm not gonna make it. Let's see if this works. Nope. Leadership 1, Intelligence 1. Select an upgrade. Bouncing on scaffolds in harvest mode adds 1 build point. Increase harvest clock by 2 seconds when part of a harvest. So he would get 2 points, or I can add 2 more seconds. Blueprint found. Return to base. Eight stones. You unlock the embedded. Think I have enough rocks? So that's done, so I can put this wherever. Why does he have gold bonus? Marked by countless battles, he awaits his next assignment. Balls always pierce enemies until they hit a wall. Ugh. Attack speed. Oh, attack faster. Look at this guy. What the heck? There we go. Attack speed. Hermit diet, thank you. That's all I have. Oh no, I had lightning. Whatever. Nice. I don't remember what this does. Faster enemy slows them down by 30%. No. No, I'm gonna do this. Baby balls. Sometimes it's good to have baby balls, so. Ah, no, no! Please die. I'm dead. Two leadership, which I don't know what leadership does. Baby ball count, baby ball damage, launch balls. Well, Can I build anything? Sure can. Build another rock. Guess. Oops, I screwed that up. Well, whatever. Yeah, I think the key is to get all the blueprints first. Gonna lose. None of these are good. What? Archer. Help me. Nope. Ow. I'm dead. Not sure what I was supposed to do there, but whatever. I think I might just not have good enough builds. Oh, there's no rocks there. No! Well, Oh man. Ow. Don't know if I need to do that, but whatever. Ow. Yeah, that sucks. Earthquake, laser, lightning by 20%. I have all of those. Damage. Cool. Market. Kitchen. Beetle? Is that a good choice? Whatever. Hits 5 enemies. Hopefully that works well. All enemies in the same row. Nah. Pass through enemies, I'll do that. Nope. I'm dead. Good. I'm just not getting good RNG. There. Wait, I got this. 20 bonus damage until they hit a wall. Shoots the ball every 2 seconds. 20 bonus damage. I'm gonna die. Please win. There's one. No way. Yeah, let's do that. I think it helped that I have wind. Really? I don't know. Spawn balls from Brood Mother have the same properties as wind. That's kind of cool. Nope, I missed that. Poison, laser. Oh. Laser. Oh. Later. Now. I've never made it to this boss. Fully upgraded. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go away. Ah. Up. Okay. Focus, focus, focus. Got one down. What if I shoot behind him? Hey. Maybe not. No. Please don't get it a lot harder. Oh, okay, yes. He's panicking. Wow. Ow, ow, no. Please just die. Oh, man. Yeah. I said, yeah. Why aren't you dying? Oh, there we go. Game point 1, critical hit chance for each character you've completed with the liminal desert. It says dessert. Oh, yeah. Each fast tier completed on top of this adds 0.01 bonus per character. Current bonus 0.1. Cool. Dessert trophy. Unlock a new character. One more until next lift upgrade. Hey, 1 leadership at 1 dexterity. Cool. Cool. Housing ability has been upgraded. Drop 1 bonus gold for every 9 enemies. That's nice. 3 blueprints found. Return to the base. Oh man, sweet. This is sweet. New upgrades unlocked. New items will have a chance of appearing upon leveling. Blinds enemies for 3 seconds. Blinded units have a hard time detecting you and have a 50% chance of missing when they attack. Each kill heals you by 5, but each shot you take deals 2 damage. What the heck? I like it. Increase crit chance by 20 when hitting blinded enemies. Critical hits deal 12 to 18 bonus damage. That's pretty useful. So I need 1 more gear, and then I can go further down. Gonna build. Endurance, leadership. The mausoleum. Any more rocks? Wait. Oh. Any more forest? I think that's good. Expand. Hey, expand your base 5 times. Dang it. No, I screwed up. Bum, bum, bum. Repellent. Something in there. Ah, I'm gonna die. Each kill heals you by 6. Each shot you take deals 2 damage. I have no health. Come on. Why am I slow? Why am I slow? Heck. I'm pretty sure the game glitched because I'm slow. I'm permanently slow. There we go. Okay. That sucks. That heals me. Fire rate. What do I do? Freeze ray, sure. Dude, this does a lot of damage. Cool. Please hurry up and die. Have a 50% chance of missing when they attack. I'm just gonna get this all the way. Fusion. Freeze ray, darkness. Uh, 1,000 damage. Dun, 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 dun. Pretty good. Blueprint found. Spend gold to harvest more than once immediately. Cool. No, no. Can't get hit. Can't get hit. Don't get hit. I'm dead. It's over. I died. Three dicks. Dang. It's a lot. Oop. What the ball? I need 500 for this. I wonder if I still need these. I have 200 wheat. I need more forest. That would. Schoolhouse completed. Yeah, how many levels does this have? See, dexterity, leadership, barracks. Clinic. Oh, that's why I need it. Okay. Military. Here. I probably shouldn't leave a hole. Do that. Intelligence. So I beat any level those with him. I'm just gonna do the first level. Because I think every time you beat a level with someone for the first time, you get a gear. The goods. Ow. One strength. So this is good if you do critical damage, which I have no crits, so it's not necessary. Fire? Sure. Cool. Poison enemy dies, 70% chance for them to come back as a zombie. Or I could do AoE. AoE. Attack speed. Cool. Ow. Attack speed. Calm down. Calm down. Cool. Poison and burn. And we'll see what happens. I guess. Yeah. Strength. Wind. Yes, please. I'm pretty sure wind is how I beat the last level. Just because it's nice being able to pierce through all the enemies. But this character also has a piercing until it hits the back, so I guess it's not that good, but extra ball, sure. Bum, bum, bum. Ow. Evolution, wind and rock. Cool. Sandstorm goes to enemies and is surrounded by raging storm. Cool. Ghost. This is poison, right? Ghost. Earthquake, laser, lightning. Yes. Oh, come on. No, I'm gonna die. Come on, please. I'm dead. Yes, please die. Oh no, come on. No. Ow. Well, 1 strength, 1 dexterity. Collect 2 each bounce. Increase the harvest clock by 0.2 seconds each time harvesting, up to 20 times per harvest. Yeah, sure. I think increasing harvesting time might be the best move. Let's see. Get in there. Dang it. Screwed up. Get in there, please. Military Academy completed. Schoolhouse, intelligence, rocks. Need more gold. Increase strength, scaling to B. Base damage will improve faster. It's good to hear. 600 gold, save gold. I thought the barracks also did strength, but maybe not. The boneyard. Sure. Yeah. Ghost. Yes. Yeah, Sandstorm was not the move. It kind of ruined me. Should have made Sandstorm. Baby ball build? No. What? I didn't know you could do that. If you clear them quickly, you get an item. Baby balls deal 30% more damage. Cool. I got it. Ah! Nice. Ow. When an enemy is frozen, they emit a chill to nearby enemies. Has a 4% chance to freeze enemies. Or I can laser them. The lasers. Lasers are really good to have. Get out of here. Oh yeah. More balls. I need more balls. Fusion. Bum bum bum. Oh, nice. Oh yeah. Everybody die. Nope. Open up. Open up. No. Heals? 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 No. No, 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 no. Come on. Cool. Poison, laser, light. Poison? Poison. Ghost and Ice. Freeze any enemy passes through for 0.8 seconds. That's pretty good. Oh wait, does it not do damage? That's not good. Oh, it does damage. Okay. Darkness. Evolution. Oh, cool. Each time baby balls are created, spawn 0.01 additional baby balls. Whoa. You can heal past your max health by 20% efficiency. Bum bum bum. I'm not gonna stop him. I'm dead. No. Sweet. I was wrong. Evolution. Radiation blast. Enemy explodes on death, dealing 20 to 40 damage to the adjacent enemy. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Ghost? Yeah. Well. Yeah, Ghost with this build is really useful because then I can actually get my health back. No. I got that. Phew. Bum, bum, bum. Cool. I 1 to 2 baby balls. More damage. This is good. Now one's always created. So yeah. Down. Hey, I got this. Where's all my health going? Everybody die. Look at that. Almost got him. Oh shoot. Up. I got him. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Wait. 1 strength, 1 dexterity. Stone Master. Yeah. Return to base. Dang, so Ghost was really good. Or Wraith. Also, because I'm pretty sure it was, yeah, freeze any enemy, it passes through for 1.8 seconds. And it always freezes. With this one, it, 7% chance to freeze. So Ghost and Freeze, it always freezes the enemy, which is really good. And then it passes through all the enemies, even though it doesn't say so. It's so much damage, 185,000. So 290 DPS, this is 140. This helped a little bit. Oh, 204. Dang, just that did pretty good too. The baby balls. Launches. Almost 5,000. Because over time you keep making more and more. This almost got me killed. I didn't need it. 81, which wasn't bad because it generates its own balls. 154, which is the additional balls being made by that. I have no idea what this did. Pressure valve. Boop. Resource gathered. Bump, bump, bump. Now I can upgrade. Look at my house. Oops. No. Paladins. Barracks. Yes. Okay, everyone get to work. It worked. Okay, cool. Endurance. Single family home. I want that one. Who the heck lives here? It's so practical. The villa. Let's do this. Don't really need AoE for now. Actually, I should put these on this side. Actually. Move these back. I shouldn't do that. It's gonna do that. That's good. Endurance, X max health, wind speed. I should probably upgrade this. Dexterity affects fire rate, reload time, critical hit chance. This over here. This right here. Oh, it swaps it. Okay. Go there. This is AoE. This is movement speed. So I'm doing pretty good without that for now. Oh, put this here. We can go there. There we go. I should probably upgrade this too. I should probably upgrade this too. You mean upgrade everything? Oh yeah. Swap. Hey, swap. It's not swapping. Go. I think that's good right there. Good enough. Okay, poison, first level. Fourth level? One leadership. One dexterity. I'm not sure how you're supposed to make this work well. I'm sure it's supposed to synergize with something and then it's great, but for now, I'm not going to get it. All balls deal 20% more damage. Baby balls. Ow. You can do it. Oh, dang it. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. No. Have some chance for them to come back as a zombie. Yeah, let's try that. I haven't done it. Help me, zombie. Bleed? Okay. Fusion? Okay. Vision? Okay. Nice. Get in there. Level 3 spike, bonus speed, blinding lights. Do. Doodle. Ghost. Ghost is too useful. Da-na-na. Evolution. Swamp. Leaves behind tar blobs over time. Enemies who walk into the tar blobs are dealt 15 to 30. Slowed by 50%. Gain 1 stack of poison. Each stack does 1.3 damage per second. This ball and its tar blobs also deal 6 to 12 damage to nearby units. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Everyone's poisoned. Come back as zombies. Hey, he turned into a zombie. Do. Balls go through enemies and deal 25% damage. Nope. Dang, look at all those upgrades. Do. I'll do this. Yeah. Oh, so they come back as zombies, but I can still destroy them if I hit them. So don't hit them. Okay. Do. Revenge. Yep. One strength. Bigger zombie chance. More poison. More money. If I lose, it's because I got greedy. Come on. Hurry up and die. Ow. Oh, come on. Sweet. Do. Got everything upgraded. More lifesteal chance, which I don't really need, but it's nice to have. The gold. Move at full speed while shooting. Nope, I'm good. Here you go. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to hit this thing. If I just let it go. Whatever. Oh. Give me the goods. Evolution, fusion. Don't know the difference. Bleed. %30 chance to steal health and reduce attack damage. Sure. 200. Yeah, so that golden calf, I think it's dependent on how long it's up. It'll determine how much gold I get from it. Fusion. Swamp bleed. Cool. And speed. Poison. The gold. Give me the gold. Thank you. Ow, I'm behind him. Wind and poison, is that a thing? Whoa. Just die. Come on. Cool. Uh, 20 bonus damage till they hit a wall. 18 gold per minute. They've also went with the field, blocking attacking enemies. Okay, so the longer they're on the board, the more gold they give. That's gonna try not to hit it, but it's kind of impossible. Actually, it's not that impossible with this character because the balls will get stuck behind your enemies, which is really cool. Yeah. So this is kind of a good build to farm gold. Gold. I need gold. Speed. No, don't do that. Oh wait, this is good. I think. Oh wait, no, this will do nothing. Wind. Up. Fusion. Soul and wind. That might be redundant, but let's see. Nice. Oh wait, no. Wait, what was it redundant? This is the thing giving me health. Whatever. Beetle? Explode 2 to 4 baby balls on hitting an enemy. Attack! Wait, give me my stuff. Thank you. Ow. The way you die. Leave me alone. Ow. He's almost dead. Thank you. Goodbye now. Bye-bye. Give me the gold. Yeah. Great. 1 endurance, 1 dexterity. Housing has gained an ability. Residents in nearby houses gain 20% bonus experience. What does that mean? Swamp Bleed, 484 DPS. Dang, so when I evolved it, it did less damage. Don't know why though. Oh, because adding it made it do 25% less damage. Okay. So yeah, don't stack wind. Or don't stack ghost. Oh, what'd I add to it? Yeah, it was wind. Okay. Balls did good. This didn't do very much. This just gave me gold. Gold! Very useful. Oh yeah. Stones. Reload length with improve will improve faster. Max health, movement speed. Just attack. Okay. Actually, Dang it! Get to work, guys. Got a bunch of wheat. Yeah, I should just have this closed off. Can also do that. Haunted house. Only one house, right? Better inside. Yeah. The snowy shores. Where's my package? You just ordered it. Oh, okay. Bum, 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 bum. And strength. Metal ball. Freeze, ghost, ghost. Ghost is the best. Out. Can I have more balls or can I have faster ball speed? Great. Yeah. When you catch a special ball, automatically shoot 1 to 3 new baby balls in random directions. This is the baby ball run. Okay, let's do this. Freeze iron, 7% chance to freeze. Vampire, ball tornado, vampire. Oh, I can do this. It turns into the ghost. Or not the ghost, the giant head thing. Giant head thing. Oh yeah. Damage. More balls. Get a break, that'd be nice. Oh, nice. Laser. I don't know what that does. Beetle gives me more balls. I can do the beam. Oh. Nice. Earthquake, laser, lightning. Bump, 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 bump. Laser? Sure, why not? Assign a character here to harvest up to 1 wood for each adjacent forest every 9 minutes. That's incredibly useful. No. Well, because with that, you'll just passively collect resources. Increase launch speed? Sure. Cool. Make it faster. Evolution? Fusion? Evolution? Evolution, yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go with poison. Ow. If you could die really fast, that'd be really helpful, please. Q, fusion. That might be good. Yeah, we'll see. Let's see if this messes up my build. Laser. That's the enemies and saps them. Deals 18 damage to all enemies in the column. Hopefully when it goes through them, it keeps going. It doesn't just dissipate. Oh, yep. Okay. Exac? Yeah, we... Darkness. Earthquake, laser, lightning. I'll wait for now. Fission. Yeah, so the ghost is triggering the lightning, which is really good. Dun dun dun. More lightning? Oh, I can make the poison AoE bomb thing. Let's do that. I'm gonna win. Cool. Gold? Wheat? Wood? I don't have a lot of wood. Let's go with wood. See ya. Get out of my way. Get out of here. Cool. One endurance. Rocks. I thought I could fuse these. Whatever. I forgot how to beat this guy. I got this though. Whoa. Oh yeah. Ow. Glad he did that. More wood. Whoa, why is there so much gold in that thing? Oh. Got him. That's where you die. Yeah. University. Increase intelligence scaling by D. To D. Okay, so there are 2 buildings that give you resources. Yeah, endurance 1, dexterity 1. Housing has gained an ability. Each harvest, the first 2 workers that bounce on this building gain 25% movement speed. Okay. Strength 1, leadership 1, speed 1. 2 blueprints found. Oh yeah. Soul Sucker and Laser. Actually, it did pretty much the same damage. Well, no, it did a lot more damage, but it did the same DPS, evolving it into the laser. I guess it didn't make that much of a difference. It actually did less damage. Whatever. Okay, so then it's not worth evolving. Okay. Ta-da. That was it. 3. Bum, bum. Lumberyard. I'm gonna build one of these. Oh, it's gotta be constructed first. Get over here. Maybe I should focus on just building. Can't leave that there. I gotta block this off. Trees? Now we just go in this area. Warfare. Increase intelligence. Increase endurance. Yep. I don't really need more health. AoE power improvement. I guess that's good. Honestly, it's good for me just to have everything, so. Add the ability to banish upgrades. Oh. Oh, yeah. University. Cozy house. Speed. Oh, one gives base movement speed, and then the other one gives scaling. Okay. That makes sense. So if I had wood, I could make more of these. Good. Got 3. That is interesting that it collects over time. You don't have to do anything. Ooh, that's good. Why did I zoom out so much? View the workers. Oh, you can change their order? Whatever. Doop. You unlocked a new character, the Cogitator. Oh, damn, I finished a bunch of the buildings. 38, 9, 10. Cool. Assign a character to harvest up to 1 wood. Who wants to work here? That's +1 build point. Rocks. They're both stone makers. Cogitator. You do nothing. Pierce through boulders when harvesting. There you go. Great. Yeah, I should have upgraded it. Upgrade? Up to 3 wheat. Two every 5 minutes. 3 every 4 minutes. Well, because then you can just idle the game and just collect resources passively, which is kind of cool. Let's see. This guy's got the laser. See if I can beat this level with him. Wait, did it automatically pick it? I didn't click anything. That's not his ability, is it? System? Whatever. Continue. Oh yeah, he picks it on his own. Okay. I did that. They didn't. Ow. One speed. Endurance. I don't know why he's picking that. That's not a good item. I wonder if he'll teach you what upgrades to get. Oh, fusion? Whatever. One speed. Laser. Come on, die. No, ow. Spikes. Evolution. Both laser beams. Holy laser. I'm poisoned. That's not bad. It'll be really good if you can add ghost to it. I'm gonna die. It's over. No! No! Leave me alone! Pick something good. Evolution. Leech. I think that heals me. No! Ow! Beam. There we go, that's the move, okay. So if you shoot at an angle, you get the biggest benefit. Because you keep hitting a different row in a different aisle. Grab that. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. Dang, he died fast. What the heck? Increase pickup range by 0.5 tiles. Backstab damage, evolution. Oh, nice. That's good. Also, that's really good because I have ghosts. I think maybe we'll see. No, please die. Oh no. Ow. So Ghost is bad just because initially you're not going to be able to do a lot of damage. What did he get? Hitting enemies from the front. Okay. Nope. Fusion. Leech. Holy laser. Fuse to evolve balls. Cool. Nah. How's the laser doing? 324, max 48 stacks, 70 damage to all enemies in the same row and column. That's gonna be problematic. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. I'm alive. What did that do? 40 bonus damage until they hit the back of the field. Okay. It's pretty useful. Don't kill me. Darkness. Dexterity, light, darkness and light. Out. Bum. Okay, darkness. Getting hit. I made it to the boss. Cool, thank you. This guy's OP. He just did the whole entire build himself. Oh. Unlock a new character, Rock Hill. Increase gold found in battles by 5%. Bank. Gears collected. Hey, yeah. I can move forward. 1 strength, 1 leadership. 1 leadership, 1 intelligence. Bouncing on scaffolds in harvest mode adds +1 build points. Harvest time. Nearby wheat fields regrow 25% faster. Boop, boop, boop. Dang, that was really good. 861 DPS. $294, 58, 248. I should just keep playing this guy. He shows me all the good builds. Resources gathered. You've obtained enough gears to upgrade the lifts. Cool. The fungal forest. Warfare. I can't. I need wood. I need wood. I need wood and rock. I need rock. Rocky Hill. Bank. Okay. I have nothing. Forest? Let's see. I'm gonna purchase this land right here. That's good for now. Harvest. Is that gonna work? Let's do it. It worked. Get the rocks. Get the rocks. 40 resources, 10 wood, 6 rock. Probably should have put the university out, but I guess it's fine. Oh, great. 3, 2. Okay. Every 7 minutes, gather 3 wood. Or now it's every 8 minutes, gather 2 wood. Goes there. That. That's pretty sweet. Dun, dun, dun. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. For that. I love you. What? Am I harvesting resources? Hello? So I need gold. I need gold. Hey. This is level 1. This is level 1. Oh, I'm just kidding. Level 2, level 3, 1, 1, 1, 1. Requires gold. Honestly, I should have. Do I need that much wheat? I'm guessing I'm gonna be able to transfer to something else later, maybe. Maybe. Roger, Roger. My name's not Roger. Oh, okay. Go. This needs to go over here. Roger, Roger. You know my name isn't Roger, right? Oh, Roger, Roger. Hello? Get to work. Look at him go. Good, good. Been going for days. Nice. Yeah, so... Oh, dang it. The move is to increase their time span. That extra 2 seconds gave me a good amount of resources on this end. So, like, you know... I need gold. Well, there's only one solution to keep going. To the Mushroom Kingdom. So I have all the blueprints here. I'm missing 2 here. Missing 1 here. Let's do this. Like the way you die. Let's see. Let's go. Vision. Beetle's pretty good, I think. I forget. Tap. Hurry up and die. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Robert. More balls. Gonna need more balls. Ow. Go. Cool. More beetles? I'm not really sure what this means. Gain 1.x baby balls. Does that mean every time I generate a ball it gives me more? Or? I don't know. Or maybe it counts the amount I have and then it multiplies it by 1.8, maybe? It's a multiplier. That here. Nope. Please die. Beetle. Launch a baby ball when you pick up a gem. Yes. Please die. Come on. No, no, don't hit me. Ow, ow. Baby. Ow. Come on. I love you. I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna live. For a chance 45 or every 2 seconds more balls. Evolution? Swamp is pretty OP. It leaves behind tar and it leaves behind poison. It does good amount of damage. Monies. No. Resources. No. Vision. 1 out of 5. Please give me 5. Good enough. More poison? Dang it. More balls. Or I could reroll. Reroll. More balls. I'm gonna win by sheer balls. Ghost. You can heal. This heal me? No. This heal me? No. This makes baby balls. This makes baby balls. And this is just ghost. Let's do that. Revolution? Yes. Yes, please. Thank you. That should scale pretty well. Well, because what was it? It doesn't even make balls. It makes an egg sac. And those egg sacs can make more balls. I think. Shoot, what was the upgrade? I don't remember. Ghost? Laser? Ghost laser? Got this. Pigeon. Sweet. One dexterity. Birth chance. Laser. Birth chance. Almost there. Gotta plug that in. Let's see. Cooldown. More ghost damage. Increase speed per bounce. Let's do that. Yes. Fusion, swamp, spider. Leave behind tar blobs over time. Enemies walking to tar blobs are dealt 29 to 46. 45% chance of birthing an exec. Same properties as swamp. Assign a character here to harvest up to 1 for each adjacent boulder. Essential. Make more balls. So after the first bounce, it's already faster. Let's do that. No, it's not. After the second bounce. Okay, fine. Let's do that. Metal ball. Poison, poison. Poison, 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 poison. Poison. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Now it's better. Okay. Give me the goods. 1 strength. Lightning? More balls. Lightning. Get out of here. Thank you. Dexterity. Got him. Oh, it's really useful. Ta-da. Strength +1. Leadership +2. Speed and dexterity +1. Increase harvest clock by 0.2 for every harvest. Increase movement speed while harvesting by 20%. I can either add 2 more seconds or I can move 20% faster. Which I can have up to 2 minutes. Or 2 minutes. Up to 2 seconds. No, it's up to 4 seconds. I can move 20% faster. But there won't always be wheat if it's all harvested. And you have to collect 20. Honestly, I think I'd better just go with the reliable choice. 190, 255. Dang, it did less damage. The swamp was better before I upgraded it to Swamp Spider Queen. Not as much. I'm like, I swear I'm doing less damage. Ghost. Lightning. I got lightning right at the end. I had a ton of balls. Increase movement speed, attack speed, rubber headband. Cool. Resources gathered 53 and then 37. Nice. Collect 1,000 wheat in total. Oh yeah. Let's see. Single family home. Yep. Pickup range. Increase gold found in battle. Increase endurance. Economy? So I have a farm. I have that. I need to make this. Assign a worker here to mine. 100 times. Okay. So I can generate gold by people bouncing into this. Every 10 minutes. Dexterity, affects fire rate, reload time, ability, no. Leadership. Oh, wait, no, what else was I gonna make? Gold mine? Increases harvest clock by 2 seconds. How many of these can I make? This one? Okay. Unlocks the ability to exchange gold for other resources. Spend gold to harvest more than once immediately. It's pretty good. I didn't really need to harvest twice, so it's fine. Gold mine. Did I already make the gold mine? Is that the gold mine? Watchtower. I need 5 bounces. Strength B. Strength A. 300 wheat, 1500 gold. Plus 5 strength. Arr. Arr. Nearby wheat fields grow faster. That's why they're so lush. Wait a minute. Oh, I don't have enough. Okay. Got rocks. Can upgrade these. Oh wait. Warfare. No. Bash upgrades. Pickup range. Gold found in battle. That might be good. Housing. I probably should have done one of these. These are more characters. I'm gonna get characters paper. You are. You're not even saying words. Oh yeah. Again, use actual words. Actual words, classic. Let's see. Yeah, I don't need additional wheat for now. Yeah, you do. Okay. Up dismantling. Speed. Yeah, sure. Intelligence. Passive ability damage. Movement speed. Oh, and ball speed. Dang it. I guess. Might as well. Higher related stats like reload length will improve faster. Don't know what that means, but thank you. Not all this stuff needs to be upgraded. I should do what I did before. And block this off. That. Like that. That's good. So now they're just going to bounce within this area, and hopefully I can get all these. Where's the watchtower? This watchtower? Oh, mine. Just, okay. Whoa! Yeah, I think I'll be fine. Hopefully he can't bounce behind here. I think he can, so. Let's go. Get to work. Yeah. Construction completed. Reach +5 bonus in any attribute from a building. That's good. Na-na-na-na. Let's see, who wants to work at the stone mine? Oops. Hello? Stone master. Increase harvest time by 20 seconds. Either him or him. Probably you. Get to work. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. Can I upgrade? I don't have any wood. So this is fully upgraded. Oops. Forgot to put this over here. My bad. Well. I need wood. Consulate. I shouldn't have wasted that. Oh, I didn't waste it, but I should probably save it. There. I definitely should upgrade this. Because these are almost full. No, it's about to harvest it. Anyways. Gotta be these mushroom guys. Brilliant philosopher lost in thought automatically chooses upgrades. Think you're better than me? This guy thinks he's better than me. I'd show him a lesson. Let's see. So I beat this level. No. 10 undiscovered blueprints. I'll probably be on for a couple more hours. 4:30. Get to work. Whoa! What was his specialty? Oh, dang, that is helping a lot. Base damage 3256. I haven't even looked at any of this. D, C, 2. Hey. This guy's kind of goated. He doesn't need anyone's help. Leadership. More poison. This game would have been a good Halloween game too. I don't want that. Fusion. No, fission. Oh. Cool. What's this? Okay, every 10 to 10, 12 rows. Just play back up. There you are. Stay here. Run. Ice evolution. Hey, so it is good. Suck your soul. No. Back. No. Intelligence. AoE? It's AoE, right? Passive power. More fire. Ow. No, it's gonna hit me. No, it's gonna hit me. Stop hitting me. No, attack. Attack him. Thank you. Love the ghost. Ow. Allows you to bring 2 characters into a run. Oh, no way. That's so cool. Dun, 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 dun. See, that's one thing I didn't expect. Hey, by the way, you're going to be able to use 2 characters at the same time. Out of my way. It's kind of cool. No, please die. Maximum fire. Ow. Evolution, ice and laser beam, freeze ray. What's freeze ray do? Freeze ray hitting an enemy, dealing 24 to 61 damage. All enemies in his path. 10% chance to freeze. 109, 204 hit damage. Okay. Lightning. Just die. Yeah. What's that one? Hitting an enemy on the right side. Okay. Hitting enemies from the front. Freeze ray and ghost. Soul sucker freeze ray. Oh, come on, die. Ow. No, come on, die. Falling behind. Build sucks. Oh, get out of my way. See, because I'm healing, it's supposed to keep me alive. What's healing me? Oh, Soul Sucker. Poison. Getting killed. poison. Pew pew pew. This is pew pew game of the year. Oh. Hi, Warner. Do 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 do. Ow. I'm fighting the boss. Which one's the boss? Everyone die. Ow. More poison. Cool. Ow. Stop hitting me. Ow. 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 Now stop getting hit. Oh. Ow! Oh, I did it. I died. Oh man. Iron Fortress. Unlock a new character. Gain 1 HP for each character you've completed the Shroom Forest with. Each fast tier completed on top of that adds 0.1. Bum, bum, bum. 2 more until next lift upgrade. Every time I hear this song, I think I lost. Bum, bum, bum. As you can see, I've just been upgrading strength. So the real winners do it. 2 leadership. Increase harvest time by 4 seconds. I'll definitely do this one. 4 seconds is a lot of time. You're found. Dang. 1,000. This guy's the best. Return to base. $32 wheat, 2 stone. What about the wood? New items will have a chance of appearing upon leveling up. Splits into a clone on 2 hits. Deals 9 to 18 per second to enemies within 2 tiles. Deal 44 to 74 to enemies the first time you get into their melee attack range. Gain a shield that blocks the next damage you would receive. Recharges after 60 seconds. I don't think I need that. 44 to 74 first time you get into their melee range. It's kind of cool. Within 2 tiles. It's AoE. Split into a clone on hit 2 times. Oh, I forgot to put them around this. Oops. Oh, great. Oh, wait, whoops. Oh, wait, I can upgrade this. No, it was this? There we go. Now where can I put this? Oh yeah, I could just put it there. This needs to be upgraded. I need more stone. It's not working? No, it's working. Okay. Stone. Go. Good right there. Wayfair. I'll make that one day. I should be making these. HP, critical chance, AoE power. That'll be fun. Oh, this, yeah, I need to make this. I probably should have made this before I made the other item. It's okay though. Bring 2 characters into battle. So cool. Iron Fortress, single family home. I wonder who you're gonna get with the house. It's just regular house. Let's see. Let's go. No, I forgot to block it off. Whoa, look at him go. Ta-da. Wheelwright. Cool. Yeah, I left this open so they came out. I should have moved this down. And it just would have kept bouncing in this area. It's okay though. Wayfair. Yeah, it's 200 wheat, 40 wood. He has a laser. Laser's pretty OP. Poison. Walls always pierce enemies until they hit a wall. Yeah, let's do this. Dexterity. Oh, this is good. It'll be fun. Oh. More poison. Wait, maybe I should do the Beatles. Maybe. Automatically catch 3. No, let's do that. Cool. Laser. How big is 2 tiles? Oh, I guess that's a tile. Yeah. Split into a clone on hit 2 times. Does the clone last? That sounds amazing. On hit 3 times. Oh, the ball gets cloned. Oops. I thought I was getting cloned. Let's see. Radiation beam's good. I haven't done this? I've done radiation beam. Let's do poison and wind. Nauseous. Passes through enemies and applies 3 sacks of poison to nearby enemies within a 2-tile radius. Lasts for 4 seconds. Cool. Ow. Yeah. Okay, this might be pretty good. Heal, archery, effigy. I had earlier, so. What if I shoot straight? Oh geez. Metal ball. Oh, ow! I'm gonna die. No! Please die. What did I mean? Beetle. Number of clones. Poison length. The poison does 5 damage per second. If I do this, I'll get another ball that does 100 damage. Please die. Go away, please. Ow. He didn't like me. 221. Oh, Cell did really good. Okay. Regular balls are good. 805. That just got started. 85. It's not bad. Cool. Revenge. I haven't built the gold mine. $200 wheat, 40 wood. I'll just wait. Hello? Close this off this time. Baby ball damage will improve. Increase harvest clock. 2 seconds. Movement speed, ball speed. There we go. Fire rate, reload time, critical hit chance. Back. You guys can do it. I believe in you. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. No. It's 3 more heads, okay. I probably should have upgraded this. Probably. Snow. Honestly, it's kind of nice playing this guy. He just does all the work. Show me the secrets. I've never gotten that. What's that one even do? Shoot 1 to 2 baby balls each time you're healed. That's really good if you do get healed. Like with the sword, that one would be really good with the sword. You get an insane amount of balls. Whoa. One strength. Healing. I'm not sure I would want that. I always skip that one. The healing. Well, because I think it just gives you 20% more health. And I'm like, do I really need that? No, don't think so. Whoa, get away. Or do I? Vision. Dirty. What was that one? Increase crit chance to 15% when hitting enemies in the back. I'll try and hit them in the back. possible. Laser. Wait. I think I'm just killing them fast because I have good base damage. Dun, dun, dun. Evolution. Pew pew. Holy laser. 1 dexterity. Wind. Nice. Yeah, when would it be good to add to that? If I can. Oops. Fusion. Wind and spikes. This will cause bleeding. Thunder. Intelligence. Bump, 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 bump. Wait. Oh. Leadership, iron ball. So this goes. Lightning rod. Freeze ice. I mean, look at this. What the heck is this? Once a lightning rod into the enemy, it hits. These enemies are stuck by lightning every 3 seconds. Nice. There. Lightning rod. Yeah. Beep beep. Nah. One intelligence. Activated freeze. That's what he does. Was that lightning and freeze? Holy freeze? Does it make it piercing? It doesn't make it piercing. Whatever. Iron ball. Open up. Bonk. Open up. Cute. One endurance. More balls. Whoa. One dexterity, one intelligence. Then ability has been upgraded. Wheat field regrows at 35% faster. Not sure what it was at before, but cool. 32, which is okay. 88, 80. Dang, it was just all the regular balls. I don't know why he got this. Because I don't believe anything was healing me. No. Bleed wind. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. 35% crit chance. Nope, nope, nope. $35.14. That needs to be built. Consulate? You can upgrade the pickup range. Oh, what was I gonna upgrade? Oh, what's that? Oh, it was the 200 wheat, 40 wood. Almost there. Strength scaling A. Cool. 3,000 gold, 600 wheat. Strength scaling S. Pretty sweet. It's the blue man. Why is it red? Oh, it means I don't have enough to upgrade it. Yep, okay. 30. Movement speed, ball speed. I'll do that later. Let's see. Balls always pierce. So I got all these. Okay. Fast. I'm guessing that no matter what, you're gonna have to have after this next level, you're gonna have to have 2 characters to progress because it'll be too difficult. 30 plus 1, clone. Rubber headband's also really good. Actually, rubber headband on him would be devastating. Freeze. Because if he bounces to the back of them, it'll just move really fast. Ow. Nice. Oh, lighting. They explode on death. Is that what I had before? I think that might be good to get. Exploding on death. Oh, look at that. Doo. Heals you for 10 health per minute. I'll be fine. Bigger explosions. It's really good. Doo. Ow. Poison clone? Lightning ice? Poison clone. Virus. The last 6 seconds, each stack of disease deals 3 to 6 per second. Persistent chance of passing a stack of undiseased nearby enemies each second. Okay, so before I had 4, now I only have 1. But you can keep passing stacks. So I guess the advantage is you can get everyone poisoned, maybe? Throwing. Speed. More poison. Do I want more poison? Oh. More disease damage. Max 8 stacks. So 40 damage per second. Pretty good. Darkness? Let's go down. Evolution. Ice, lightning, thunderstorm. What is it? Blizzard. Freeze all enemies within a 2-tile radius. Darkness, metal ball. Yeah, let's do that. Increase starter ball level to 2. That's cool. Okay. That's pretty useful. Oh. Oops. Oh, I got it. More attack speed. Cool. Nice. Earthquake, laser, lightning. This is lightning, right? Yeah. Vision. Darkness. Honestly, just exploding them is a game changer. Wait, do I need this? Oh. Base damage, detail stats. 36, 64. Oh. Hey, Fusion. Blizzard, Dark. Oh, no, that's a good idea. I think when it hits, it'll destroy it. I'm just gonna try it, see what happens. Fusion Blizzard. Destroy itself after hitting an enemy. 1300 damage. Freeze all enemies within a 2-tile radius for 535 damage. Kinda good. Whatever it hits, it destroys. Nope. Out. Disease spread chance. I should definitely do that. Vision. Nice. Wood. I don't think I'm getting that much stone. I got a lot of stone. But I wood. Ow. Ow. Big ball damage +1. Big ball count +2. Gold? I didn't need gold. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. Oh. Death. I just can't get hit with that. Storage wood. See if I can survive this. Well, I'll try to bounce it and just bounce. As soon as it hits once, it's already going faster than it normally would. Well, yeah. Increase the movement speed during harvest by 10%. Roadkeeper. One more to upgrade. 1,000 found. 1 strength. 1 intelligence. Bonus experience. 2 blueprints. Blizzard actually did pretty good. 500. It didn't seem like it was doing much, but it was exploding and it was hitting everyone around it, so it actually did do better than I thought it would. Actually, no. No, yeah, GPS, I guess. Classic, 300. This made me do 130 more damage, DPS. It's interesting that it doesn't show this one, but this one does help a lot. Bump, bump, bump. I'll be on for another half hour. Bump, bump. I could do this. So cozy. That thing, this shirt's really comfortable. I've only fallen asleep here like 1,000 times. Not here, but like in this chair. This chair? Oh yeah. What's this? 1 HP, critical hit chance. Eowee. 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 Gold. Oh, I need this. Give me the goods. Upgraded starter ball to 2. Maybe I should get that. gold. Housing. And then I'll start getting these. Oh, I can get this one. The Mausoleum. Expand. Cool. So I see for that 600. Okay. Build. Boop boop. Oops. That's the wrong spot. Go. It's definitely worth upgrading once, I believe. 9 minutes, 2 stones. Yeah. That's level 2. Level 2. Where's the mausoleum, jeweler, bank? Did I make a gold mine? I probably should have made this. That's not that useful though. Well, I guess maybe if you upgrade it, it'll be 2 to 3, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. Hello? There. Here. It doesn't fit. There we go. No, this one. Be over here. Hello. That's closed. That's good. I just needed to bounce in this area. Nope, don't do that. No, this matchmaker. There we go. Zoom in. Don't know why I can't move the map, but whatever. And for the most important part, press the right button. And supply buildings. There we go. No, they're stuck up there. There's 2 buildings. $300 gold. Cool. Oh wait, can I have 2 people now? Jeweler. Matchmaker. Which one allowed for 2 people? I don't think I got it. I got the bank. Mausoleum. Yeah, I need one more. Whatever. Wonder if I can beat it with them. Broodmother. Copy is launched in the mirror direction. Balls deal half damage. Let's do this. 5 undiscovered blueprints. Rage. Chance to launch a baby ball when you pick up a gem. %50 chance to pick up a ball. %75 chance. Or I can do this for now. Cool. Worth it. No. I'm too weak. Oh, whatever. So let me attack faster. Nice. Passes through enemies and slows them down by 30% for 5 seconds, but deals 25% less damage. Wind. Wind overall is just good to have. Horizontal fuse. Horizontal beetle. Brood mother. Horizontal. Spawn balls from Brood Mother have the same properties as laser. If so, then that's amazing. Melee damage. All baby balls deal 20 more damage. Increase ball speed. Vision. Wind level 3, laser, iron ball. Laser. Horizontal, more lasers. Give me 5 upgrades. Good enough. Speed 1. Ow. Yeah, easy run. %30 slower, but after one bounce it moves faster. 100 damage. Laser. Because laser hits everyone. Let's do this. Now. Ow. What? Increase XP gain by 5. The Abbey. Fusion. Hey, there's fusion. Dude. I think it's gonna be this. Win horizontal. Oh. Look at that. And it's everyone. Sweet. Freeze? No, let's do horizontal again. With the metal ball. Nice. Maybe I should have saved that and then collected these and then upgraded maybe? No, I would have only been one upgrade, so... Look at that. Look at that. Ow, don't stand still. Ow. Yeah. Ultimate power. What'll fuse next? Spike. There's beetle. What was the beetle? Earth? It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna win. Or so I thought. Dun dun dun. I'll say I did the most damage staying back. Whoa. Look at all that. Look at all the damage. Look at that. That's not dead. There we go. Yeah. Casino, reduce level up, reroll, cost by 20. Leadership speed. Harvest from adjacent forests every 9 minutes. Housing has gained an ability. Cohabitants. Cool. Yeah. Horizontal beetle did good. Iron laser did good. Did really good. Wind laser. Cool. Resources gap 38, 38, 19. I'll probably do one more. One more. You unlocked a new level, the Quarry Grasslands. Lift bring rare riches from the dips. Let's see. Reduce roll cost, XP gain. Beep beep boop beep ba 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 ba. These are okay. A single family home. Let's do that. Oh wait, no, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do that. My screen's so big. Just do those. Reduce reroll cost. Oh, was the consulate? Oh, I need to upgrade this. 3,600. Don't do that. Just leave it. Okay, so that's done. There's this bottom building, please. 5 seconds. Come on, guys. I believe in you. Yeah. You unlock the shade. Bum, bum, bum. Allows you to bring 2 characters into a run, combining their abilities. This is so sweet. Let's see. Play. Shade. Killer for hire. Ball shoot from the back and have a base crit hit. Chance of 10. Will they shoot back? Yeah, we'll see. He awaits his next assignment. Select. That's so cool. So embedded and shade. Embedded. I'll be back. Welcome to the pit. Pretty cool. Dark and poison, wind. Clone. I don't think this will work. It's not gonna be able to bounce. Oh. Do. Increase fire rate. Definitely. This isn't working that well. Field, chances block. No. I just realized I was supposed to be playing like this. Dang it. Evolution. Nauseous. Well, you can make it twice? That's cool. Level 1. They have wind. Definitely explosion. This is such a good ability. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. Poison. Yeah, sure. Unlocks a new character, Mansion. Mansione. That's not a word. Oh yeah. Okay. Also, one thing I'm gonna do. Turn up my volume. Do. Hello. I could get wind again. Wind and lightning was the thing? I forgot. Dang it, I forgot. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be fun. Ow. Dang it. Nice. In the base. Nauseous gas 246, 185. See, Cell by itself was doing really well. Maybe I shouldn't turn it into something else. It's pretty good. I think I just picked a bad combination too. Build. Housing. Mansione. Yeah. 5 seconds. Done. You unlock the Spendthrift. The makeshift Sisyphus. Spendthrift is a mansion. Makeshift Sisyphus is in the Rocky Hill. Cool. I probably should have upgraded this. That's doing pretty good. One more. The level 1. Wealthy merchant living a life of extravagance. Shoots all balls at the same time in a wide arc. It's ridiculous. Former king tormented by time. Balls no longer deal direct hit damage. But AoE and status effect damage increased by 4x. No baby balls. So it'll just be vampire and earthquake? AoE status effect increased by 4x. AoE status effect. That's weird. AoE status effect, okay. Top 2 here. No baby balls. That won't work. Exploding damage, vision. Ow. I didn't know it showed you these. That's to the front of enemies, but not the back. Earthquake, laser, lightning. Movement speed, shield, armor. I don't need any of those. AoE, it does 4 times damage, so yes. Yeah. Come on, please. Go on, go on. Ah. I'm dead. Wow. Oh man, I need more space. It worked. I'm dead. Hey, 111. Turn to base. While you were gone. No, go up there. Go up. I should have made this. Hi, Josh. Bum, bum, bum. Da-na-na. Oh man. I slept like 4 hours. So I'm kind of tired. But other than that, I'm doing good. Ooh. More caffeine. More Balt X Pit. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah. So I'll probably be on for like 40 more minutes. Ugh. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah. I think after like 28, I'm like, I started feeling it when I don't sleep. But if you just get a lack of sleep, you'll just get sick. That's what ends up happening. But then there's certain things you can do, like if you just eat foods that are not acidic, you're much less likely to not get sick. But, so if you are sleep deprived, just avoid acidic foods, and then you won't get sick. This whole time? Yeah. Because what happens is when you have a lack of sleep, it weakens your immune system. And so then you don't want to do a double whammy and then eat acidic foods, because then that you're more likely to further weaken your immune system and then get sick. Oh yeah. Yeah, like I remember like how to prevent hangovers. If you just drink water before you fall asleep, then you don't get a hangover when you wake up. Same with working out. Like in the gym, if you work out really hard, 1, sleep warm, but 2, if you drink a lot of water, same with what's it called? A hangover. A hangover is caused by you becoming dehydrated while you're asleep. Your muscles become dehydrated, and that's why your muscles are sore when you wake up. But if you drink a bunch of water, your muscles won't get sore. You'll just wonder why your body's not sore, and you're like, did I work out hard enough? But it's because as long as you drink enough water, your muscles are going to absorb all that water, and you'll be fine. And then you might have to wake up to pee, but if you do wake up and pee, then just drink more water, and then you're just not sore. Yeah, it hits you at 22, 23. People realizing like, why are my energy levels going down? What happened? Well, because I think at what was it? I think 20 or something, your body stops regenerating cells. Before then, your body can regenerate itself, but then after a certain time, your body can't do that anymore. And then all you can do is play Ball Axe Pit. This game is fun. Yeah, how'd you know? This ad is brought to you by Melting Forest. For a positive mindset. I drank this earlier. My friend gave. I had a friend come over and then he gave it to me. Got mushrooms. Yeah, I'm just practicing all my hashtag ads. I want to get a sponsor. I already know what to say. And that's why I drink smart water every day. Well, it's funny because even smart water, people are like, why is there salt in it? It's an electrolyte and you need electrolytes to stay hydrated. Yeah, I haven't either. I don't know where you got it. It's called Melting Forest. Melting Forest, a mushroom de-stress. Strawberry lavender. It tastes okay. It's healthy though, which is why it only tastes okay. What am I doing? Yeah, people think drinking distilled water. Well, the reason you can't drink distilled water is because it has no electrolytes in it. And so drinking it depletes you of nutrients because your body will just keep passing it. Same with purified water. But in purified water, they usually put calcium back into the water because if they don't, it dehydrates you. It's actually not good to drink purified water. No. But it tastes good, so people drink it anyways. What should I do? Oh yeah. See if this works. Yeah, distilled water. Yeah, because it's gonna absorb your what's it called? the sodium from your body because it needs it. It's like, hey, I'm looking for something to bond to. Usually have some salt in here, but there isn't any, so I'm gonna take it from your body. Or what's it called? I forget what it's called. Hypolysis or something? Hydrolysis? Oh yeah, I got pretty far. Well, so I had already played 10 hours about, and then I started playing it. I've been playing it for about 6 more hours. 6 more hours. At least I think so. The Boneyard. Snowy Shores. Liminal Desert. Fungal Forest. I have 2 more here, and then I have the grassy grasslands, and then I got 3 more levels after that. And I'm guessing this is the last level, and then I beat it, so. Yeah. Do I have to set that up? I might have to set that up. I'm not sure I did that right. That's when I type it. Do. PC aquarium display. Dun. But I'm not chatting in Chatterino. Yeah, I just installed Stream Elements, so I haven't set it up yet. So dirt isn't actually bad for you, so you'd probably be fine. If you put a lot of it though, then who knows what's in it. But dirt's not inherently bad. But if there's like bugs in it, then it depends on the bug. Wait, I got an upgrade that lets me use 2 people, and so now I can combine 2 people. So I can use that guy. And I want to get the last 2 blueprints here. Skirt. Welcome to the pit. I'm supposed to be playing. You're back there. Oh, I don't get to pick. Oh yeah. Yeah, bugs are free food. No. Don't get to chase. Cool. Yeah, I gotta beat this before Cheesy does. I gotta establish dominance. Ow. Yeah, I think this game only takes about 12 hours or something. I don't know. I only watched him play for a little bit, but I wasn't paying attention. But I know when I saw him, immediately when he started playing, he like had already like a broken build. I don't know what he did. Yeah, but upgrading makes a huge difference. Because before I kept losing, and it's because I wasn't upgrading. Earthquake. Yeah. Oh, was he? Was it Jink? Was Jink helping him? I don't wonder why Ching plays this. Ba-na-na. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Ba-na-ba. No. Panic. Not doing enough damage. Nope. Yeah. No. Oh man. I hope so. Bum, 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 bum. All I want is pizza. I'm gonna die. I'm alive. Light and laser. Laser beam. Cool. Once per battle, when you die, revive with 25% health and kill all enemies nearby. That's very useful. Necromancer. Oh man. Okay, good. Laser seems to be pretty good. Ow, I'm gonna die. Stop hitting me. Get back there. No. Sweet. Darkness. What I do like is he's automatically picking the abilities and he knows what the good abilities are to combine. So it kind of just shows you what builds to do. Get in there. Nope. No. Okay. Oh yeah. It just kind of sucks that he does his own thing. Like, I'm not pressing anything. Yeah. But he's also wise and learned. So I leave it to his discretion to pick up the best abilities. Which sometimes he doesn't pick the best abilities, which is weird. Come on, please die. Back there. Ow. Oh, that's gonna be good, I think, maybe. This guy's gonna kill me. Yeah, I think I'm done. Oh, don't hit me. I'm done. I'm dead. Oh no. I don't do enough damage. Even better, endurance. That's not strength. Speed. Effect speedball. Okay. Increase harvest time. Oh yeah. Speed, intelligence. Nearby boulders would grow faster. Cool. The laser was pretty good. It's just not an AoE ability. Blinds enemies for 8 seconds. And all this does is blind people. Skirt. Nice. Just gotta build that. What can I build? Speed, harvest, speed? Oh, wait, what else I gotta build? Nope. Housing. Oh yeah, single family home. I'll finally build this. Boop. Gold mine, put that there. I'm just gonna upgrade this. I like that if you just press tab, it shows you what you can upgrade. Intelligence. I haven't upgraded this at all, which is why it's not very good. Go. Mansion. What else should I upgrade? Leadership? That'll be fine. Speed. I probably should do this at some point. But yeah, getting all your abilities to a higher class makes a big difference. There's 3 buildings, 4 buildings. There we go. Make the smallest area possible and then bounce it in there. Boop. I missed. No. Hit that building. Get in there. No, come on. No. 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 Come on, come on, come on. No. Oh, dang it. I got the empty nester. Single family home? House for the empty nester, okay. Dang it, I needed just one more. Whatever. Oh, I forgot to put a person in here. Who wants to work in here? Woodmaker. No skill, no skill, no skill, no skill, no skill, no skill, no skill. Makeshift maker. There you go. Up to 100 times per harvest. Mine 1 to 3. Well. Good enough. Ghost. Let's see if I can do this. Ghost and Broodmother. And 1 Broodplant here left. Oh yeah. Intelligence, wind. Wait, Josh, did you watch the Avatar movie? Dun, 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 dun. Let's see, more balls, 25% chance. Pick up a gem. Yeah, the new Avatar movie got like a 68% on Rotten Tomatoes. So it's got a D rating. But what I heard the most from people who watched it was that it's pretty much the same film as the first and the second one. But to be fair, it's because James Cameron's he puts like every storyline in his film, so it's kind of hard to make a movie that's not the same if you put every storyline in a film. But yeah. Boop. Oh yeah. Oh man. Darkness. AoE? Explosion. Explosion. Come on, die. Please die. Come on, come on. Thank you. Stone Archer, 227 health. To work. Ghost and darkness. Yeah. Phantom. Curse enemies on hit. Curse enemies are dealt 130 to 260 damage after being hit 5 times. Endurance 1. Light winds. Oh yeah. Is this a good idea? We'll see. Broodmother wins. Roll. Fire. Spike. Wind. Bleed. Fire. Do fire. Ow. Vision. Bump. Curse damage 100. Exploding damage. I think exploding might be the move. No, please die. Please die. There we go. Nice. Now, small balls. Yes. Now. Ghost. Let's do this. Let's see what happens. Affects everyone with Phantom. That's pretty good, I think. Oh yeah. That's really good. Sell. Let me through. Hit him. He just has more health. Another shot. Ow. Ow. Getting hit. Ow. One intelligence. Yeah, it's a broken build. Almost got him. Nope, got here. Wait. Success. Ta-da! Oh, nice. Empty nester, 2 strength. 1 endurance, 1 speed. Per harvest. So I want to do per harvest. I'll do per harvest. 1 speed, 1 intelligence. Harvest weed from adjacent wheat fields every 6 minutes. 1-1. Pierce through boulders, pierce through forest, boulder. Boulder. 162, 130. So it did marginally better with wind, so it wasn't really worth it. It did better separately. This did fantastic. Phantom laser. 949. And that was dark, ghost, makes phantom, and then phantom plus laser equals devastating. This does decent by itself. 185. This did pretty good because it blows up the enemies. That did okay. Really, it was just because I made this 949. Everything else I didn't have anything that can combine to anything. Whoops. Whoopsie. There's a collected. It's 10:50. I'm playing for 11 hours. I might play 1 game of Dota. Dota. Just gonna. What if I just. Let's do this. Yeah, it's producing gold. Cool. Dang. Schoolhouse done. 42. 26, 28. Very nice. Oh, yeah. I won't do anything for now. So I'm done. Hope you enjoyed my playthrough of Ball X Pit. Da-na-na. In the main menu. Wow, 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 wow. Me. Bum, 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 bum. That was a lot of fun. I post all my VODs on YouTube, so check out my YouTube. Okay, peace. Okay, now I'm gonna play Dota. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I'm still gonna stream. I'm gonna be on. I'm just gonna play one game of Dota. I'm just doing that because I'm gonna clip it. Dun, 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 dun. Is Cheesy on yet? Ooh. He said he was gonna stream, so. Also, one thing I love about Chatterino is you can always just keep chatting in it. It just reminds me of AOL Instant Messenger. If you use Chatterino, that's what it's like. It was literally just chat rooms. Classic. That's where I talk to ladies on the internet. It's funny because I was just used to talk to women in person, like IRL. Other than when I was like really young, because then we had Instant Messenger. Let's go back to sleep. I'm pretty tired. That's why I'm like, I'm just gonna play one game. Just one game. Art creators. All's just playing art creators without me. Yeah, because you were working all day, right? Where do you work at? I can just fall asleep to my stream and then wake up and then Cheesy will be on. Hopefully. You were hunting? That sounds amazing. I just want to eat animals. Oh, I gotta change the category. No, you don't. Oh, okay. Dota. That's fair. Oops, wrong one. Pizza. I forgot what other commands I headed. Want to check out all my commands? What else? Also, not gonna play copyrighted music. Oh, that's the best part about playing Dota. What else is I gonna post? Oh, I can show you this. Pizza. All I ever want is pizza. All the time. Game capture. What? I was showing Dota. Oh, because showing my stream. Ooh. So I'm an idiot. No. Who's on? What the heck is this? Oh, because it knows I'm on. I don't care. Queso. Queso's playing League of Legends. I don't know why. There's no AU cheesies. What? Yeah. This is new meta. He just can't hear me. What was I gonna show? Why am I so tired? Oh yeah, I keep getting like scam people going onto my stream. They're like, "Hey, you want panels and all this stuff done?" So then I finally broke down. And I'm like, "Okay, I'll do it myself." And so I finally added panels. I didn't do the about me. I need to do the about me. But at schedule, I stream weekdays AM PST, sometimes weekends and nights. Tip jar or pizza, and then it goes to my stream elements. Goals, vengeance. Look, it's Batman. It's a monkey Batman. So panels, if you go to your Twitch and then you go to your about me, then that's what these are. And then I put a throne. And it's funny because Nat, who's streaming, I literally just copied and pasted this from her stream, from her about me. Watch. Oh yeah, but I made these. It looks really good on mobile too. I don't know what she's doing. Open it faster. Yeah, so when you go to someone's about me, they have all these panels and stuff. And so, which one was it? Or her throne. Look, my throne wishes if you would like to help out by getting gifts, whether for stream, blah, 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 thank you. And then it has that little thing. And if you wouldn't mind, same thing. I just copied and pasted it. So I was looking at people's and I'm like, about me, and I'm like, how do they structure it? And then Nats, I just literally just copied and pasted it. I was like, I don't care, I'm too tired for this. Yeah. I don't check them very often, but it's because people, like every single stream, people were like, hey, you want your panels made? You want this made? And so I'm just like, I'm just going to do it myself. That way people stop messaging me. And it worked, I think. Because I think they'll go here and then they'll check it to see if there's anything there. And if there's nothing, they're like, oh, business opportunity. A lot of times in my head, I'm like, it's probably a scam. So I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty cautious. Oh, and then this is the best one. My PC specs. Look at my PC. Ooh, potato. And then if you click on it, it goes to this photo. That's what I'm gaming on. It works. It's got all the essentials. It's got a heatsink. Got VGA. It's got a PS2 port. I think that's a headphone jack. It's got a USB port with space for another USB port. Got a stick of RAM. Got a PC card. It's got this Ethernet cable that's going to who knows what. The essentials. And this looks like a power cable, but it's going to VGA. I'm like, oh, okay. What's funny is I actually do. Just because I don't know what's wrong with this PC. He could be having an issue with his what was it? His PCI Express being overloaded. Because you only have so many lanes open, and then if you're filling the bandwidth with what's it called? Oh, I need to stop doing this. With NVMe SSDs, it's using the bandwidth for your PCI Express lane. So maybe that's causing the stuttering. I'm not actually sure. Bloop. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Da-na-na-na-na. Oh, but I was going to show. But on my phone, the panels look really nice. I was like, oh my god, I worked so hard. It took me like an hour. I'm an AI artist. You are? Oh yeah. Oh, it's on Twitch. How'd I go to it? So when you go to Twitch, you see the green screen. It looks better without the green screen on. Wow. See. And it's a potato. Yeah. No more scam messages. We'll see though. That's the thing. I went to school for IT, so it's not like I can't figure this stuff out. I just gotta take time to actually do it. And I'm like, do I want to learn it? Even video editing, I gotta start doing video editing. I do have I have 2 video editors, but I'm like, I haven't used them. Ba-na-na-na-na. Okay, gaming. Where's the music? Where's the copyrighted music? Yeah. Well, because mine is just like jokes. Like literally, my PC, I just put a potato, and when you click on it, it goes to a potato. What should I play? Love songs? Okay. Dance music? My karaoke playlist? Live music? Ta-da. Okay, I'll play love songs. Convinced. I'll play nice chill music so you fall asleep. Ugh. So welcome to my segment of Dota. I don't post the Dota parts. You don't? I'll just clip this out. You will? No. Boop. You can see how good I am at Dota. Dota. Get wrecked. Oh. So yeah, they just released this character, this hero, 2 weeks ago. 23rd week ago. He's a healer. I forget what else he does. He's really annoying. He goes around spanking people. If it were legal, I'd do the same. Give me the goods. I wish I was interested in this, but I'm not. I just skip him. Oh yeah. Board unlocked. Honestly, some stuff that they introduced, I'm like, it's so cool. Like, there's like a techie skin where it's like techie's in like a costume. He's like cosplaying as like a furry, and I'm like, what the heck? I love it. Furry arc. Oh, I can stand on mountains. Oh, you raise me up. It's like League of Legends, except this came out first.
5 seconds remaining.
So I gotta ban these 3 guys, otherwise the game gets completely broken. No, I want to play. No, I want to play Dazzle. Dang it. Whatever. So Dazzle's a healer, but he's so much fun to play. People don't like playing middle because middle you have to be good, which is why I usually end up doing it. So we have a tank. I can carry. Hero, my good man. Yo. Is it in 4K? Oops. No, it's a better. I played both of them, and it's definitely better. I'll put this in 4K.
5 seconds remaining.
What's funny is playing this in 4K, it doesn't really matter. It just looks slightly sharper. Yeah, so League of Legends was pretty much just a ripoff of Dota. And then where League did succeed... Oh, who am I going to kill? This guy. You can choose who to... If you click on one and you kill them, then you get these extra resources. Oh yeah, but this costume, the Palico... costume. It's so cool. Yeah, this came out before. This came out. It was originally a Frozen Throne mod, and then they made it into a full game, which was Dota 2. Look at them! Look how cute they are. They're cats. Cats? Weasels? I don't even know. Calico? Palico? You raise me up. So I need to unlock all this, and I'm always gonna use it. So if I play techies, I'm devastating. Devastating just drops mines and you just wreck people. If I can stand on mountains. Oh yeah. The reason people don't play this game, and I warn people, you have to be good at gaming. If you are not good at gaming, do not play this game.
The battle begins.
And most people are not good at gaming. So that's why I usually tell people not to play this.
First blood.
I'm like, I tell people, I'm like, if you're not good at gaming, just play League of Legends, because you're not going to do well in Dota. Boop. No, she's gonna be annoying. Leave me alone. Thank you. Oh, how dare you? Don't do it. No, I missed. So a big difference is I can last hitting gives you more gold, but then you can deny creeps. Like I can hit. Well, he's gonna keep doing that. Stop doing that. But you can last hit creeps. It makes a big difference. No. Leave me alone. Boop. And you get more gold. Yeah. So if I kill him, it prevents him from getting gold. And so you want to keep killing him. Ow. Oh, this is a banger. No. No, I screwed up. And so this game's all about gold per minute. You want to get as much gold as possible. So it goes. Ow. And see, look, I'm denying that. Ow. And you gotta check what he's making. He has a bottle. Oh, he already used it. Dang it. I screwed up. I went the wrong way. Whatever. With you. I can get him. No, come back. Come back. No, no, no. I love you. I love you. No, he's gone. When he turns invisible, he can move very quickly, and so I just lost him. I can play Largo, but once you start the game, you can't change characters. I'm not sure why they pause the game. But I usually just wait. Then I can do this. But Largo, I haven't played him, so I don't even know how he's like. This person, the person I was against, paused the game for some reason. So they might be doing something, but Dr. Pepper. But then I can unpause it. So if they don't do anything for like, I don't know, 10 more seconds, never trust a fart just before pausing. I agree. And yeah, we're currently losing. Let's see. So she got 3 kills. She's gonna be pretty strong. It's gun pausing. Dazzle's feeding. Sand King is feeding. Death Prophet, Piper. Now that's annoying. I'm out of here. And this is why I just teleport out, because it's safer to do. Don't know. I'm not sure why he did that, but whatever. He's probably upset that I killed him, which is fair.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Let's see. Here's Death Prophet. Okay. And so she cannot beat me. My farm. Hey, oh, these are all real players. So that frog guy is an actual player. Right.
Dominator, I guess. Killing spree.
Got him. Get over here. I believe in you. Ow, 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 ow. I'm dead. No, I loved you. Then I get this. When I hit them, it'll slow them down. Successfully hunted. Thank you very much.
Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
Go with him. And yeah, because I initiated a battle with him and then he died, I get my rewards. And then Weaver, I need to kill him before he kills me. I like the way you die. Get over here. Run. And so that attack is really annoying. Not as annoying as my attack. Ow. Ow. Oh, I missed. I still got him, but... Hey! That was mine. Whatever. I pretty much can play every single character. Go with him. Yeah, to be fair, I should have just kept hitting him. I would have beaten him. I'm guessing this guy who's down here. It's Ricky. He's not gonna get ganked, but I want to kill top. Go with him. Movement speed. Sacrificial lamp. No, get back here. Weaver, come back. I love you. Ow, that hurts.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dang it. Dude, Dazzle, you suck.
Your middle tower.
Yeah, so this guy did not heal me. He didn't cast poison. He didn't cast anything. Whatever.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
$715 attack range, which it keeps me pretty far from enemies. Not gonna come here. Dazzle, Dazzle, no.
Killing spree. Killing spree.
Nice.
Double kill.
No, don't hit me. No, no. Come on, die. I got him. Yeah. Skirt. I would have done better if I had this. And so this is a shard. I have two abilities. This one attacks, it reduces their slow and makes them do burn damage. And then this one makes them slow and makes them do more impact damage. Plus bonus damage. Or has impact damage plus bonus damage. And then with the shard, I'm able to do both at the same time. Before, they shared a cooldown, and now I can do both at the same time. Which is very effective. And then let's see what he's building. And then I need more movement speed, and so then I get Yasha, and then I'll be able to move faster. And then it's just your movement speed here at 380. Hurt. Oh yeah. They hit pretty hard, but this character can attack twice. So I have this ability, deal more damage with his double attack, but I have damage reduction. So I take a little less damage, but I can attack twice. But I hit pretty hard now, so. And then if I'm lucky, I can get more attack range from here, but I didn't get it. You can get an enchantment, and the enchantment gives you more attack range sometimes. But I can get lifesteal, and then lifesteal will keep me alive. Oh yeah, this guy's so much fun. Ah! Run away! Yeah. No, Ricky! Did he kill her? Yeah, he did kill her.
They're unstoppable. Double kill.
And then I gotta teleport back to heal. Yeah, but then she hits, when she has her exorcism, she does so much damage, and so you got to be careful with that. Yep, lagging. So you have to destroy the towers to be able to attack like this tower, and then you can attack this thing. Once you destroy these two towers, you can attack this, and then you can end the game. And yeah, fighting neutral creeps, it gives you neutral items, and then neutral items can give you an advantage over the enemy. And so I have this, and I need Manta Style. I have no idea. I think some of the people that worked on Dota also worked on League. Ice Path Stone. Oh, my tower. And so I can just take the tower really quick because I attack really fast. Boop, 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 boop. Now I can fight. Dead. I love you guys.
Killing spree.
Oh, please die. Bam. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hey, come back. I love you. Keep fighting me, please. Where'd you go? Come back. Right now. in love. Oh. I have lifesteal, so what I have now is better. Lifesteal is just gonna keep me alive. Don't run away from me in a fight. I agree. Let's see. So then I'm gonna do crits, and once I get crits, I just hit super hard, and after that, it's kind of over. Right now. Because I think this character has the highest DPS because he can attack twice. Nobody else can do that. But people don't know how to exploit, because I'm technically supposed to be a support character, but I end up playing a tank and then DPS carry. 490, almost have enough. 100. So once I get this, I get 88 damage, and then I do my crits to 30% chance to do 225 crit. And because I attack twice, I crit pretty often. Oh yeah, from there we're winning now. Oh. Yeah, this is a support character. Look how fast I take the tower out. Boop, 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 boop.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
No.
Shadow wave, fire, and ice. They'll never see this
Bum, bum. Lifesteal. I'm gonna keep lifesteal. So I need 68 gold for Hurricane Pike. Hurricane Pike lets me reposition myself. And then if I click on an enemy, it'll let me hit them from any distance. The best of my love. This is me just destroying the tower. Boop, boom, boom, boom. That's why this build's so good, because I can stay outside of range and still destroy the tower. Why don't you run away? He's dead. Do that. Yeah. And so with this, I do 3% of their max health per second. So if they fight me for 30 seconds, they're pretty much done. Well, no one's gonna survive that long, but yeah. And yeah, it's just two of them. There's no way they can stop us from taking this tower. I love the best of my love. But yeah, this is a support character.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I think they want to take the tower. Whatever. So there's 3 of them up. They're all up. And then we decide to play it safe. Hey, Grab that. So I'm gonna take that off for now. So now I attack insanely fast. This gives me 140 attack speed, and so now I just do a ton of damage. With this build, I can kill everyone on their team now. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I can beat them all. Okay. Na, 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 na. Yeah, so look at how much damage they're doing, and then look at how much damage I'm gonna do. Ugh. I don't need it. You guys take it. I'm not gonna die. You guys take it. I'm not gonna die. Oh, no. Oh, and this game has chat in the game too, so they can hear me. Like the way you die. And so they're kind of just waiting for us to end the game. Let's see. Get over here. And so yeah, I just used Hurricane Pike on Ricky to teleport him out. Or it didn't teleport him, it just slides him a little bit. But it works really well, so. Bum, ba, bum, bum, banana. I kind of wasted my ulti, but it's fine, I don't need it. Take the tower. It's over. No, he went the wrong way. Whatever, it works. Bum, 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 bum.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Dun, 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 dun. And it's over.
The enemy's top tower.
Good job, guys.
The enemy's middle tower has
Dun,
fallen.
dun, dun.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
No.
Radiant victory.
GG. Yeah, and so I was 8, 4, and 9. And then it shows me how much kills I have. Creep kills 201. I did 6 denies. You received an item. That's good. What? How am I not on here? Hey, and so then you get materials to craft items, which I like. It's one thing that they added recently. And I didn't do enough magic damage. Yeah, I carried. I wasn't MVP. Yeah. And then if I only play one game, I'm only playing one game, then I just do that. Yeah, because then you can look at the scoreboard and you can see the damage that everyone did. Experience per minute. Ricky got the most. How many kills do we have? Yeah, Ricky got 10 kills. I only got 8. But Ricky is a carry. He's supposed to get strong late game. He was our only carry. He was agility. I was an intelligence hero. It's just the way I play him. I just know how to do builds that work. We got 25,000. Hey, he did more damage than me. 26. 1,500. And I'm pretty sure I did all the pushing. Did I? Oh yeah, if you look at the damage dealt to buildings, 14,000. Nobody else did anything close to what I did. But yeah, he did steal my kills. Whatever though. Ta-da. Yeah, they stole a couple of my kills. Yeah, but he had pretty good items. 88 damage. I had one of these. This gives you 40 in attack speed. This lets you stun people. Pure damage. Slow attack speed. And so yeah, I was supposed to be a support, but if you're mid lane, that's what I like about this game. Like, you can kind of play it however you want. Because the strength heroes, they're strong mid game, agility is strong late game, and then intelligence are strong early game. And then universal characters are kind of a mix of all three. And so that's how the game's played. It's kind of like rock, paper, scissors. But with whatever build you end up deciding to do, you can kind of just change that. Oh yeah, this game is a lot of fun. And it helps that I know everything about the game. Well, not everything, but I know a ton about this game. So yeah, I can play this guy. Let's see. I can play all these guys. I can play all of them except for this guy. I can play all of them. I don't know how to play Mars. I can play all of them. I don't really play Pudge, but I can probably play him. I can play all of them. I can play all of these guys. I can play all of... Pretty sure I don't know how to play him. I've never played him. He was a newer character, a hero, and I just never played him. I don't know how to play him. I can play all of them. I can play all of them. All of them. All of them. And agility, end game, late game, you're just gonna wreck people. Crystal Maiden, she's like the squishiest character. I love playing her. I'll just wreck people. The way I played Hakuro, I'll play her in a similar manner. Where instead of carrying, or instead of being the support, I'll carry. Because she has an ability that gives her a lot of attack speed. Later, what is that? In her skill tree, at level 20 you can get 225 attack speed, and when you do that, she just hits so hard. You just give her Maelstrom and you have a chain lining attack, and you just chain lining people. Chain lining crits, and yeah, I can play all these characters, I can play all them. Also, they're heroes, but I keep calling characters. And I believe I can play all of these guys. Yeah. Except for him. I'm not good with him. Or him. Snap. Oh, snap. So yeah, there's about like 8 people I can't play out of like 120 or so. But this is my favorite character. Techies. Because he's crazy. He's strong in the sense that if I'm just casting, because with my build I had no magic regeneration, and it's because the way I play him is by having fast movement speed early game, so that I can hit this, because I'll just go in, hit this, and then move back, because every time I do it, it does like 200 damage. And then early game, if someone only has 800 health, if I hit him with it twice, that pretty much takes half of their health. And so I'll kind of have fast movement speed so I can get close to them and then just hit it and then run back. And after like 5 seconds, I could do it again and then run back. And then with dual breath, this does pretty good damage. 80 damage per second for 5 seconds. So it does 400 damage early game. So when you're like level 7 and you're doing 400 damage just this one attack, it's pretty OP. Late game, it's not as good, but it's still good because it gives movement slow and attack slow. So that's how you still utilize it. You use it to initiate battle. Oh yeah. That's all I was gonna do. I said I was just gonna play one game, so I'll only play one game. Let's see. What's a good ending song? Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson. Is Cheesy even on? I was gonna rate Cheesy, but he's not on. So yeah, I'm gonna be watching T10 Nat stream. So if you're don't go to sleep, then I'll be there. Boop. Closing game. Wait, no, closing game. Hey, bye, Josh. If Cheesy does stream, then I'll be watching his stream later, probably, or I might go to sleep early. I slept, yeah, like 4 hours. Happy. Oh yeah, and then I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna be playing High on Life. That should be fun. I gotta download it now. Anyways, hope you have a good day. I'll see you in chats. Bye guys. Bye bye. Peace. Okay, now land.